Hey, it's Julie B. Deep Dives, and we have our awesome special guest, Doug Hughes, here with us tonight. So happy to have you here, Doug. Thanks for being here.
Happy to be here.
And of course, we have co-host Scarlet, and we have a guest tonight. We have Grant Gregory, Mr. Grant Gregory AI as well. So thank
Hello.
you. Glad you could make it. So we're just gonna have some fun conversations tonight. Nothing too formal. If you have any questions or comments for Doug, please feel free to throw them in the chat while we're live. And we're just gonna have our usual fun talk. And we didn't do a rewatch this week. For anyone wondering, we're gonna start our season 2 rewatch next week. I was a little bit too behind with my Severance content, so I had to prioritize that, but I'm looking forward to diving into it. And so anyway, so Doug, so what's going on with you and your latest play, Sucker? How's the process going with that? Are you finished yet?
We're so close. Marcia just got back from Calgary yesterday. Our third play, Too Many Cooks, has just opened at a theater in Calgary called Stage West. And it's gotten great reviews. I posted one on Instagram, actually. We got 2 really good reviews that I've seen so far. They don't get a lot of reviews for these shows, so the 2 that I've seen were great. And so Mars went out to do some schmoozing and to go and see some of the other theater companies in town while she was there. There's a theater company in Calgary called Vertigo, and they specialize in mysteries. So she went and had a chat with the assistant director about Deadline, and they seem to be quite interested. So she left a copy, and we'll see what happens with that. It's a theater that we've been pursuing for quite some time with Deadline specifically. I mean, we have 2 mysteries. In the past, we've sent them our other one as well. Just haven't been able to get the time of day out of them. But this just shows you the benefit of being able to make a personal contact. The fact that she was there and able to talk to them in person, suddenly the doors fly open that weren't open to us before. So we'll see if that goes anywhere. I'm hopeful that it will. With regard to Sucker, yeah, we got back at it today. We're already we had already done some of the changes that we need to do. And so today we read through what we had done already and we plowed on. We're about 2/3 of the way through the script. So if we don't finish by Friday, which I think we will, we've got Monday as well, but it'll be finished by Monday at the latest. And then it's time to shop it around. So
that's terrific.
Yeah,
I'm glad to hear it, and that you got good feedback, and it wasn't an arduous process trying to going back to the drawing board and having to rework a lot of things.
No, the toughest part is the part we're about to do, but I'm speaking comparatively. It's not going to be a big deal. We should plow through it, I think, probably by Friday.
Oh, nice. That's terrific. And that sounds promising in terms of trying to get it's a theater in Calgary the one that has Too Many Cooks going on right now. That's you're going to try to see if they're interested in Deadline.
No, it's this other theater company, Vertigo. But based on the strength of this production, the people at Stage West are very happy with this production of Too Many Cooks. And so suddenly, and here's the irony, Marcia's husband was the artistic director of Stage West for years. And then he got hired away from them. And the owner of Stage West took such umbrage at his leaving that he basically blackballed us from his theater. And this was 30 years ago that this all went down. And so we have never been able to get a production of any of our plays there. And if there's a theater company in this country where our plays are a perfect fit, it's Stage West. And this is the first time that they've produced one of our plays. And now, because the guy who was responsible for this is no longer with the company. And it's amazing how just a little change in personnel like that can change the whole landscape. So suddenly they're very interested. So Marcia talked to them about our entire canon while she was out there. And depending on how things go, the theater's in tough financial straits right now. So we're not sure if they're going to survive long-term or not. But if they do, there's a very good chance that we're going to be seeing more productions out there, which would be great. So that was very heartening too.
That's wonderful. And I read the review that you sent me. It was glowing, that review of Too Many Cooks. It was absolutely glowing from start to finish. I mean, there wasn't a single single nitpick or anything. Just top to bottom, the entire thing was praised. So that sounds like a terrific response that you've gotten. And I don't know how theater critics normally are. Have you found have you found theater critics to be nitpicky at times, are difficult to please, or are they generally not?
Depends on the critic. This guy, Louis Hobson, is generally pretty anodyne. He doesn't dump on people unless they really deserve it. Ironically, I laughed when I saw that he was one that wrote the review, because he's been at the Calgary Herald now forever. He's been there for over 40 years. And in fact, the first play that I did in Calgary, which was back in 1982, was this production of a thing called Bullshot Crummond. And it's a British piece, a comedy piece. It's a send-up of these adventure films they used to do back in I think the 40s and 50s, called Bulldog Drummond. And it was put together by the same group that wrote El Grande de Coca-Cola, which has been produced all over the world. We did a production of Bullshot Crummond in Calgary. Theatre Calgary used to have this midnight series, and we did it there because I think it was a one act. It was fairly short play anyway. And the director was a moron, and he killed the play. And the review was done by this same reviewer, and he just tore it to shreds. But then he got to me and the woman playing my wife, and he said, here's an actor I'd like to see in a real play sometime, And then he praised my wife. We were the only two that came off well, but he just tore the rest of it to bits. So I laughed when I read the review to Too Many Cooks, because I thought he probably has no idea that one of these authors he's mentioning was that guy that he wrote that review about like 42 years ago or whatever it was.
Probably not. That's crazy.
Is Bullshot Crummond? I know there was a film in the early 80s with the same name. Is it anything to do with that?
It's the same. Yes, it is the same.
Okay, yeah. So the World War I spy guy. And
yes, exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Yep.
And I was playing the villain in the piece, whose name is Otto von Bruno, the second most dangerous man in Europe, as they call him. And I had to wear a bald wig in this show. And the makeup guy for the show just happened to have this really good bald wig that he had bought at a makeup place in LA. And it's one of those ones where it comes right over your ears, and then they cut little holes and pull your ears through, And he said, I've been carrying this bald wig around for years. I finally have an excuse to use it, so let's use it on this show. So he fitted it on me, cut the holes, pulled my ears out, stood back, looked in the mirror, and he said, those ears are going to make you $1 million. From your lips to God's ears, pal. Hasn't worked out so far, but after the that portrait of the man in yellow that Jack came up with, I thought, yeah, maybe he was onto something.
Yeah, maybe he was. Maybe he's onto something. That was just a fluke too, that the ears were similar to yours, because he painted that before you were even cast in the role. That was the weird thing about it.
I know, and a lot of people have been speculating that they must have known that they were going to cast me when he drew that. I don't think that's the case at all. If that were the case, they wouldn't have gone to the trouble of auditioning other people. They just sort of simply would have made me an offer, So
exactly, yeah. So it's probably just a fluke, honestly. There's somewhat of a resemblance. Honestly, it's the way that they make you up. It's not that you look like the picture of the man in yellow, because you don't have. He has the painting of the man in yellow, incredibly sinister eyes, really sinister eyes. That's the most striking feature. You don't naturally. You have twinkly, lovely blue eyes, and
they're green actually.
Wait, they're green?
I know they look blue on here, but they're actually green. And depending on what I'm wearing or the light that I'm in, they often come across as blue, but they're actually green.
They look, wow, that's so weird. Yeah, because on camera they look blue, but regardless, they're twinkly and they're light, and they're not sinister or evil looking. But the way that they I don't know what they did with the lighting. People were thinking you had contacts in your eyes.
I think it was post-production. They did some stuff to blacken my eyes.
It looked black. Yeah.
Yeah.
Looked demonic. But yeah. Anyway, Welcome, Faith. Thank you so much for being here. She was the first one in the comments hours ago in
Hi,
anticipation
Faith.
of this. That's how much she was looking forward to it. Welcome back, Doug. So glad you'll be coming to hang with the Fromily tonight. And that's lovely to hear, Faith. Thank you so much for showing up and supporting. Sorry you didn't have such a good day, and hope you do make it back. I have to catch up with the chat and see if you're back here. But yeah, hopefully this cheers you up. It always cheers me up. Hey Trace, nice to see you. Miss J's Reviews. Miss J's Reviews, that's a friend of yours, Grant, right there.
Hi, Miss J.
She certainly is.
Wait, so how are you two connected?
I was gonna say, aren't you together?
Connected by, she's literally just sitting over there.
I was gonna say.
That's so cool. I didn't know. See, I knew you do lives together, but I didn't know if you if you were together like that, or if you were just friends.
Yeah, no, she's my better half.
Okay, nice. Well, glad that she could make it. Hey, Martin. Hey, Amy. Nice to see you.
Hi, Amy. Hi, Martin.
Mr. Frogman. Mr. Frogman had to pop in and say hi before he went to bed, but said, tell Doug that he's a hero of mine, especially since I write poetry and music. That's
bless him.
He's a sweetheart. He's a real sweetheart. Good morning, Dieter. And
morning, Dieter.
The goat.
The goat. His new co-host, Yellow Doug. her new co-host, Yellow Doug.
I have a question for Dieter. Dieter, may I ask what your mother tongue is?
Oh, I can tell you that. So he speaks Belgian. That's his
Flemish, in other words.
Yeah. Oh, is that the same thing? Oh, okay.
Well, there's depending on where you are in Belgium, it's either French or Flemish generally.
Oh, okay. His accent sounds like, it reminds me of a cross between German and French. That's the best way I can describe it.
Well, and with the German name, I would have guessed Flemish. So yeah, that's what it is apparently. Good. Okay. But I imagine you speak French as well, do you, Dieter?
No, I don't believe that he does actually.
Well, Flemish is quite different. He just said in the chat, it's almost like Dutch, and yeah, it's very close to Dutch. So
no one wants to learn that. So.
Yeah. So yeah, he doesn't talk on live streams or anything like that. So I'm one of the few people who's actually heard his voice. Yeah.
He says, no, my French isn't so good. Well, that's okay. You should hear my Flemish.
he talks at our watch parties sometimes, like our Severance one.
Once in a while. That's only a recent thing, though.
Yeah.
Hey, with Alice, Kelly.
Hey, with Alice. Hey, Kelly. Captain Kaboom or Zapton Kaboom.
Zapton.
Phil Chill.
Phil Chill.
One of our regulars, and of course Doc. Doc is here.
Hi, Doc.
No, this isn't my AI face. My AI face is much more handsome than this one.
Hey, nice to see you. Angela rocks.
Hi, Angela.
Pete Down Gaming, does he feel sorry for killing Jim? Well,
do I look sorry to you?
It wasn't his choice, but yeah, you got.
I have no personal feelings in the matter. It was purely business.
It's purely business, yeah. All City Big Hack, he's one of our regulars. Nice to see you. I'm going to try to catch up with you guys now. So
I was going to say, Julie, as we have a fairly open agenda tonight, if there are questions, if people want to throw questions at us, this might be a good way to start. Just, field a few questions, see what people are curious about.
Yeah. Well, Angela Rocks was wondering if you ever wear yellow, or have you stopped wearing yellow?
No, yellow is one of those colors I don't normally wear because it's just my complexion. I put on yellow, I look like I've got leukemia, yellow, orange, colors like that, I tend to stay away from. So I found it kind of ironic that I was going to be the man in yellow.
Yeah, yeah. Um, I don't. It's one of the least popular colors, so I have nothing yellow, almost nothing in my wardrobe that's even yellow or orange. Um, um, I'm gonna turn off my camera for just a sec, but I'm gonna keep highlighting comments. Hold on a second.
Amy's asking what my favorite color is, and Amy, if you could see more of this condo of mine, you would be able to figure that out for yourself. It is purple, the color of hubris.
Is that what's behind you, Doug? Is that purple or navy?
It's
To your side.
Oh no, this thing is navy. Yeah, those
Okay.
are just
Because
moving
sometimes
lighting.
video can be weird with
That's
navies and purple.
that's my recording studio you're looking at there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a bit of an eyesore, but it's a kind of a necessity. I built that at the beginning of COVID, which turned out to be a really good move, you know, because it was the only work around at the time. So
Yeah.
Doesn't hurt to diversify your skills, that's for sure.
yeah. Oh no, I had already been doing voiceover for quite some time, but when COVID happened, you know, most of my work was in live theater, both as a writer and an actor. So that all went out the window, and really the only thing left was voiceover, and even TV and film. TV and film came back fairly quickly. You know, it's so funny with all the people who were resisting mask mandates and all that stuff. The film and TV industry just threw their arms around that stuff. They embraced the whole idea immediately because it was the only way they could get back to work. And so TV and film started up fairly quickly with lots of really strict protocols, which were gradually eased up on as time went on.
Right. Yeah, that's just threw a wrench in so many things. The entire entertainment industry screeched to a halt. So yeah, I know that's when you started venturing into some voice work and that sort of thing. I know a lot of stuff moved online, but I never heard of any like stage productions being done online. So that's
It's a bit hard to do theater from home.
And when it was done online, it was generally done as like readings and stuff like that. And like we had one experience with that, and I think I told you that it just felt like watching paint dry.
Yeah.
Someone's asking, is horror your favorite genre of movies? No, ironically, and I've mentioned this in a lot of interviews, I'm not particularly a fan of horror, although there's one brilliant horror flick on tonight, which I'm a huge fan of, and that is the original Alien. It's playing as we speak on PVR, in fact, because it's been many years since I've seen it. I loved that movie.
It's the best in the franchise. Like, I mean, I like Aliens 2 for the action side of things, but for a pure just a psychological horror, you can't beat Alien 1. Alien, I should just say.
Well, that's the thing. The second one is a completely different film. It's an action film, you know. And I think it's done quite well on that level. But yeah, the first one was just so brilliantly put together. Someone's asking if I've auditioned for Charles' Band of Full Moon. I don't know who or what that is, actually. Sorry.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
I don't know what that is either.
I was going to say Aliens is almost like a little theater piece of all the actors interacting with each other and, that kind of feel.
Marcia's cousin is actually in that movie. Danny.
Oh, really?
Danny Kash. Danny and I did a film together in 1992 here in Canada. He played the lead character and I played his twin brother, which was funny because we don't look even remotely alike, but it was based on a true story, and the real brothers were fraternal twins, and they don't really look alike either, so it was kind of okay.
What movie was that?
Aliens. Oh, no, the film that I did with him, it's called Gross Misconduct.
Oh, okay, that was the Adam one.
Yes, okay. Adam Egoyan, yeah.
Adam Egoyan, yeah. Yeah, I like his work. I like his films.
I recently spoke to one of your friends, Doug, Richard Rodder, and I was able to get access. I was able to get access to Bloodline, which I've literally just got, like, as we were speaking, the email came through. So
very cool. Yeah, I was going to say the only other horror thing I've done was that film with Richard.
Yeah.
And it's it was another example of, I got the script and I went, wow, this is really good writing, because it's only about 14 minutes long and it's a very complicated story. And what he manages to do in that short period of time, it's like reading really, really good short story writing. And short story is one of the most difficult genres to master, I think. But yeah, it's a great script, and it's an interesting film. I'll be curious to hear what you think of it.
Yeah, I'll be doing a review afterwards on it. So
cool.
Is that so? So that's like it's not something that's accessible anywhere.
No,
not really.
Yeah.
No, it's kind of
No, he's
making the short film festival circuit right now. And Richard
Yeah.
has been making noise about making it available online, but to my knowledge, that hasn't happened yet.
Okay.
Yeah, through the official website, there is the trailer and everything, and there's the email section there. I just emailed Richard and just let him know that I'm a fan of his work, because he's done a lot of music videos and stuff that I didn't even realize how big in the industry he was, and that I did an interview with Doug. And I said I'd love to see the film, and he said he's still shopping around for a permanent home for it, but he was able to give me a special link for it.
Very cool.
So
That's so cool. Yeah. Oh, I'd like to see that sometime myself, because it's. I watched on your reel. There was a clip of it, and it looked fascinating, the way that it used like the whole conceit of the vampire as just an analogy for addiction, and it was a unique concept. So I thought that looked fascinating.
Yeah.
I'm not going to look at a straw the same way again.
What was that, Grant? Sorry?
I'm not going to look at a straw the same way again. Because the straw on the thing going into the blood.
Oh, yes. Yeah. And that was really funny, because when we were shooting it, I was actually doing the sound effects with my mouth. And they were all concerned because I was sucking this stuff up off the floor, and they thought I was sucking it into my mouth, but I wasn't. I was just making the noise with a bunch of saliva in my mouth, and everybody was all like freaking out. It's like, relax, I know what I'm doing. It's all good.
Yeah.
Not the first time I've had to pretend to lick something off the floor.
Exactly. I went to theater school. You know what those parties are like.
Can you reproduce the sound right now, Doug?
It's hard to do without a straw in my mouth.
Oh.
But I'll see if I can do it.
Okay.
Can you hear that?
Yeah.
Was it
yeah.
disgusting?
Yeah.
Good.
You could start an ASMR channel with that.
Wow. Yeah. Heard that one loud and clear. Yeah.
Martin's asking if I watched the extended versions of Lord of the Rings. No, I don't think so. I've seen, the original ones, but and I have, and yes, do I watch my fave shows or movies multiple times? Absolutely. And I'll tell you a story about that. Peter Greenaway, the famous film director, was here at the Toronto Film Festival many, many years ago.
Ooh, cool.
And,
he's one of my favorites.
I'm sorry?
He's one of my favorites. Love his work.
He did a talk back afterwards, which ironically was moderated by Adam Agoyan. And
cool.
So somebody asked this question about the film, and he gave this very complicated answer. I think it was one scene in the film or one image in the film that the person was asking about. And he gave this really complicated answer about what it was all about. And the person who asked the questions said, yeah, but how do you expect somebody to get that from just one viewing of the film? And Greenaway looked at the guy and said, who said you can only see a film once? He said, I go and see my favorite films time and time again. And then he talked about some of his favorite paintings in places like La Fenice in Italy, and how he would go back to these galleries and see these same pictures over and over and over again, just like movies, because there's always something new to be discovered from them. And that's exactly how I feel about that kind of stuff, whether it's movies, TV, music, all of it, all of the above.
Absolutely. There's always something new to get.
Julie, we should watch some Peter Greenaway films. His films are like a Renaissance painting come to life. They're amazing.
Especially this one was Prospero's books.
Oh yeah, I love Prospero's books.
Very much like a Renaissance painting come to life, except with wall-to-wall nudity.
Well, yeah, you gotta expect some of that.
All right, you convinced me.
Well, there's also a child pissing into a pool for like about 5 minutes in the beginning.
What?
Dieter's asking, if I could work on any dream project, what would it be? Well, unfortunately, it can't happen now. I had two, and one of them I sort of got to do when I was too young, of course, to ever take part in Star Trek. But when they started Star Trek: The Next Generation, I sent a letter to them, and I just said, if there's any way at all that I could audition for the series, please let me know. I'll come to LA. I'll do whatever I need to do, because the idea of being part of Star Trek was just like too much. And they actually wrote me back. It was a very condescending letter. It's like, well, you have to be a member of the union. And I wrote them back and said, I am a member of the union. I'm a member of ACTRA, which has a reciprocal agreement with AFTRA. So I can work in the United States under an AFTRA contract, or a SAG contract for that matter. Didn't hear back from them again. Well, then fast forward to just a few years ago, and a lot of the new Star Trek series that are coming out are shot here in Toronto, one of which was Star Trek Discovery. And I got to be in an episode of Star Trek Discovery, ironically, again, with Marcia's cousin, Danny, who had quite a big role in the episode. And so, yeah, I got to be in Star Trek, which was very, very cool. The other dream project, which I will never get to do because he just died, was working with David Lynch. I would have killed to be in Twin Peaks or any iteration thereof, but yeah, too late now.
Yeah, he was playing that series on Netflix when he passed away too. There was supposed to be one called Worcester or something like that.
Something, yeah.
Yeah, it's too bad.
That's his life.
Yeah,
he was one of my favorites too.
Yeah. Oh God, yeah.
I just don't think his movies were convoluted enough and complicated. I think they were just too simple.
Have you ever seen Eraserhead, Grant?
Oh, absolutely love it. Yeah.
I mean, that was his student film. That was his student film, for God's sake.
Like, if you look at some of the student films or first films, a lot of directors like Christopher Nolan's first film, Peter Jackson's first film, some of these stuff when they were starting off, it's amazing what they were able to accomplish.
Yeah.
With just basically a camera, a script, and a dream. Like, it was great because we studied a whole Lynch was one of the ones that we studied a whole heap when I was doing film school. So they gave us our first big project is like dissect and describe what happens in Mulholland Drive. And we're like, okay, this should be easy. And I have no idea now, and I've watched it 20 times.
Doc, are you serious? Your fiance recognized me from Star Trek? Man, I can barely recognize myself when I see that. That scene is so fast. And I mean, you only get a flash of my face. And I'm actually playing a shapeshifter. Well, you see 4 different versions of the shapeshifter. 2 of them are humanoid. One of them is human. That was me. And one of them is a tribble. So at the very end of this, I have this fight scene with Michael Berman. And at the end, when it looks like I'm going to be trapped, I turn into a tribble.
That's awesome.
It was so much fun. It was great. It was a very quick scene, but again, because it was so complicated, it took us 3 days to shoot the damn thing.
I wish I could find it and watch it easily. I don't know if you know
episode season 4, episode 9. I think.
Okay. Season 4, episode 9, because I'd love to go and look that up and watch it just to see that. That sounds awesome. And
maybe saying a turtle? No, not a turtle, a tribble. And if you've ever seen the original Star Trek series, there's an episode called "The Trouble with Tribbles." It was just
Troubles with Tribbles is great. They even revisited it in DS9 when they did when they went back in time and they used the old footage to mix in with Cisco and that.
I never saw that episode.
It's great, yeah. Because they were giving Worf crap about how come the Klingons look different. He's like, that's something that we don't talk about. Because the Klingons back then were just men in makeup. They weren't really full prosthetics yet.
Yeah.
Someone's asking if I've ever met Stephen King. No, I wish. Oh my God, I would love to. I was addicted to Stephen King books for the longest time. Ironically, I haven't read one for years, but I just love his writing. I think he's a genius and a really interesting guy.
Did someone? I don't see that question.
It's already gone past. I just caught it before it disappeared off the screen. That's why I didn't know who it was from, because I only got the bottom of it.
Oh, yeah, I don't see it. Huh. Yeah, Stephen King is legendary, of course, and a big influence on From, and also a fan of From too.
It was Angela. She said, I could see Doug doing some Stephen King films. Has he ever met him?
Oh, that's it. Yep.
Well, it would make sense that he would like From, because it's got very similar vibes to his story Under the Dome.
Yes.
But about isolated town and everything like that, and it's a story about people versus the actual event that happened. Very similar to From. So
with sci-fi.
Yeah, I met
mystery
Stephen
element.
King when I was 12. He was yeah.
Really?
Unfortunately, because I used to read a lot of horror when I was younger, I got him mixed up, and I was talking about he asked me my favorite books, and I just listed 3 Dean Koontz books.
Oh
I wasn't too happy with that one.
Oops.
That's probably humbling.
Yeah. I didn't realize that. I thought that was I thought it was one of those pen names. It was a pseudonym, because their writing is so similar to each other.
Yeah. Yeah, he's done a lot of great work, and you can see the influence on From. And when I just was sure he was going to pop up in a cameo when they actually had Tabitha in Maine, of all places, because Stephen King loves his Maine.
He loves Maine.
No Stephen King in the Maine scene.
And his wife's name Tabitha.
Oh, is she really? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I did not know that. Yeah. Let's see. I had a few other questions here. Where'd it go? Angela had said, how many instruments do you play?
Well, really only one. And that's blues harmonica. And even that, I kind of fake it. I'm learning alto sax as we speak. I tried to learn piano back in my 20s and gave up after a couple of years of trying, because I was just not getting anywhere. I mean, I would literally fall asleep at the keyboard when I was practicing, and I decided this one's not for me. I always wanted to practice sax, to learn sax. I wasn't able to finally get my hands on one until about 15 years ago, when I was working at the Stratford Festival, because they had a music store in town. It's a chain here in Canada called Long and McQuaid that rents out instruments. And I thought, perfect. I can rent one for the season, try it out. And if I hate it, then, I didn't have to invest $1,000 in an instrument I'm not going to play. So that's what I did. Fell in love with it. I wasn't able to pick up lessons again until quite recently. About halfway through last year, I finally started up lessons again. So I've essentially been just doing it on my own for the last 15 years, which means developing a lot of really bad habits, which I'm now in the process of trying to unlearn. But it's coming along. My teacher says we're doing well, so we'll see. But it's going to be a while. It's a long, slow process. It doesn't happen overnight.
Right. Well, I mean, yeah, and you're your own worst critic, so I'm sure you're a lot better at it than you think you are, and you're just a bit rusty. Yeah, so
no. Trust me. I mean, I have very frank discussions with my my teacher. I think he thinks I have a lot of potential, and there are a lot of things that are going right, but there's like a lot of the stuff we're working on right now is really basic introductory stuff. So it's going to be a while.
Didn't you originally teach yourself some stuff on it though before you started taking lessons? I thought I remember
yeah. I learned how to play lots of tunes. I would just take tunes that I liked and learn them by ear, and do that kind of thing. But like I said, I wasn't fingering properly. I wasn't producing the sound properly. So, I mean, I could play stuff, but any sax player would go, yeah, this guy can play that tune, but he sucks.
Yeah.
so that's what we're addressing. Like, I used to do this thing where every year I would do a new version of Happy Birthday to You that I would record and keep on Facebook. So every time one of my friends had a birthday, I would send that to them on the day. And people started relying on this. And I haven't done any new ones now because I've started taking lessons, and I haven't been sending them out. And people are going, hey, where's my birthday greeting? Like, what's going on? And it's like, patience. Maybe you'll get one in a couple of years, but I got to get better at this first. So.
Yeah, my birthday's in October, by the way. Just thought I'd throw that out there.
Okay, thanks for letting me know.
I mean, I think that would be a really difficult instrument to learn to play on your own without help. I taught myself a bit of how to play piano by ear. I had a natural ear for it, and then when I started taking lessons, it became a lot easier with the lessons, of course. Certain things, I don't know. I think the piano would probably be easier to teach yourself than the saxophone, to me. But
it would be, actually, but I just didn't have the patience for it because, as I said, when I was doing lessons and with the teacher who I was seeing regularly, I just wasn't getting anywhere. And after a couple of years, I went, okay, I give up.
Yeah.
Not my instrument.
I know Amy loved it when you played her the sax. It doesn't matter if it wasn't perfect. You played Happy Birthday on the sax, which was just a lovely thing to do.
Well, you know what? I could play a little harp for you right now if you want to hear some blues harp. It'll be rusty. I haven't picked it up in weeks, but let me just grab one of my horns or one of my harps.
Well, hey, we're gonna get a little treat here. We can get serenaded by a little man in yellow on the on the harmonica.
The man in yellow is going to play blues. Who would have thought?
Who would have thought?
This is a tune. I actually had to create this tune. This was back about 1982. I was doing a school tour in Edmonton, and we did this. We had a week's break. I guess it was March break, and the theater had been hired to do this kind of review for some conference that was happening in Edmonton at the time. And so they threw this script together with some songs, and they had music for all the songs except one of them, and it was called The Transformation Blues. And I had only been playing harmonica for about a year at that point, but I could play well enough that I could certainly come up with a melody for this blues tune. So I created the following, and please bear in mind, I have not played this for a long time, the instrument or the song. So we'll see how it goes. Sorry, saliva.
No.
There you go.
Oh my God, Doug, that is fantastic. That is fantastic. Well done. Oh my God, I am blown away. Wow. That was phenomenal. That was amazing. Holy
Glad you
shit.
enjoyed it.
I can't even play the triangle.
I'm just flabbergasted. My God. See, I used to have a harmonica when I was a kid, and I would play around with it, and I'd wonder how in the hell people actually do this. How do you make that many different sounds with that little instrument? I mean, that with your mouth alone. It boggles my mind.
You just reminded of a funny story. I played that tune one night at one of the Saturday nights at the George at the Shaw Festival. And one of the gay members of the company came up to me afterwards and he said, "Is there anything else you do with that mouth?" But you bring up a very cogent point, because I was given my very first harmonica. I was doing a tour. It was about a year before that show in Edmonton. I was doing a tour of Saskatchewan. Sound familiar? And
Yeah.
a school tour of Saskatchewan. And there was a gal on the tour who was also from Toronto, and she brought her guitar with her. And one day she opened up the guitar, the case, and in the neck of the guitar case, she had a C blues harp like this. And she just kind of turned and handed it to me. And I said, "What am I supposed to do with this?" And she said, "Learn how to play it." And I said, "How the hell am I supposed to do that?" And she said, "Just fuck around on it." And that is exactly what I did. I wasn't even playing tunes. I was doing impressions of, flies flying around, like. Stuff like that, or I'd say, I went up to her one day and I said, "Check this out. I got my own fanfare now." Here it is at 78 speed. I mean, goofy shit like that, right? But what I was learning how to do was how to bend notes, how to change the quality of the sound by changing the inner cavity of my mouth and all that kind of stuff. And so when I actually started playing tunes, a lot of that stuff came very easily as a result. It is a very easy instrument to learn how to play, I have to say. It's like one step up from a kazoo. But yeah.
Even blues harmonica, though? I mean, I would think that would be more challenging than the average thing. I mean, just
well, then it's certainly more challenging than just playing what's called straight harp. Like in the middle of this harmonica, there's a diatonic scale. So you can play simple melodies there and you don't bend notes or anything. You're just playing straight. But yeah, I mean, there's a feel for blues that you sort of have to get, but it's not that difficult, really. There are certain aspects to it that can be difficult. For example, bending notes on the high end of the harp is really hard to do. It's quite easy on the bottom. Bending notes when you're blowing into the harp as opposed to drawing is also very, very hard to do. But, a lot of that signature blues stuff is fairly straightforward stuff once you know how to do it. Anyhow.
Wow. That was terrific.
Glad you liked it.
Everyone in the chat was just loving it too. Everyone in the chat was just rocking out to it and just mind blown. Yellow Hearts, Martin, Dieter, Doc, of course. Angela's mind was blown. Here's a name I haven't seen. Jiggle Jess #1 H8R Hater. I got you. Doug the Thug playing that Monica. Yes, he was. He was playing that thing, playing the hell out of that thing.
Hi, Jiggle Jess. Very evocative name, I must say.
Right.
Love the handle.
Martin said, "This is awesome. I'm actually bopping around."
Amy's asking if I've seen the movie Crossroads. Yes, Amy, I saw that film several times. Loved the music, hated the movie. It was a kind of goofy premise, but the music is, I have the soundtrack actually. In fact, I can play one of those tunes. What's it called? Willie Brown Blues. I'll just do the opening. It goes, hang on. There you go. That's the opening to Willie Brown Blues from Crossroads.
Nice, Doug. Love it. You're serenading us tonight. That's terrific.
Yeah, wasn't planning that. That just sort of came out of nowhere. But anyway.
Well, thank you for doing that. Angela Rock said that was amazing. Thank you, Doug. I'm sorry, the comment disappeared. Thank you, Doug. Yes, thank you for treating us to that unexpected
My pleasure.
And I want to shout out my friend here. And let's see, where did she go? Horror with Nods. Horror with Nods. She has an awesome channel. It's so hopefully, Dieter, you can put the link in the chat for me. I'd appreciate it. She does a Stranger Things panel every Friday night for a rewatch, and I'm on the panel. She also had a From panel, and I was on that panel during season 3. She's a lovely person. So nice to see you, Nadia. And
did you see Dieter's comment?
and earlier she said she was glad she could catch this, by the way, too. No, I didn't. Where's Dieter's comment?
Julie, Scarlet, and Grant, you can leave now. Just leave Doug with us.
That's great.
You're a funny guy, Dieter.
That's great. Yeah. Honestly, Doug could just put on his own show. You could have your own channel and just like entertain people, and they would show up. Just you, nobody else.
The downside is I'd start repeating myself after about 3 weeks, and people would be turning off very quickly, I can tell you.
Yeah, baby. But no, you are so
said
entertaining.
The downside was gonna be that he would leave us.
The downside.
The downside would be that he would leave us.
Well, yeah.
I
mean,
well, we can't have that now, can we?
That would be an enormous downside and loss to us. So I don't want to put that idea. I didn't even want to put that idea in your head. Like, you should just start your own show.
Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. Besides, that would mean having to create my own content, and that just sounds like way too much work.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot of work. I'm sure. Trust me, I'm always struggling to catch up. Here's a name I've never seen in the chat before. Welcome, Alpha Kenny 1. Where were you the store clerk that got beat up in Lock and Key?
Yes, that was me.
Yeah, that was Doug.
That's one of those trick names. Have a look at it again and read it fast.
Okay. Wait a minute. Where was it? I lost it now. Alpha Kenny 1, Alpha Kenny 1. Alpha Kenny 1, Alpha Kenny 1.
I got it.
Oh my God. You made me walk into that trap. Yeah.
It's like an old Canadian joke. How to teach somebody a Newfoundland accent in 4 words. The 4 words are whale oil, beef, and hooked. Just say those 4 words together.
Whale oil, beef, hooked. Whale
oil, beef, hooked. Whale oil, beef, hooked. There you go.
Yeah. There was actually that reminds me. I finally, I've been swamped with my Severance content, but I squeezed in some time to at least read a little bit more of The Poor Player. And there was a part where I busted out laughing because there was this Hungarian guy, this Hungarian theater director, and he would always say, he would say, just focus. But in his accent, it sounded like, wait, was it just focus or was it just,
yes,
what was the line?
Yeah. But it sounded like fuck us.
Yeah. It sounded like just fuck us. Just fuck. Yeah.
That comes from a true story. He's a kind of combination of 2 characters there. He's based on a Hungarian director I worked with here in Toronto when I was just starting out. This crazy guy named Gabor Žigovic. And Gabor was a trip. And Istvan, the guy in the book, is based entirely on Gabor. But that thing about focus, that was a Polish director that used to work at Shaw. His name was, it's going to take me a second to remember now. It's come right out of my head. It'll come to me if I think about something else. Anyway, he had a very thick accent. And every time, and he would constantly be, saying to people, focus. But it always sounded like, fuck us. And well, if you insist.
Oh, anything for a promotion.
I was going to ask you if that was based on a real person because something told me it had to be. It sounded like something you would have pulled from your own experience. And I'm sure you've worked with a lot of colorful people in theater over your many years of your career. So,
oh my God, yes. and I'll fuck anyone now wants to know if I'm on Severance, and no, I am not. Sorry.
You'd be an amazing addition to it, though.
Well, I'm sure it would be an amazing thing to do, but I still haven't watched any of Severance. I haven't gotten my toes in the water yet, but soon. But no, I was thinking about, things that we could talk about tonight, because I've mentioned in the past about how when I was working at Shaw, we would always have these talkback Tuesday nights where in all the theaters, a couple of actors would stay after the show and field questions from the audience. And it was really interesting to me how many people were constantly interested in knowing about when things went wrong. Usually it's, have you ever forgotten your lines on stage, kind of thing. But more generally, they just love to know when things kind of went off the rails. And when I was thinking about coming on tonight, I started thinking back to some of the stuff that I've seen go off the rails in my time. And there are a ton of stories like that. The very first show that I did with Marcia, the show where we met and where she met her future husband, who was directing us, was this production of South Pacific in Grand Bend, Ontario, which is this place on Lake Huron, which is an amazing beach. If you ever want a nice summer holiday, check out Grand Bend, except for the fact that Grand Bend is quite near London, Ontario, and there's a University of Western Ontario is there. So, the beach in the summer is usually like covered with frat boys. But aside from that, it's a beautiful beach. In fact, many years ago, National Geographic did a poll of the most beautiful sunsets around the world. Number 1 was Bora Bora, and number 2 was Grand Bend, Ontario. So there I am doing the show. It was the summer I turned 25, and most of us in the cast were around that age. And, we're working in this theater it was literally a converted barn, a huge space. It sat about 1,100 people, and it's still there now. It's now part of a conglomeration of theaters. There's a group of theaters called Drayton Entertainment. There's about half a dozen of them in various places around Southern Ontario, Grand Bend being one of them. But it's not very far from the beach. And so, you'd go to rehearsal and then you'd head to the beach at the end of the day. And it was like a paid vacation. It was just amazing. And it was this incredible group of people who just were like this. We just became a family overnight. And it was more fun than I think I've ever had in my life. It was also the most badly behaved group of people I've ever worked with. The shit that went on in that show, both on stage and off, was like nothing I've ever seen. And I felt badly for the stage manager, because stage managing that show was like trying to be a traffic cop at the Indy 500. I mean, it was just, she couldn't control what was going on. For example, the sailors in the show, the chorus was made up of all these sailors, because it's World War II, and they're on an island in the South Pacific. And one day somebody got a hold of the program and they found out that all of the sailors in the chorus actually had character names. And my roommate was this guy, what's his name? It's gone right out of my head now. Jesus, names, I'm telling you, I'm hopeless. Anyway, Bruce Tubby was his name, and Bruce is black. And we found out that his character name was Sven Larsson, which was a source of great hilarity. But there was a bit in the show where this guy threw this thing off stage, and you'd hear, "Hey, who the hell threw that?" And it was Bruce that had to do this line. So, of course, the night he found out he was Sven, the thing came off stage, and you hear, "Hey, who the hell threw that?" What was that? In There's Nothing Like a Dame, one of the big numbers in the beginning of the show, it's all the sailors singing about women. There's a musical break in the middle of the song, and the nurses would jog across the stage, all 12 of them. And we would just watch them go by. And as soon as they were off stage, we would turn out front and we would have to whistle the chorus. So one day the girls come jogging across the stage, and we're all ogling them as they go by. And no sooner did they get off stage when all 12 of them turned around and as one threw off their tops. and you've got 12 guys on stage trying to whistle, and we're all sounding like this. Nobody could make sound. And the audience is going, what's happening with the hearing assist? I can't hear them. It was insane, that show. It was just ridiculous. And the woman who was playing the lead, the female lead, Nellie Forbush, there's a bit in the scene where she has to read a letter from her mother in Little Rock, Arkansas. And the woman playing Nellie put a note on the call board, put up a note just a few days into the run. And it said, folks, Props has just given me a letter with a bunch of scribbles on it. There are no words or anything. It's kind of dull. So if any of you feel like writing me letters, please feel free to do so, which, was kind of like waving a red flag in front of a bull when it comes to me. And I'm like, all right, honey, challenge accepted. And every single show, she got a new letter from me. The objective being to get her to, corpse. And I started off very gently. I mean, there were always jokes, but, they were very, very gentle jokes at the beginning. And I quickly learned that this woman could read anything on stage and not so much as crack a smile. I was amazed. I mean, some of these letters were like, there was one that was entirely in French that was from this Polynesian character in the play that was just pure pornography. I mean, it was in French, but she understood it. And for the very last show, one of the running gags in this show was, half the sailors in the show were like clearly gay, and they're all out there singing "There's Nothing Like a Dame," and I was like, yeah, who are you kidding? And so the very last day, I wrote a letter from my character, this guy called the Professor, and it said, "Dear Nellie, this is going to come as a real shock to you, but I would say about half the sailors on this island are homosexual. The thing is, they think you are so swell, they would like to tell you what they would do to you if they were straight." And I took it around to every gay guy in the chorus and let them write a couple of lines of utter filth. She takes this letter and again read the whole thing and nothing. And I just thought, sweetheart, you have my undying respect, because if anybody handed me something like that on stage, I'd be hailing a cab immediately. Like, I would be out of there. I would not be able to deal with that. And the entire show, this shit went on. It was unbelievable. We had 3 stagehands backstage. There's a big scene where the entire cast, there's like 40 people on stage. They're all going off for this maneuver that they're doing at an island full of Japanese. Operation something or other. And they all go marching off singing, and these 3 would be waiting in the wings every single show with a different little tableau for us. One day, one of them had a flag and one of them had a pipe and one of them had a rifle, and they were doing the Battle Hymn of the Republic. And one day they got this big Chinese dragon out of props and did Chinese New Year. And I mean, you never knew what. Well, one day they all went and hid. They just put up a sign that said "out to lunch," and it went on and on and on. Every day there was something new. I have never been in a show where people have that misbehaved in my life, but God, it was fun.
That sounds like a blast, though. Not taking yourselves too seriously and just having a show where you can just improvise wild things. And I kudos to that woman for being able to read that kind of stuff and not even knowing what she was expecting, because I could not do it. I would be mortified. I wouldn't be able to get through the first line. It takes a lot to get me to corpse, but trust me, I would have been a puddle with some of the stuff I was handing her. Yeah, I was amazed. Truly amazed. Yeah. Trying to get someone, I know some actors try to they horse around on set sometimes, whether it's a TV movie or and maybe even in theater. I don't know if people do this in theater, trying to get, it sounds like, trying to get someone to break.
Oh God, yes.
That's what
Absolutely.
You're doing. Yeah.
In 1993, I did a production of Lend Me a Tenor that was directed by Marcia's husband up in Gravenhurst. And there's a bit where the tenor in the show is this famous Italian tenor. And there's a scene where he thinks his wife has left him. and he's panicking. He's running around the room, and this other guy's going, no, she hasn't left. Probably just gone and gone to get some lunch or something. And he's like, no, look, no suitcase. And then he runs over to the closet and he opens the door because she'd left this fur stole hanging in the closet. And he goes, no food. Well, it was unfortunate for this poor actor, but when he went to open up the closet door, we'd be waiting for him every show, and we could not be seen, but he could certainly see us. And the stuff we did in that closet, I can't repeat. It was just too filthy for words. And
oh my God.
And this guy was not good at masking his response. You'd usually get something like this: no suitcase, no food. Ah! He was not subtle.
Oh, that's too funny.
Oh God, yeah. We were very bad.
And the difference between live theater and people horsing around on a TV or movie set doing that is those things get left on the cutting room floor, and you just see them in the blooper reels when they get people to break. But like they used to do it on the set of the American version of The Office all the time, and Steve Carell was constantly getting people to break because he was too damn funny. But on a live show, on a theater show, I mean, there's no cutting and hiding this from the audience. Like it's right there on display. So
yes, you have to be prepared to like keep it together.
That can't be easy to do. Wow.
Well, I told you that story about the comedy that I was doing at Shaw when I like completely lost my shit. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I think so. Yes.
Yeah, and that's happened to me a couple of times. I was doing there's a very well-known Canadian playwright named Norm Foster, and Norm writes comedies, and one of my favorite plays of Norm's was the only one I've ever done, actually. This was in Winnipeg. It's a show called Office Hours, and it has 3 different storylines going on, and they seem all unconnected, but by the time you get to the end of the play, you realize that all of these people, whether they know it or not, all the stories sort of come together. It's a very clever play, and it's very funny. And there's this one scene where I was playing the manager of this racetrack, and one of the jockeys comes in, and I have to fire him. And the reason I have to fire him is because he weighs 250 pounds. And the guy playing the jockey was this very, very funny guy. He used to work at Second City in Toronto. His name is Frank McAnulty. Unfortunately, he's no longer with us. A lovely, lovely guy, and screamingly funny, and very chubby, very round. He used to refer to himself as the short, fat, the short, round, bald guy, which he was. And this character is in complete denial. I'm trying to tell him, you can't keep working here. The last horse you rode died of a heart attack, and he just doesn't get it. And therein is the comedy of the scene. And it's a very funny scene. And we never really had any trouble getting through it. There were some times where we'd sort of, okay, we can't look at each other right now, but we were fine. But after we played Winnipeg for 4 weeks, they do this with one of their shows every year at this theater. They take it on this tour that goes all over Manitoba and parts of Northwestern Ontario. And we were somewhere in Northwestern Ontario, like Sioux Lookout or one of these places. And we were doing the show that night. And there was this guy that had this laugh that every time there was a laugh in the scene, there would be a secondary laugh because everybody was laughing at him. It was this laugh that sort of went, it was like, the fuck was that? So we're going through the scene, and it's like, okay, we really can't look at each other today because we're just going to die if we do. So we did the whole scene sort of looking like we were looking at each other, but avoiding eye contact. And then at one point in the scene, we both just kind of accidentally looked up and caught each other's eyes. And at the same time, the two of us just went, and like literally fell to our knees laughing. And I have to tell you, there is nothing an audience loves more than when that happens in live theater, because the laugh that produced went on and on and on forever, which is generally what happens in those moments. And eventually we managed to get ourselves back together and finish the scene. But oh man, and then sorry, what was that?
I was gonna say I couldn't do it. I get the giggles like when even when I'm doing short films, and that was and that like we would get the giggles over the smallest things, and that would be the next 20 takes. We just couldn't get through. I couldn't imagine doing it in a live sense. Like
Well, and that's the thing about when it happens in film or TV. It's like when you get the giggles, it's really hard to stop. I've never had that problem. Um, the closest I came was I used to do these commercials for the provincial lottery in Ontario, and they were all kind of the same setup. It was me sort of slowly opening a ticket while this off-camera voice was saying, most of the copy, and I would just keep responding to everything he said with, "Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know." And then there'd be some punchline at the end. So when we shot this thing, it was a very quick shoot because it was one setup for the camera. They had a stack of tickets, and we would just keep doing takes until we ran out of tickets, So after the first dozen takes, they had more than enough for what they needed. But we would keep going, doing it more or less seriously. But eventually you get to the point where, okay, now let's start to have fun, And in this particular one, I seem to remember I was starting with my back to the camera, and he would say his first line and I would turn and respond. So after, the 45th take, and the line was always, "You could get lucky there, So I'm back here like this, and I hear, "You could get lucky there, And I just turn around and, "Would you just fuck off?" Stuff like that, right? Great fun.
That's fantastic. Yeah, I found that commercial hilarious, by the way, too. I found it so funny when you sent me, you told me what to look up on YouTube to watch it. I thought it was so funny. I had to share it in my Discord server for people to see it because that one and the beer commercial, hilarious.
I have a story about the beer commercial too. A couple of stories, in fact. When I went to audition for it, as you saw in the commercial, it's a big party going on, right? So I walked into the audition room, and the room was full of all these beautiful human beings, gorgeous guys, gorgeous women. And I thought, I'm at the wrong audition. What the hell am I doing here? And I picked up the script and I went, no, this is Labatt's Blue. This must be it. And then all of a sudden the door opened and all the comedy guys came walking in, all the guys I usually saw at auditions. And I went, oh, okay, no, this is the right place. Sure enough. So I went in, did the audition, and they would often have information sheets that you'd have to fill out at the audition, right? And this one was quite unlike anyone I'd ever seen before. At the bottom, they asked hobbies or something like that, and I thought, well, that's kind of odd that they would want to know our hobbies. So I dutifully started writing my hobbies, and I thought, nobody's going to read this shit, So I started putting stuff down deep sea diving, alligator wrestling, nude skydiving, whatever, just silly shit. And then when we did the shoot, somebody from the ad agency came up to me and said, I have to tell you, when we were going through the tapes, one of the people was looking at your information sheet. And in the middle of us watching these videos, all of a sudden we hear alligator wrestling. and I have to tell you, when I was going through this period where I was doing a lot of commercials, a lot of my actor colleagues were coming up to me and going, how are you landing all of these commercials? What are you doing? And I didn't really know what to say to them. I mean, a lot of it just has to do with the if you start doing commercials, you quickly develop a sort of measure of credibility. That's oh, that's the guy from the Panasonic thing. Yeah, get him into the audition. That starts to happen. So it kind of develops a momentum of its own. But still, I mean, I was doing lots of auditions in this period where I wasn't getting the commercials. So, it wasn't just me showing up that was getting the job. And I thought, what is it that's different between me and these other guys? And I thought, well, it has something to do with the fact that I don't really care if I get the job or not, which doesn't mean I don't prepare. It doesn't mean I'm being unprofessional. It just means, the stakes aren't huge here. If I don't get it, no biggie. So I can take risks, and for the provincial lottery audition, the commercials that they had before this, they did a series of them for years, where it was this group of people in a little convenience store who are always, it was always the same people. And it was very sort of family oriented and about as exciting as watching paint dry. I mean, they were just really boring commercials. And when I went in and I read the copy for this commercial, the first thing I said to them is, wow, this is so cool that you guys are doing this. It's so much fun, more fun than that old 85-year-old guy going, have you got your ticket? And then I did the audition, and I guarantee you that making that offhand comment had as much to do with getting the job as anything. There was another one for Polaroid cameras, and it was all happening at a wedding reception. And so they had a bunch of us, about 4 or 5 of us in a line, and they all gave us these Polaroids, these undeveloped Polaroids with just squares of green that they had written reactions onto. And we had to pass these Polaroids to one another and produce whatever reaction the Polaroid had on it, you know. So there'd be things like smile or awe or whatever, you know. So we're doing all this stuff. And the guy next to me passes me one that says, surprise. And I looked at it and I said, okay, that's got to be a prosthesis, you know. And again, and I got the commercial, you know, like, and I mean, sometimes I would really push the end of the envelope. I think I may have told you this story already, Julie, so stop me if I have, but there was another one for a supermarket, and I went in, and I think I was the last guy at the very end of the day. And there's about 4 people sitting behind the table, you know, and they've got the little craft tray in front of them, and they're all looking about as wilted as the lettuce on the craft tray because they've been sitting there since 10 o'clock that morning, and they're just fried, you know. And I walked into the room, and I took the measure of the room, and I thought, oh, this isn't going to be fun, you know. And it was one of those auditions that I used to hate, because in the old days, before self-tapes, you wouldn't have any props. Generally, you wouldn't. Sometimes they would have the product or something, but generally you didn't get props. If there was someone else in the commercial, they wouldn't necessarily have a body there. You would have to mime everything. And it was like, you know, yeah, I took mime in school, but I mean, come on, this is stupid. I hated those auditions, and it was one of those. And I was supposed to be the manager of this supermarket, helping an old woman getting something off the top shelf. And as soon as they explained to me that's what they wanted, I looked at them and I said, oh, this reminds me of a great joke. And I could see everybody behind the table just kind of shrivel up that much more. And I thought, oh, well, in for a penny. What the hell? So this is the joke I tell them. There's a supermarket, this manager of a supermarket walking down an aisle one day, and he sees this old woman looking very lost, and he comes up and he says, can I help you, ma'am? And she says, yes. Could you tell me where I could find the onions? And he says, oh, I'm very sorry. We didn't get our shipment of onions today. We're not going to have any until Monday. Oh, okay. And off she goes. A couple of minutes later, he's at the meat counter talking to the butcher, and the butcher says, there's somebody behind you. Turns around, here's this woman again. He says, was there something else, ma'am? She says, yes, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I can't seem to find the onions. He says, ma'am, I just told you a minute ago, we don't have any onions. We're not going to have any until next week. Oh, I see. All right. She wanders off. A little while later, he's down one of the aisles, putting some soup cans on the shelf, and he looks down, sees these feet, looks up. Here's this woman again. What is it now, ma'am? She says, I'm sorry to bother you, sir, but I'm having the hardest time finding the onions. He says, ma'am, I've told you twice already. We don't have any onions. We're not going to have any until next week. Now, if you don't mind, I've got a lot of work to do. So finally, he's down watching one of the cashiers check somebody out, and he feels this presence behind him. Turns around. Here's this woman again. He says, let me guess. You're looking for the onions, aren't you? He says, yes, as a matter of fact, I am. He says, ma'am, can you spell? She says, yes. He says, good. Spell the blue for me in blueberry. She says, B-L-U-E. He says, very good. Spell the cart for me in cartwheel. She says, C-A-R-T. He says, excellent. Spell the fuck for me in onions. She says, there's no fucking onions. He says, that's what I'm trying to tell you. There's no fucking onions. And I got the job.
I love it.
So I walked out of that one. I thought, I can do anything in here and get away with it, you know? And they pay me for it.
I guess so.
Yeah.
Wow.
But
No,
it's
you had
not
to
just
make that one.
it's not just that. It's not just, you know, being willing to sort of, you know, be a little extreme. It's finding this kind of Zen state where and I think improv actors would describe a similar sort of state where you're open to any possibility. And sometimes it's the simplest of things that may decide that, yeah, this is the guy. For example, there was another commercial I did for Aero chocolate bars. And they had this series about how, you know, it was a better way to get your milk out of this chocolate bar rather than, a glass of milk. And there was a famous commercial they did where a woman tries to put a glass of milk in her purse, and the milk goes all over the place, as opposed to the Aero bar. You can just slip in there. Well, I auditioned for this one. It was two of us, these two spacemen up in a capsule in 0G, and one of them's trying to drink a glass of milk in 0G, and the other one's eating the chocolate bar. And we did it each way so that, one take I had the chocolate bar, the next I had the glass of milk. So I'm doing all this, pretending the milk's floating all over. And at the very end of the take, I just looked at this empty glass and I just turned it upside down. And it was just this intuitive choice that happened in the moment. Couldn't have predicted it, couldn't have planned it, nothing like that. Just something that sort of came to mind, and I did it. And I got the commercial, and I guarantee you it was that stupid little gesture at the end. Just that honest little moment. It was like completely irrational, but completely human. And they went, "Oh, that's a nice touch," boom.
Yeah.
So it's, well, how do you get into that state? Well, number one, by not, putting your life on the line. It's like, I really need this job. Like, that you kill yourself dead when you do that. You just got to go in and go, "Oh, fuck it. I'm just going to goof around and we'll see what happens."
Right. Like, just not take yourself too seriously. Psych this up in your head. Like, it's, build it up in your mind, and just kind of treating it lightly like that. That's what made the difference for you. Just being yourself, being your colorful, witty self, and taking risks. And the risks paid off. So I love it.
I'll tell you a funny story about.
I was going to say. Oh,
sorry. Go ahead, Scarlett.
I was going to say it's the same way I approach our lives, Julie.
There you go.
Take the risk.
Yeah.
No, absolutely. The beer commercial, when we broke for lunch, the director and the ad execs came up to me, and there were the two women at the end of the commercial, these two gorgeous models, and they invited us out to lunch with them. And the crew and most of the other guys were having a barbecue at this house. This was in the middle of the summer. We shot this thing, right? And I said, "I'm just going to stay here for the barbecue, if that's okay with you." So the two models go off with these guys who are from Labatt's, the company that brews the beer. And they sit down, and the waitress comes to take their order. And one of the models orders a beer that's made by their competitors. And the two guys from Labatt's apparently were less than impressed that she had done this. But the director, to his credit, leapt to her defense and said, "Hey, it's a free country. She can drink whatever the hell she wants. Leave her alone." But I just thought, what a bonehead move. You sit with these two guys from Labatt, says, "Yes, I'll have a Carlsberg, please." Anyway.
Yeah.
Ballsy.
Ballsy.
I like
Indeed.
it.
Yes. That's what it takes in this business. Dieter said, "Doug, please do a comedy movie or clip. People need laughter." You do. I mean, you are hilarious. So, I mean, and I know you've played in a lot of comedies in theater. So it would be cool to see you in a comedy role in a series in some way. At some point. I know that would be fun. Because you have that natural ability to make people laugh even without lines, just off the cuff, speaking off the cuff.
Well, I'm going to take Dieter up on this, actually. I'm going to warn you, this is not a particularly funny scene, but I just love this play so much. And it is a comedy, in fact. And the guy who wrote it, he's quite well known in Canada. He's actually got the Order of Canada, which is this, this pin they give you when you're, excel in any number of walks of life. And he did this whole series of plays called the Wingfield series. And they're one-man plays that were all performed by the same actor, this guy named Rod Beatty. The playwright's name is Dan Needles. And Dan's was a relative of his who was a veteran actor at Stratford for years and years and years. But Dan was a playwright. And he came up with this character, Walt Wingfield, who was a broker on Bay Street in Toronto, a stockbroker, who, I guess it's part of a midlife crisis or something. One day he decides to wash his hands of the financial business, and he buys a plot of land up in cottage country and decides he's going to be a farmer. And it's all about the culture clash between him and these crazy characters that live in this little town. And Rod would do all of the characters. And these things were hugely successful. He wrote, I don't know how many Wingfield plays. There's lots of them. And Rod toured those things around the country for literally 30 years at least. And they've done film versions of them and all kinds of stuff. Well, then Dan wrote this play called Ed's Garage, which is a four-hander. It's a comedy. It's kind of set in the same place as the Wingfield plays. And it's kind of a similar thing. There's this guy, Ed, who runs the local garage, the local gas station. And but he has all kinds of fingers and all kinds of other pies. And he's kind of the unofficial psychiatrist, local psychiatrist. If anybody has a deep personal problem, they go and see Ed, and Ed takes care of it. And Ed is constantly rubbing the authorities, the local authorities, the wrong way. And the part that I played was his right-hand man, this guy named Nick. And there's this, the two other characters come into town. They don't know this place at all. And so there's a scene where I'm explaining to this woman a little bit about Ed and how he relates to the people in the town. And this is the speech. Oh, them. They wanted to shut Ed down for years. I tried to do it myself back when. I was the township bylaw enforcement officer. First job I had after I lost the farm. I spied on Ed, took photos, served him with papers. We even went to court. That was pointless. The judge ended up as the timekeeper for Ed's dragon boat races. And then one day I came in here with a whole handful of citations. There was a public health order because he was doing corn roasts for the Rotary Club without a proper industrial kitchen. And I had a building code violation because he was using uninspected lumber to build the gun club's storage shed. And a bunch of other silly stuff. And Ed just looked at me the way he does, and he said, Nick, why? And I started to go through all the violations again. And he stopped me and he said, I know what you're doing, Nick. But why? And I just couldn't think of a good answer. I put the papers down and sat down in that chair. And Ed taught me to breathe again. And I've been here ever since. That's it.
Nice.
Isn't that a lovely scene?
It is.
Yeah, and I fell in love with that play. I just adored Dan's writing, and he was such a sweet guy. And like Marcia and me, he's had a lot of trouble getting productions of that play. Unfortunately for him, the very first production got a really bad review, a totally undeserved bad review from the local reviewer. And if you Google the play, that bad review is the very first thing that pops up on Google. So it really screwed him over in terms of getting other productions, generating interest in the play and that kind of thing. So yeah, it was tough, but I got to do it twice, once in London, Ontario, and then we did it again in Winnipeg, and did that same tour again. We took the show on tour for weeks, and it just a joy.
Well, it's nice that you got to do that. Yeah. It's a tough business, though. It's clearly a tough business. I mean, it's not easy to to get plays produced, and so that was lovely. And just so not only did you treat us with the harmonica serenade, but we even got a little monologue too.
There you go.
I love it. Never know what you're gonna get, and we appreciate it.
Just keeping
the Man in Yellow monologues.
Sorry, what was that, Grant?
The Man in Yellow monologues coming to you every week.
Yeah, Man in Yellow monologues. Yeah.
Coming to a theater near you. Yeah.
I just thought about people coming into the chat, and it's like, oh, it's got real serious in the chat right now.
Yeah, if they're
There's a
coming
question here from Mr. Bigwig Majig. Oh, this name just goes on forever. How does it feel to have your big break in an entertainment cultural sense 30 years into your career? Well, first off, it's 47 years into my career. Not that I'm counting or anything. And it's a good question. I have to say that at the moment, it's only potentially a big break. We don't know how big a break this is going to be.
Right.
But it is certainly unlike anything I have ever experienced in my career. I think the closest thing I could compare to this was that film that I did, the hockey movie, because it was such a big role. And I was working with freaking Adam Agoyan. I mean, that just blew my mind.
Yeah.
And, we got to go to the Arctic. We got to go to Miami, West Palm Beach. It was just a trip, but it didn't have anywhere near the kind of public awareness of it that Say From has,
Right.
So it was very different. It came out like several months after we shot it. It showed on CBC TV once, I think, and then it disappeared, and that was it. It was over. So there was no big hullabaloo, nothing like this. So I have never really experienced anything like this. And even if I had with that, we didn't have the kind of internet stuff going on that we've got going on now, all the social media and stuff that just didn't exist back then. So there was none of that. I mean, I was blown away after the finale when I started to appreciate what was going on online in response to that last episode. Never seen anything like that in my life. I know you guys are used to the stuff. You've been doing it for the longest time, but to me, it was kind of like a baptism of fire,
Yeah. It's gotta be wild. I mean, you've talked about how it's ironic how you've picked this career that's so much in the spotlight, because you're literally in the spotlight in the theater, and yet you're so anonymous, in terms of a celebrity status, and now all of a sudden to have this spotlight shining on you in a way that you hadn't in your long career. It's got to be a weird feeling, but and it's only going to intensify too. I know it's not that bright yet. It's just starting, but it's going to be, just wait.
Oh no, I know. Like right now, I sort of feel like they make jokes down at Stratford. They have this thing called the Stratford dip, where an actor steps out on stage and hasn't found their light, and then they have to like do one of these to get into the light. I sort of feel like I'm doing the Stratford dip. I'm just outside that spotlight. But yes, of course, it's going to, assuming that I'm around for season 4, it's going to be a different world. And I mean, that's one of the reasons why I'm taking advantage of this while I have the opportunity, because I know that pretty soon I'm not going to be able to do this on any kind of a regular basis. And, this is fun. I love doing this. I love coming on here with you guys. It's a hoot, and I will miss it when I'm not able to do it with any kind of regularity,
It's a blast.
Right. We'll send you a webcam and Starlink. You'll be right.
It's a blast for us. We love it. We'll miss it when you're not able to do it more. Yeah, we'll miss it, and we'll understand that you'll be busy and you'll be tied up. But hopefully you'll remember us when you're really in that blinding spotlight. Season 4 comes, and don't forget about us little people back here.
and while I'm working on the series, assuming I will be working on the series, my hours are completely opposite to yours, because our call times in the morning are generally like a little after 6 a.m., like that's really early. So you're getting up before the crack of dawn, so lots and lots of early nights,
So it'd be amazing if you could throw an interview our way. We would love it when you're doing the interview circuit for season 4.
Oh, sure. Well, it goes without saying. Of course I would do that,
Sometimes we're around at 6 a.m. still finishing our live.
Yeah, that's true.
Who does? Sorry.
Jump in.
Scarlet, what did you say?
Oh, I just said that he could drop in at 6 a.m. like before he goes
Oh yeah,
off to work. Because our line would
you're
still be
still up.
going.
No, I'll tell you
Sorry,
right
I'm a little
now.
tired, guys.
Getting up for those calls, like it's like, you know, you do the absolute, you stay in bed as late as you possibly can and get up and do the absolute minimum before going to work. Because so even then, I don't think that's going to be happening. No, but you never know. We'll see what happens.
Yeah. It's going to be amazing. Yeah, like Dieter said, Doug, next season is going to be epic with you. I'm sure of it. Yeah, it's going to be. It's going to be amazing. Remember us commoners, Doug. Yeah, we knew you back when. So, by the way, earlier, Just Me was in the chat, and she said that she just finished Deadline and wanted to know what is another good play to read. We're going to be doing an upcoming live where we talk about Deadline, and a lot of us, those of us who have ordered it, are going to discuss it with Doug, and I'm really looking forward to that. We'll keep you posted on when that's going to be, because I want to give everybody a chance to get it. Charlotte hasn't even gotten her copy in the mail yet, so we're waiting on that.
That's nuts. Just Me, I assume you mean one of our plays?
Yeah.
Well, you know, it's funny. I was just talking to Marcia today because, of course, she went to see this production of Too Many Cooks out in Calgary. And you know, she wasn't crazy about the direction, but she did say, you know, all in all, it's not a bad production. You know, the reviewer was a little kinder to it than I think she would be, but she was generally pleased that it wasn't what she was fearing it might be. But in the course of the conversation, you know, both of us just went, you know what? This is a really well-constructed play. It really is. And it's funny. And it kind of fires on all cylinders. It was our third play. So, you know, we'd had a bit of practice by then. And we had a lot of trouble getting it off the ground. It took us a while to get the first production, which we finally did. It then took us 9 years to get it published, because the head of Samuel French at the time just personally didn't like the play. He just took a personal dislike to it, and that was that. And as long as he was in charge, it wasn't going to get published, you know. And then he finally left, and all the kids at Samuel French took over, and we immediately submitted it again. And they, yeah, sure, we'll publish this. And this was like 9 years after its first production. And it's done fairly well in terms of production since then. Judging from the production history that we can see on the Concord website. But it took that long for it all to happen, you know. And so we kind of forgot about it, because once that play, you know, had sort of had its first production and then we didn't get it published, we moved on to the next one. And both of us were very, very busy at the time. She was living, I think they might have been in Halifax at the time. Her husband, Ron, they spent 7 years in Halifax because he became the artistic director of the big equity theater company there, Neptune Theater. And I think they were living there around this time. And I was working at Shaw, and we didn't have any time to get together and write and stuff. So this one just kind of was sitting around collecting dust, and we kind of forgot about it. But every time I've gone back to it and looked at it, it's like, this is a really good play. We did a good job with this one. So it's one that I would suggest. The first one also, Whose Underwear, just because as a woman, I think you would appreciate it. You would appreciate the message in it. And it's been our most successful play. So, and it is also very funny. So I would suggest checking those two out first and foremost.
Oh, I think I would definitely love Whose Underwear. I love the feminist angle of it. The you know, just turning the traditional norms upside down, because you know, in cinema we talk a lot about the male gaze, because a lot of theater, you know, in film, it's been traditionally male directors handling everything. It's always women that are scantily clad. It's always women who have the nude scenes. It's just constantly women who have to do these things, and it's all about, you know, the male gaze. It's catering to that, and so I think I would love that. I love the idea of flipping that around. And okay, instead of the women having to run around in their underwear, the men have to run around in their underwear. I love that idea.
And the first man that you see in his underwear is this gorgeous 20-something male model, so there's that too, right?
That doesn't hurt.
No, indeed. And then the two husbands, because of the convolutions of the plot, end up having to get dressed up in female drag. And one of them is stuck that way for almost the rest of the entire play.
Oh, that's amazing.
So there's a lot of fun to be had there too, just on, a humiliation level. So yeah.
See, oh my gosh. See, I'm definitely going to read that. And I can't help but just, I know I'm going to want to see that. I wish there were a way that, that these were, commonly shown plays that I could just go to a theater and actually see it, or see an online, filmed version of it or something, because it's just got to be priceless to see a scene like that actually play out visually. I can only imagine. But the descriptions that you do in your plays are so vivid. Sorry, I was just gonna say, the descriptions are so vivid that I can picture exactly what's going on, and it's just a treat to read. Scarlett, go ahead. What were you gonna say?
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry I interrupted you, Julie.
No, it's all right.
I just wanted to ask Doug, what are the odds of getting a production back at the Purple Rose?
It's complicated because the director who was there when that production was being entertained, there was some kind of controversy. I think it had something to do with like harassment or something like that. He ended up getting the boot, and there was a whole changeover of personnel. So we don't really have any contacts there anymore. When Deadline was published, we sent them a copy and emails and stuff like that, but we haven't really had any interest back from them. So at the moment, it doesn't look too promising. What we're hoping is if the new one, Sucker, takes off, because Mars really has a lot of faith in this one, then hopefully we can get some productions of Deadline on the backs of the success of Sucker. But first we have to finish it, and then we have to get somebody to produce it, and then we have to get it to go viral. If all of that happens, then yeah, there's a good chance.
There's a good chance if the planets come in alignment.
Which is kind of like saying, if I win the lottery this week, sure,
Yeah,
but we'll see.
but it's an hour away from my house, and I could go there.
I know. It's like, that's what's so cool about it, But yeah.
Well, at least it's the same continent.
We've had some productions of Who's in Australia, Grant.
Oh, cool. Whereabouts?
I can't remember. It was years ago now, and I think there might have been one in New Zealand as well. But yeah, there were a couple of productions in Australia a long time ago, mind you. But we have been there. Yeah, and I think they were both Who's, if memory serves me right.
That's cool. I actually have a question for you, Doug. I didn't get to ask this during our interview, but did you actually have to cut open a giant prosthetic horse when you did the Hannibal scene?
Yes. That's exactly what it was. And it gets worse. The poor woman who is, I have to explain what was happening. It was this other actor, buddy of mine, and I were playing these two. He was playing this guy who worked at a horse stable, and I was playing the veterinarian who'd been called in because a horse had died. And the horse had given birth, but the dead horse had been sutured back up, and so I'm inspecting this horse because they want to know why the horse died and all that, and I'm going, there's another foal in here. This horse had twins, and they're like, no, there was only the one, and then so I cut open the sutures, and we open the horse's stomach, and this dead body comes spurting out of the horse, and it was a stunt woman in there covered in this slime that looked like amniotic fluid, stark naked, with a breather, because she was literally sewn up inside the innards of this fake horse. And I just thought, oh my God, I hope you don't have claustrophobia, because Jesus Christ, I just can't imagine doing what she had to do for that scene. But yeah,
the intestines and everything, they looked very slimy and like real.
They did an excellent job with the special effects because that was all manufactured stuff. There was no CGI going on there.
What was this from again?
Hannibal.
Hannibal.
Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah. Oh, it's fascinating. Yeah. I mean, as I'm reading your novel, The Poor Player, I just happened to read a scene that reminded me of that, where you were attending a show where a woman has to come out of she comes out wearing what looks like amniotic fluid, and then she winds up standing there stark naked, and she pops out of something too. It just reminded me of that.
Was that in The Poor Player?
It is.
I'd forgotten that was clearly based on that. I'd forgotten that was in there.
Yeah.
Wow. What's going on at that point in the story when that comes up?
So Harry is working with this touring with this high school show, and so he and this character that I think
I know what you're talking about now. No. That is actually based on a show that I saw in Calgary many years ago. And it wasn't a naked woman. It was a guy, actually. I think he might have been naked or close to it. That came out and as he emerged from this kind of cocoon and then proceeded to do the whole of human evolution, in a movement piece. It was a different sort of thing, but it was that play that inspired that section. Yeah.
I figured it had to be based on a real play that you actually saw. I knew it had to be, and it sounds fascinating too. Yeah. So that it just put me in mind of that because of the someone coming out of this of something and be covered in amniotic fluid and then stark naked. Wow. The courage of somebody to do that live on a theater stage just blows my mind. And but I'm very much enjoying getting back reading The Poor Player. That's Doug's first novel. For those who don't know what we're talking about, he wrote 2 novels, and unpublished, sadly, because it's just so entertaining and enjoyable to read. I'm absolutely loving it.
Have you? Is that where you left off at that performance, or did you make it to the party?
No, I got to the party. So I just finished reading the whole section with the party and his encounter with a woman there.
Did you get to the morning after?
Yes.
Oh, you read that bit too? Okay, good. Good. I've been waiting for you to get to that part of the book. I was very curious to hear what you would think about that, but we could talk about that amongst ourselves later.
Yeah, let's just say that was one of the most memorable morning after and unique morning after scenes I've ever read or seen or heard of in my life.
And that scene is actually loosely based on a real event too. It's not the same thing at all. Like I said, it's loosely based, but I'll tell you where that came from when we get a chance to talk about it.
Yeah, I'll be looking forward to that. Yeah, I've got some questions. So I wanted to pull up a few more comments and questions for you. Faith and Repentance came in the chat, and she said, "Oh yay, I didn't miss Dougie. Sorry I'm late. Didn't wake up from my nap. Was a heck of a day." Well, we're happy to have you, Faith. She was Faith in the chat hours earlier, but then she came back when we were live. So happy to have you, Faith. And let's see, what else would I want to highlight? Kimberly said, "I just want to say how much of a delight it has been to watch you, Doug, on these lives. You have been so kind and generous with your time."
Well, it's my pleasure, Kimberly. Like I said, I love coming on here and doing this. It's I was thinking earlier when we were talking about this, about I did a school tour not a school tour. I did a national tour of this kids show, Alligator Pie. I actually did it a couple of times, but the first production was we went right across the country, and the company that was promoting it out of Toronto, unlike any kids tour I'd ever done before, did a lot of promo work. So in many of the major centers where we would go, we'd be doing interviews and stuff like that, which was totally new to me. I had certainly never had, and on a kid show of all things. I mean, this was really new, but going in and doing those interviews in the various places we went was one of the most fun aspects of the whole tour. I just loved it. And I don't know exactly what it is about this that I enjoy so much, but yeah, it's just tons of fun coming on here. So,
well, we're just thrilled to have you. And like Martin said, we love this too, and we will all miss you too. I love these live streams and new friends made. I only just joined here a couple months ago, and I'm so grateful to meet everyone here. No, that's lovely. That's lovely. And we're
thanks,
happy
Martin.
to have you. Yeah. Yeah. Martin is an awesome member of the Fromely here. Martin had said this earlier. Doug, can you please say you should have done it, really?
I will have to politely decline.
Yeah. No, we're not going to ask Doug to do that. It's just funny. So Angela said, Doug, from centers around a lot of drawings. Do you ever delve into the visual arts, draw, paint, etc.?
Well, it's interesting you should say that. I'm in the process of making a t-shirt as we speak. I have a finished version of this. The reason I'm making this is because the other one is old and it's kind of starting to fall apart, but I'll be right back. Talk amongst yourselves.
Let's see.
I thought the photos of the little guy up there is some of his visual arts with the man in yellow and his exploits. Have there been any new ones of those?
Wait, what? What? Those the Instagram ones.
The Man in Yellow series. He's here by himself right now. He's been let loose to just maybe run amok.
Yes, there's Mini Man in Yellow right up there in the spotlight. Yeah, there was a new one Doug posted. I can't remember what it was now, but Mini Man in Yellow is still active.
Oh, anyway. the one where he's out in the snow by the ship. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I am a huge Calvin and Hobbes fan, and over the years I've made a number of Calvin and Hobbes t-shirts using liquid embroidery, and most of them have died of old age, but I still have this one.
Oh, nice.
And it's in the process of dying of old age, so that's why I'm making a new version.
Oh, nice.
That's cool.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Very cool. Yeah. Yeah, and Faith says we are going to miss it when Doug is too busy to visit us regularly, for sure. Just know we are here rooting for you, your biggest cheerleaders.
Don't worry, Faith. I will always be acutely aware of that.
Well, you know we're your cheering squad here and your PR team, because we're going to keep pushing deadline and trying to get as much attention on that as possible. You can be sure of that.
And it's all greatly appreciated. I have to tell you, it's it's fun.
We are your entourage.
Yeah. I'm really looking forward to speaking of which, we haven't mentioned that yet tonight, but there is a link in the description of this video if you want to get a copy of Doug's play Deadline. We're going to be talking about it on a future live stream, hopefully in the near future, when Scarlet finally gets her copy and can read it. And I'm going to check in with the others who ordered it and make sure that they've had a chance to read it, so that we can all have a discussion. So that'll include Doc, Just Me, Amy has her copy, and Samuel is another one too. So gonna check in with them, and it's about for those who don't know in the chat, if you're not aware, it's a murder mystery with comedic elements about two playwrights who get trapped in the mystery that they're writing, and they have to figure out how to get out of it before they get killed themselves. So a lot of parallels to From. I think fans of From would really enjoy it, and you can find the link in the description of this video where you can either order a physical copy, or if you want to just avoid shipping fees and you prefer digital, you can get an e-copy as well. And you can read a 32-page sample right on the website, playscripts.com, which is, again, in the description of the video. You can't miss it. So you'll know. Once you read the sample, you'll know if you want to keep going, and I sure did. So I'd love for as many people as possible to be able to join in that discussion, and we're going to have a good time with that. So we'll let you know. We'll keep you posted on when we're going to do it. And I think it'll be a good time. I loved the play. And let's see. Kay Brew is here. Hey, Kay Brew.
Just saw that question. And yes, I absolutely still watch hockey. And my favorite team is the Blackhawks, always has been. And my favorite goalie was the goalie for the Blackhawks, Glenn Hall, whom I got to meet in person and have a lovely chat with. Currently, favorite goaltender? I don't really have a favorite of all the guys out there right now. There's a lot of good ones, God knows. But it was very different when I was a kid because number one, there were so few to choose from. There were only 6 teams when I was a kid, you know. Now it's hard to keep track of them all, and everybody's got 3 goalies, and you know, whatever. There's a bit in my book where I talk about Glenn Hall, and one of the things that amazes me about goalies from that era is that they used to play that position with no mask. I can't imagine that, you know. It just blows my mind. And in fact, the very first guy to wear a mask was Jacques Plante, who was a goalie for the Montreal Canadiens. This was back, I think, in the very early 60s. And he got hit in the face with a puck one day and broke his cheek. So they had him in the trainer's room, you know, trying to patch him up. And they didn't have backup goalies back then. They only had the one guy. And, you know, the coach is trying to get him to go back out on the ice. And during practice, he had manufactured a mask of his own out of fiberglass and just built this thing in his garage. And he used to wear it for practice, but the coach wouldn't let him wear it on for games. And that night he put his foot down. He said, "I'm not going back out there unless you'd let me wear the mask." And the coach finally relented. And slowly the other goalies in the league started to follow suit. But most of them still weren't wearing masks until the league expanded to 12 teams, which was in 1967. By then, and very shortly thereafter, pretty much all of them were wearing masks. But it amazes me that it took that long, you know, because I mean, your face, for God's sake, that's crazy.
Right? Yeah.
Well, it took the sport of boxing 70 years before they implemented helmets, headwear. So,
yeah.
Just to get to a couple more things I missed earlier. Beatdown Gaming, it said, how hard was it to get into that dark horror tone? Like, what was your inspiration? I mean, did you have any kind of like inspiration in mind from horror that you've seen in the past as you were doing it, or did you just do your own spin on it?
No, I mean, you and I were kind of talking about this earlier amongst ourselves when we were sharing messages. Was it earlier today we talked about that, or yesterday? Anyway, it was much more just, I wasn't thinking of it in terms of horror. I was just thinking of it in terms of the basic actor's questions, you know, what do I want? What's in my way? What do I do to get it? Blah, blah, blah. And as I said to Julie in our conversation, the power structure in the scene from John's writing was so clear. It's like from the minute this guy shows up, he knows that he's in charge. You know, he's got all the power in the scene. And that simple fact right there kind of informed every choice I made. But on top of that, and as I've mentioned in other interviews in the past, the other question you ask yourself is, who am I? And I was given no information on who this guy was. I still don't have any information on who he is. He's the man in the yellow suit. That's all I knew. So who the hell am I? And all I could piece together for myself was, whoever this being is and however he got here, he must have suffered an incredible amount of damage along the way. And I had no idea at the time how prophetic that idea turned out to be. When I finally heard John Griffin tell his origin story of where the whole idea of the man in yellow came from, I realized that was a central question in his mind as well, you know, because the first time he saw this man in yellow, he was this beautiful vision. And the next time he saw him years later, he looked like a piece of street life. And his first question, as he described it, was, what the hell happened to you? And sure, as a writer, that, you know, that question was enough to set the wheels spinning. And the ultimate result of that was the the man in yellow. But again, clearly this man had suffered some profound damage along the way. So that's what I was sitting with when the camera started to roll.
Yeah. Yeah. And he's gotten to a point that he's comfortable and confident enough that he's even being a little sarcastic. There was a little bit of humor there too, a little hint of humor, which just suggests how in control he feels of the situation. You know, he's smug as hell.
I would submit sardonic rather than sarcastic, but yeah, close enough. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. There's a degree of self-awareness there that certainly hints at humor. So yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. No, you know, just marveling. That was a hell of a song. Yeah, that Jade sure can play. He's walking in like he owns the place, and you can just feel that from the moment he's on screen. So it tells you a lot that you need to know about the character without having any of his backstory or who he is. I could see how it would be enough to carry you through the scene, but still had to be a challenge.
If you were given the creative control to be able to add or change one thing about the man in yellow, what would that be?
I don't know if I would want to change anything. I think it would be more a question of what can I add to this? You know, what is there some complexity that I can bring to this that it would be just more of a question of trying to understand more fully who this guy is. That's what I would want more than anything.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that will be part of the process between now and, you know, whenever I go back, if I do. So.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll have to add to, I mean, because you're not going to be given all of the backstory. I'm sure you'll be given just enough to understand some motivation, and you're not going to be given the whole story and all the answers. So you're going to have no choice but to add your own interpretation of who you think this guy is.
And that's all totally fine. As long as I know that what I'm doing is in line with what John intends, then we're fine. You know, then yeah, leave me to my own devices. That's part of the fun of the job, is exploring those kinds of questions for yourself. But you've got to make sure that it doesn't fly in the face of what the writer wants or what the producers want, you know.
And so, I think if that's the case, you know, then they would like just ask for another take, like they did that one time with you, just a little less humor.
And the thing was, the fact that I was thinking about that when the last time this came up in conversation. The fact that Jack asked for that doesn't necessarily mean that that's how he wanted the scene to be played. Directors will do that in an audition just to see if you can take direction. They can be quite arbitrary sometimes about what they ask you to do, just to see what you do with it, you know?
Right.
I think in this case, it probably was his preference that I do it, just tone it down a little bit. But it's like,
yeah.
Can he do that? Okay, yeah, that's all I need to know. Thank you, you know?
He knows what he's doing. That he talks about how when he casts the right people, then he doesn't need to give that much direction. And so that he only had to do 2 takes with you, I think you said, on the day. So when you filmed it, obviously you were doing
pretty typical. You know, 2 takes, you know, rarely you'll get asked to do a third one. Usually 2 is kind of it. So that's not unusual at all.
Right. Faith had said earlier she rewound to watch you perform 3 times. Definitely a highlight for me too. I gotta say, it really was. Like Angela said, Man in Yellow needs a harmonica lead in. Yeah.
Yeah, Jade can be on the violin, you can be on the harmonica.
Yeah.
Well, I'm learning Jade's tune on the sax. I've been working on that, so we'll see where that gets to.
Oh, I can't wait. If once you get comfortable with that, if you want to share it, I would love to hear that.
It's going to be a while, because I got to tell you, it's really tricky on sax. It's written for the violin, which it covers 3 octaves, so I've got to make all kinds of changes to it just to be able to play it in the first place. But yeah, and there are lots of weird time signatures and stuff. It's tricky. It's kind of over my head in terms of where I'm at as a sax player, but I will get there.
Oh, what is this? What is this, Grant?
I made a little. I figured the Man in Yellow thing needed little bit extra, so I added him into it. I don't think Jim's a fan of the doll.
Yeah. That's fantastic.
Oh,
my
that's
God.
hilarious.
I love it.
I would love to post that myself, but I think I'd get in shit with the people at MGM if I did, so I'll have to pass. But that's brilliant.
And you could be like, take a look at my little friend.
I'm gonna do an edit where I'm just gonna put that doll in the background of like every scene for an episode.
Oh my God.
Now that I would love to share, because that I could get away with totally. That would be very funny.
Oh, I can't wait to see that, Grant. That you're so creative. I love it. That's terrific. That's terrific. So Samuel, by the way, had said he just finished Deadline, so he's ready for the deep dive. So there's one that's ready and all set to go. So that's good to know. Good.
So don't be shy, Samuel. Tell us what you thought.
Yeah, if you're still in the chat, Samuel. I mean, we're not doing the official Deadline chat yet, of course, but share your thoughts if you're still in the chat.
And if you hated it, that's okay. All permissions are granted.
Yeah. He said that the first time he saw you was Hannibal. Didn't know it at the time. Yep. Yeah. So looking forward to hearing people's thoughts, really, because it's the idea. Like if you want to get to know Doug's plays, this is the ideal play to start with as a From fan, and I can't wait to read more after this too. The next one I read is going to be the one you sent me. That wasn't published though, which is the Shakespearean inspired romantic comedy. That one's on my reading list. But I want to get your other plays after that.
I knew that one would be up your alley, so that's why I sent you that.
Yeah, looking forward to that one. Let's see. Someone probably already asked this, but what was your favorite movie or show you played in? You have a favorite?
In terms of TV and film, From hands down.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Nothing
easy one, right?
touches it. Yeah.
That's going to be an easy one. Yeah. I mean, what an amazing, to me, that's just it's the best show on TV. So I'm so happy for you that you got this role and the show that you wanted to be on originally, and now the perfect role just landed.
I can't tell you how blessed I feel that this has happened, and I mean, even if it ended up just being the one episode, just to have been there at all was just joyous,
Well, I'm just so happy for you, and I think it's going to be amazing to see you on the show going forward. I mean, obviously, we're not going to see you having pleasant scenes with the cast, but I know behind the scenes you're going to fit right in with that crew.
Who knows what direction this guy's going to take?
Yeah.
I mean, one of the interesting theories that I saw about him was this woman. She had a whole series of conjectures about what his purpose might be, and one of them was that he's kind of the arbiter for this place, neither good nor evil. Just he's the guy who's here to enforce the rules. If anything gets too out of balance, whatever they consider the balance to be, anything gets too far out of whack, I'm the guy who gets sent in to, right the ship, as it were. And
makes sense. Yeah.
It's possible that the killing of Jim could be viewed in that light,
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's an interesting, unconventional way to look at it. Like this is just the way things need to be maintained. There's a concept like that in the series Dark, the German series Dark, where there really isn't a clear good or evil. It's just it's sort of like people needing to complete certain actions due to time travel reasons. They needed to make sure events happened the same way every time. So it seemed like evil things were being done, but then you realize that they're just maintaining the status quo of how this was supposed to work because it was a bootstrap paradox and everything needed to happen this way. So it could be a situation like that. Who knows? He could be doing this because now we have time travel introduced in the show, and this just might be the way events are supposed to play out, and he's the arbiter of that. So I could see that.
Yeah, it's Dark was definitely one of those ones that I don't think I would necessarily call anyone evil in it, but a lot of good people did a lot of evil things. For multitude of reasons. It's definitely one. If you haven't seen it, Doug, it's definitely one that I would highly recommend.
Oh man, there's so much stuff I'm supposed to be watching, and I can't find the time to do it. I'm going to try to get to Severance. That's my number one thing to do next. I want to watch the entirety of From again before we get back to work. So that's on my list, and I've got this stack of books I'm trying to work my way through. So yeah, it's a lot.
It's a lot. Dark is 3 seasons long, and it's 10 episodes per season. No, it's 10 and then 8,
and then something like that. Yeah.
For some reason, so it's a total of 28 episodes, I believe, and they're almost an hour long. So it's a time investment, and it's something you have to really put your focus on too. You can't be doing other things while you're watching it. You really need to pay attention. So
right.
I'd add it to your list when you eventually get the time. But I know how you feel because I've gotten a million amazing recommendations from this fandom, and I don't have the time.
Yeah, there's just so much good stuff out there right now. What streaming service is Dark on?
Netflix.
Netflix.
Oh, don't have Netflix. I'll have to check because there's some overlap with some of these streaming services that I do have. I might be able to find it somewhere else. But for example, we have a streaming service here in Canada called Crave, and it has all of HBO's catalog as well as their own stuff, so.
Oh.
Yeah, in Australia, our one's called Binge. So very similar. So.
Yeah. And sometimes Amazon Prime has things too. Like Amazon Prime has some of From on it.
Oh, does it? I didn't know that because I've got Amazon Prime. Amy says she also loved the show Only Murders in the Building. I adore that series. I just ate it up. Yeah. In fact, I invested in Disney for the sole purpose of watching that series.
Yeah, it's a great one. I'm not caught up on it. I watched the first season. It's on my watch list to get back to because it's a phenomenal show.
It's And Meryl Streep's in season 3. So, is season 3 or 4? 4. No, 3.
Right.
Well, she's in 4 as well, but I think she first shows up in season 3. But
talk about an amazing cast. I mean, they already started out with legends on it, and then you just keep adding more and more amazing people to this already stellar cast. So I got to get back to that. Find the time for it somewhere. But what was I gonna say? David Alpay. That's right. He plays the violin for real. That's really him.
I'm not surprised to hear that. I thought he was playing for real.
There's a clip of him when he was, I think it was like 19 or 21 or something, really clean shaven in a nice little suit, and he's just dancing around the stage with it, like, really skinny back then too. So he's been doing it for quite a while.
Yeah, he's fantastic. He had a brief role on The Tudors years ago as a violinist who got executed, and I'd love to watch his role on it, but I'd hate to have to watch this actor that I respect so much, and I love this character, and having to see him in a role getting executed, that would be kind of rough. But
Harold plays drums and guitar, so you might even be able to have a little From band.
You could, yeah. You could get a little band going. That's right.
And Scott plays guitar as well. So.
I was gonna say Scott plays guitar. I mean, what doesn't he do? Have you seen how he climbs mountains? That guy's crazy.
No, I saw a picture. I didn't realize that was for real. I thought that was mocked up. Wow.
And he sings too. Yeah,
Yep.
he has a lovely singing voice. So you could definitely get up a band going. Like that would be fun. I've
Actually,
seen other shows do things like that.
the first message I sent to Scott on Instagram was, maybe we can get together and jam next season. But I think he's interested in the idea. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, you should do that. Oh, you should totally do that. And he's looking forward to meeting you, because he said that he was actually around the day that you were there. He just didn't get a chance to see you.
Oh, he was. Well, that must be who people were talking about, because somebody told me it was Cliff that was there, but Cliff was like, "No, man, I was dead like ages before that."
He was there.
Scott.
He was there. Yeah, he told me.
I had no idea.
Yep. Yeah, we had in that conversation that we had, I won a contest. I got to talk to him, and he told me about that. I told him how much you respect his work, what a big fan you are, and he really appreciated that. And he said it's one of those weird things where like we haven't even gotten a chance to meet. And he was there on set, but he just didn't cross paths with you that day.
Oh, it's such a shame.
What a shame, right?
I mean, I was delighted that I got to meet John. That was like huge. I had no idea he was going to be there, so that was a big thrill. But if I had known he was around, I would have said, "Where do I find him?" Like I got to say hello in person. But we'll get to do that soon enough, hopefully.
Yeah. You seem like kindred spirits in a lot of ways, in the way that you look at the show, the way you approach the show, and the lens that you view it through. So I think that you're going to click really well when you do get a chance to meet.
I have a strong suspicion you're correct about that. Yeah. Anyway, listen, I'm going to have to bail because I've got to get up in the morning, but this has been great fun as usual. And we'll do it again soon. I have no doubt.
Oh yeah, I hope so. I would love it. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for entertaining us with your amazing stories and your harmonica. My gosh.
in the monologue.
Oh,
and
my pleasure.
We just absolutely loved it. Always a pleasure, and the chat is loving it. So thank you so much, and hopefully can have you on again soon. Yeah. The chat.
Doug,
as
if
well.
you could send that email again through, I didn't quite receive it.
You know what? I've checked because I was sure I'd send it, and I don't think I did. I checked. I thought maybe I did it on Instagram or something, but no. So I will definitely do that. Yeah.
Awesome. Sure. Okay. Thank you very much.
Oh,
all right.
Damn. And you know what? I completely forgot the pictures that you emailed me too.
That's okay. We'll do it next time. It has to do with that summer in Grand Bend. But I'll tell that story next time. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, we'll save that one for next time. Hopefully soon. Yeah. So
all right.
Anyway.
Well, good night, everybody.
Good night.
Night, mate.
Good night, Doug. Thank you so much.
We'll see you soon. My pleasure. Talk to you soon. Bye now.
Bye. Okay. Yeah. Faith said, thanks for the great stories and company. You are greatly appreciated. Yes. We appreciate Doug so much. And he will hopefully come hang with us again. The time just flies by when he's here. It feels like we just started. I could talk to him for hours, and we have. He's got to get up a little earlier than average tomorrow, so sometimes he stays until 1:00 a.m. and he's in the same time zone as me, so it's 12:34 a.m. for him where he is right now, and he's in my time zone. He's the latest he ever stayed was 1:30 a.m., which was really crazy, but he's got to get up earlier than usual tomorrow, and so I just appreciate that he stayed as long as he did. I mean, he's got to get some sleep. So he's a great guy. That was amazing. The harmonica absolutely floored me. My God. Wow. I didn't know he had that level of talent with that. That's incredible. A multi-talented guy.
Oh, that's for sure.
I mean, I could just listen to that forever. Wow. and I figured, okay, he was just going to give us like a little taste of it, you know, but he went all out. He gave us a full-on performance that was lengthy. So what a treat. What an absolute treat. That was terrific. So I'll be like rewatching my own live just to watch that performance again. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Yeah, Amy, he always brings the smiles. Yeah. He does 100%. It's just like Faith was saying earlier, she was going to come back. She was going to come back later for some smiles. You can always count on some smiles when Doug is here. So hopefully he will join us again soon. He's got an open invitation as far as I'm concerned. He can hang with us anytime because it's an honor that he enjoys it enough to do this. I don't know of any other actor from the show who's spent that amount of time on a live stream. That I think the most has been like maybe 3 hours and 10 minutes was probably the record for how long, which is just mind-blowing. And he keeps up his energy the whole time.
Yeah.
Too. He's a lot of people can't even stay up till midnight on New Year's Eve. This guy is here with us telling wild stories after midnight on a regular basis. He's amazing. Just amazing.
No, it's good. I'm glad that he's able to embrace the community as much as we've embraced him. So, which is good to see. And the fact of the matter is that I think he feels the appreciation as well. So, and also now that if they ever replace the Men in Yellow, we're going to riot. We've got an army behind him. So,
yeah, seriously, he knows how loved he is by the fandom for sure. And I've noticed, the views keep going up after the live too. People watch the replay just to catch his appearances on it. And Kimberly, who was in the chat earlier, I haven't actually seen Kimberly. I don't know if you're listening right now, Kimberly, but sometimes we have people who just like to listen and don't come in the chat. And I appreciate every single person who shows up, whether you're chatting or not. But Kimberly came in the chat and was saying how much she always enjoys his appearances. So apparently she's been watching. So I mean, yeah, it's awesome to see people embrace this guy who has worked so many years in this business. And it's a tough business to be in, like fighting for every single role as he was just starting out as an actor, and then being 8 days away from just quitting the whole thing before he finally got his big break. Like, what a story that was. He was so close to just hanging it up, and no one could have blamed him because he started in 1978 auditioning for the Shaw Festival, and it wasn't until I believe it was 1995 that he finally got hired. And that's some persistence to take that kind of rejection and do whatever work he could do, school tours, commercials, and then he gets that big break. Selling shoes. He was a shoe salesman. Yeah. He did all kinds of things, retail work, loads of retail work, just to pay the bills. That's the life of a working actor, especially in theater. And persistence paid off, though. Then he wound up acting 13 seasons in a row at the Shaw Festival, which is a prestigious thing. It's an honor that he got to do that. And so his story is just amazing, really. Hey there, Hockey from away. I'm a lurker too. Well, I appreciate you. Thank you for popping in and saying hi. I always say I appreciate everybody that listens and enjoys these lives, whether you're in the chat or you just like to lurk and listen. Thank you so much for being here. If you wouldn't mind, though, whether you're in the chat or not, hitting the like button, that would be greatly appreciated because it helps people find the stream. So, yeah, other than that, yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much. And then the rewatch people, I noticed there are quite a few people who watch the replay because these are just a little bit too late at night for them. So thank you to all of you guys. And you can find Doug's links in the description of this video. So, like if you want to learn more about his career and all the all the theater acting he's done, the plays he's written, the different roles he's had in movies and TV, all of that stuff. And he's also written 2 novels. You can and see pictures as well on his website, which you'll see in the description of this video. And then there's of course the link to his play Deadline. I can't recommend this more. Fans of From would love it. We're gonna have a fun discussion on it, so stay tuned for when that's going to be. Just waiting on everybody being able to read it who's ordered it. So that the link to that, you can buy that. It's in the description of the video. If you're not sure, just read like I keep saying, read the sample. 32 pages out of a total of, I think, 70 for the
Basically
entire
half
play.
of it. Yeah.
It's almost half the play. So you'll definitely know if you want to keep reading. And I was hooked. I wanted to keep reading it. So Grant, you said but you were going to get the e-copy. Is that?
Yeah, I'll get the e-copy because the other one was for whatever reason Canada to Australia post is ridiculous. So
it's yeah.
It seems like they're just handing it to somebody and they're just walking it to Australia.
Yeah, that'd be quicker.
Yeah, and
Did you sound like July?
What, July? Oh my god!
Oh, it was June. I said July, but it was June. 3rd of June.
Oh my god, that's insane! Wow, yeah, and also I would imagine there are hefty import fees too when you're buying something from out of the country. Yeah, there are usually import fees in addition to the shipping.
Not in Australia. We don't charge anyone imports. We don't do tariffs. So, yeah.
Yeah. Well,
only on big ticketed items. So.
Right.
It's the reason why Wish and Temu and all those are very popular over here.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's nice. I mean, because a lot of countries have crazy import fees, and like Dieter had to get an e-copy because there would have been a crazy import fee to ship it to Belgium. So yeah. Good night, Amy. Thank you for being here as always, and we'll keep you posted on when we're gonna do the live and discuss Deadline. When you've had a chance to read it too. Amy's another one who bought the play, or actually Dieter sent it for her birthday, I believe, which was lovely. That was a lovely thing.
That's nice.
Yeah. So that's interesting, Doc. I should ask him for permission to clip the good ones of him performing on here, and if he gives it, turn them into videos or shorts. Those have great replay value and will help get towards monetization. I'm actually already at the threshold. I've been at it for a while where I actually could monetize the channel. I haven't done it for some complicated reasons, but I think I can do it now. So I'm gonna apply. I'm actually applying for monetization. I hit the mark a few months ago, but I dragged my feet on it. It's a long story that I won't bore you with, but that's a great idea. I could ask him if he wouldn't mind if I clip pieces of the live and put them up as shorts, because when he spends 3 hours on here, a lot of people would miss parts of it, and that would be a good way to to not give him more exposure too. It would be beneficial for everybody all the way around. So whatever exposure we can get for Doug, that can only be a good thing for getting more attention on his work. And why not take this opportunity to promote his amazing plays that he works so hard on, and I think people would enjoy. So I'm glad that he takes the opportunity to do that. Thank you for the kind words, Faith. I appreciate it. I'm addicted to this stuff, live streaming and talking to amazing people on these lives. I can't get enough of it. So the hard thing is ending it rather than keeping it up. The only problem is my pain gets really bad, and then I start to have difficulty thinking straight and getting my thoughts together. But But other than that, my enthusiasm never goes away. That's why I've had an 11-hour live before, but I don't think I'll ever do that again. That was insanity. But
you need to get like one of those heated pools or something that you can just sit in and relax the whole time.
That would be so nice. I need like a better way of doing it, because it is rough on me sitting up like I was. I shouldn't have done that again. It's much easier if I recline. I have less pain. I usually do that, at least, in the recliner. But yeah, I'll give that a try, Doc. Thanks for the suggestion. Yeah, thanks for the suggestion. I appreciate it. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'll check with him first. I wouldn't make anything into a clip without checking with him first, obviously. Yeah. But yeah, anything that he's comfortable doing on here, he'd probably be comfortable with in a clip. I just want him to get the attention and appreciation that he deserves, as someone who's been an actor his whole year and his whole career, for so many years, and writing plays for 34 years. And just because of the nature of the business, even though he's had so many productions and been successful, he's still got to pound the pavement for everyone to, like Deadline, trying to get a second production of it. But I think having this spotlight on him because of From, it's going to open doors. So hopefully that helps. He shouldn't need that. The work it stands on its own, but it's the nature of the thing. It's the nature of the business, where you have to keep on like basically sending this thing out to as many theater companies as possible, and just hope that one of them picks it up and takes the time to read it. That's the thing.
Well, and also if From becomes way more of a bigger sort of thing, it's also something that he can also leverage with people as well. It's just like, the guy that's in From, he's like, oh, I've heard of From. It's a pretty good series. Like he's been doing plays for years. They're like, oh, really? And then,
Yep, exactly. Yeah. So I'm glad that he's using this opportunity to make this more known. His repertoire of plays and his theater career, but especially the plays that he's writing, because it's not easy to get another production of a play, even when it's been published like Deadline has. So in the meantime, even though it's not like we can get a production going, I wish we could. We can at least, show him some love in return for all the love he's shown us, read his work and enjoy and appreciate it with him. That's what I want to do. Let's see. Doc. Doc, actually, we got so caught up in the Severance discussion that I never even got a chance. So I'll pull up the image. Yeah, Doc made me a fun image and he sent it to me in Discord. Let me pull it up while I'm talking to you here. Let me see. Yeah, he edited me into an image. Let me see. Commander of Planet X. Oh, and in one with me and Man in Yellow as well. That's hilarious. Wait a minute. I'm gonna share my screen so you can see it. Hold on. There it is. Yeah. Yeah, that's me in the front. If you didn't know, that's me just with like some kind of goggles or something, mask over my eyes. But yeah, that's my face that Doc edited in there, which is hilarious. So I guess I'm the commander of Planet X now, which I guess is Doc's home planet, if I'm not mistaken.
And that's pretty cool.
I want one. Right? I want one, but I have no face, so I can't be in a photo.
Yeah.
we can make you up a face. That's not a problem. So, anyway, Julie, I've got to head off. It's starting to storm here, so.
No. Oh no! Well, thanks for being here, Grant. Hope you don't lose power.
Yeah, no, it happens here a lot. So.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for having me. It was awesome being on stream with you, Julie, and you, Scarlet. And yeah, I'll jump on next time we're doing a Severance or a From rewatch. For sure. Looking forward to it.
I'd love it. You're always an awesome addition to the panel, Grant. So, yeah, looking forward to the next one. And have a good. I guess, is it almost getting into the evening? I don't even know.
Almost getting into the evening. Yeah.
Have a good evening.
I appreciate you. All right. See you.
Bye.
Take it easy.
This is me as Commander of Planet X with Man in Yellow. Doc, you're hilarious.
You're like kind of story walking at the same time?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm story walking into the scene. That's perfect.
Yeah. You can't change anything, but you can be there.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't save Jim. Sorry, Jim lovers. I can't. No. I can't. Jim's fate is sealed.
I just don't want to.
Yeah.
Oops.
That's great.
Do you have the one? Can you access what he was talking about, the pool shot with the Man in Yellow doll?
The wait, what?
He was talking about how he did a new one. I hadn't seen it.
Yes, I know. I can pull that up. Okay. Hold on, I'll do that. Yeah, he's always coming up with new pictures, and I had missed the last couple, but I just saw them last night, so I'll pull that up. I like following the antics of Mini Man in Yellow on Instagram. At this point, he could have his own separate Instagram with his own celebrity. You know, people have Instagrams for their dogs and cats and stuff like that. Yeah, here we go. I just have to share my screen. He's naturally hilarious, so it would be great to see him in a comedy series as well as From. We need him on From, but it would be cool if he did a comedy series, because he's naturally that's not the right one. Hold on. He's naturally so damn funny, and so it would be cool to see him in a comedic role too. Look at my Instagram tab. There we go. So there he is in the middle of a snowbank, and it says, yeah, the view slaps, but dude, I'm freezing my cojones off. There he is. Yeah. I like how he always poses him with one arm out, kind of all cash, just hanging out. He always does that. There's the one arm. And he's got his those are Doug's sunglasses on his face and his hat. That looks like one of his hockey, that hockey team he likes, a Blackhawks. It's probably a Blackhawks hat. Yeah. Knowing Doug. That's beautiful. Whatever this beautiful ship is near here. Wow. That's gorgeous.
I'm assuming that's someplace in Toronto on the water.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Doug often posts pictures from a balcony overlooking I don't know if it's a balcony or just a window, but it's overlooking water. It's overlooking the beautiful coastline and the water, and so I'm guessing that he lives overlooking one of the lakes. It would be I don't know which lake it would be that's adjacent to Toronto. One of the Great Lakes. But yeah, I don't know which one it is, but I think he lives right overlooking it. So he posts beautiful photos all the time from his window, looking out over the water, and they've been getting a lot of snow there. That's a huge snowbank. They've been getting hit hard. And then he takes him on bike rides too. There was one, let me see, and then they got, let me see, they got a hit with a snowstorm. So this is Mini Man in Yellow looking out over the snow as it's coming down. And yeah, it looks like a nice view. It's gorgeous. It's gorgeous. And then he takes him on bike rides. Now,
I guess
I don't know how
I guess it would be Lake.
Huh? Lake what?
Ontario. Lake Ontario.
You cut out. Okay, Lake Ontario. Gotcha. Yeah, it's gorgeous.
Yeah. Sorry, my audio hasn't been the best this night. I don't know why.
That's weird. Yeah, you're cutting in and out. It's not usually like that.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. Who knows?
No worries. No worries. I loved this one. That somehow he took him on a bike ride. Like, I don't know how he did that. I guess he looks like he's stuffed in his jacket. So yeah, he's taking Mini Man in Yellow around on his bike. He rides his bike a lot. That's how he gets around Toronto, which sounds terrifying to me. But this is what he's done like for forever. You know, he's always been an avid bike rider. So he once did a trip across the whole southern not the whole, but like a huge chunk of the southern United States on his bike, many miles across red states. I can't even imagine doing that, but it's cool. Oh, it looks like it's okay. It's just snow on his knee. I thought maybe he had he ripped his knee open. What were you gonna say?
When I lived in San Diego, I had a bike and I bike around the city all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, but San Diego's warmer. I mean, I've been to Toronto in October. It's not, it's kind of punishing.
Yeah, but he's out there in the midst of it. Look at this! Look at the snow on the wheels of his bike. It's all over. It's all over his bike. It's all over his shoes. He's got some on his knee there. He rides in all kinds of brutal conditions. I guess he's just used to it. And his caption for it was great. "Come for a ride," he says. "It's a sunny day," he says. "It'll be fun," he says. Fuck. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just that breeze coming out the Great Lakes, it's like it's brisk.
Oh, yeah, that lake effect. That's gotta be rough.
And, I mean, and I was out in 3-degree weather today, walking around at the nature center, so I could take cold, but I just remember how bitter that like Canadian cold was in the winter, like in the late fall, early winter.
Yeah, I can't even imagine. He says it's not that bad. I mean, he says it's not as bad as I would think because he's not that far north. But he's probably just used to it. He took this gorgeous reel. The scenery is just absolutely stunning. That must be not far from where he lives because he's posted pictures of this stuff before. Like you literally see like big chunks of ice on the water.
Yeah, last time I was to Lake Michigan, there were like little like icebergs floating through the water.
Yeah, it looks like icebergs. Exactly.
Yeah.
Looks like icebergs. It's beautiful. Yeah. Absolutely beautiful. But this is a shot from his play Too Many Cooks that just got rave reviews. God, I wish I could see it. It sounds like a hilarious play. It's a farce, and it involves layers and layers of mistaken identity and misunderstandings and people having to assume multiple, like the same characters have to assume multiple identities and accents over the course of the play as things just become more and more absurd. And that's the nature of a farce. And it just sounds like just an absolute riot. I wish I could actually see it. I'm going to read the play, but once again, I would love to actually be able to see this performed. And it's getting terrific reviews at the Stage West in Calgary right now. I wish Doug's plays were just on national tours and came around here, because I would go. But the next best thing is reading it. Reading plays is actually really fun. And the way that he writes the plays, it's so it's so vivid and so.
Oh, what's that one?
Which one?
The Go Up one. It looked like a little David Lynch memorial with the Twin Peaks soundtrack and the.
Oh, this was on Valentine's Day, and he's got the soundtrack to Twin Peaks. It says "Mini Man in Yellow observing Valentine's Day in his own inimitable fashion, black armband, scotch, and the Twin Peaks soundtrack." Yeah. and a lot of people didn't really get it. That, I got the joke and I related to it. I said, I'd like to wipe this godforsaken Hallmark holiday out of existence at this point. And he replied to me, "It's nice to see that somebody got the message." Because that was the point.
The soundtrack's really good though.
Soundtrack is good, absolutely, but that's his evening on Valentine's Day, so the context of it is where the message is. But yeah, he's a big fan of David Lynch and his work.
Yeah,
as we heard tonight. So, I've got to check out Twin Peaks. I know I've already checked it out. I've watched the first 2 episodes, but I have to really commit to it and go back and watch it through, because I know it'll be worth it to get over my little nitpicks with it and appreciate it for what it was.
we should watch some Peter Greenaway too. He's one of my favorites, and I like some of his. He's kind of into visual design too, so sometimes in Severance where they'll have print going across the screen when somebody's doing something. Peter Greenaway films are a lot like that. They incorporate words and other things in, or split screens.
Right.
One of his films had somebody acting something, and then one of the other actors doing the his audition at the same time, other people doing the audition when the other person's doing the scene, and it's really interesting.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah. And just knowing that Twin Peaks in particular was so influential on so many future shows. Just I've heard that secondhand, so I know it's something I need to watch just because of that. And it was a trailblazer. It was unlike anything that had ever been on TV before. So people probably didn't know what to make of it at the time. Would you call it a cult classic? Is that how you would you describe it as?
I'm not really sure, because it was on ABC.
Yeah.
And so, I remember when I watched it on television, and then a friend of mine, what we used to do is just watch it on boots. We would get VHS boot copies of it, people recorded off the TV. And then I had a friend that had it off of TV, and he made me copies.
Yeah.
Because the first season was the only thing that was on VHS. You couldn't get the second season.
Yeah.
But it was cool because the guy also had interviews with the actors. They were on Donahue, and then there was they had little ad campaign that was the Wizard of Oz, where Kyle MacLachlan woke up as Dorothy, and then all the other characters were around him, and he was like, "And you were in it, and you were in it, and you were in it," and it was kind of funny.
Oh, I like it.
And then an SNL skit that parodied Twin Peaks and all that stuff. So it was fun. I passed them on to somebody once I got a DVD set, but it was fun to see that stuff.
Yeah. That's cool. Yeah. I know it was on a major network when it came out, but but I've heard about how people were just baffled by it at first. This was kind of revolutionary, the way that the show approached. It was kind of genre bending, and I right now I'm not at that point yet. I'm at the point where after only 2 episodes, it's more of a quirky crime drama investigation type thing, but I know it ventures into a lot more surreal territory, so I have to get to that point in it. And I think
it was one of the first shows that was very like very more like you're watching a film, like a cinema as opposed to just television.
Yeah.
So now a lot of TV shows, a lot of TV shows do that. Severance does it. Yellow Jackets does it. But at the time, there wasn't many TV shows shooting on film like David Lynch was and doing the like angles and everything that he was doing. Right. So it made it look like little films instead of a TV show.
Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely a trailblazing thing, and it took a while for that to catch on, because it wasn't really until the 2010s that we started seeing shows become more artistic, more like film, and like with the advent of streaming services, we finally started to see better quality TV that's what was more cinematic. And so then you wind up with shows like Dark and Severance, From, and with elements in it that you would never see on network TV in the past. So it's nice, the quality of it. It's not like people used to look at television as mindless, and mm-hmm. It's people called it the idiot box and stuff like that. Mm. But it doesn't have to be like that at all. Television can be truly artistic if it's done right, and it's not. Hello, Boo. So it's not like a mindless thing anymore, and that's what I wanted to. I mean, that's part of my little tagline on my channel. When you go to my channel, who says that TV rots the mind? It depends on what kind of TV you're watching, and the kind of TV that I'm analyzing that I wanted to cover on this channel it's thought-provoking, artistic TV. Things like From that are just as rich for analysis as a great work of literature, as ripe for analysis, and Severance, From and Severance. And I hope that I'll be able to find more current shows to cover after Severance. Gonna have to look at what's out there, try to do some digging. There have been some recommendations. I don't know when 9 Bodies in a Mexican Morgue is coming out, but
there's that Cassandra show that was recommended.
There's Cassandra, yeah. There's Cassandra. So there's that. I don't know when that's coming out, but Bill Chill said Doug's mini stunted on Boyd saying found that boat. Yeah. Yeah. Found that boat. That's great. Oh yeah. Don't dig that hole anomics. Yeah, Martin, he's still doing that. Adventures of Mini Man in Yellow. You make an Instagram just for that. It's worth it. Trust me. It's definitely worth it. I really enjoy it. Good night, Faith. Have a good night. Sleep well. So much love right back at you, Faith. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a lovely member of the community. And I appreciate you having my back too in a Jesus, Boo. She's really getting close now. There was somebody that was kind of disrespectful in the chat toward Doug and was saying weird stuff last week. And Faith actually kind of took initiative and confronted the guy. And so I appreciated that. And I wound up banning that person. It was somebody I had never seen before. It was not one of our people. Not one of our community. So thank you for that, Faith. That's why I gave you a wrench, because that's what a good moderator does. Like if you see stuff like that, taking care of it. So now if somebody like that, I would say to anybody that has a wrench, if you see somebody say something that sounds disrespectful to Doug or just acting bizarre when Doug is here, then you can feel free to.
Or any other time.
Or any other time. Or any other time.
I've seen a few people, but they kind of calmed down, so I haven't really lay down the law.
Yeah.
Like people that run in and want to talk about political crap, but they calm down, and they don't keep going.
Yeah.
So that's cool.
I saw that in our last live. Politics came up, and I have my own very strong views on it, but I'd rather people don't talk politics in the chat here because it's just it's such a divisive thing, and we all need a break.
It's a safe space for all of us.
Let's keep this a safe space.
Yeah, let's keep this a safe space.
We all need a break from politics. So I saw that was going on in the chat, and Dieter politely just asked them to, please lay off the politics. And so it was all good. But so that's fine. We won't, nobody should get kicked out for that or anything of that sort. But if someone is being blatantly, this guy was acting really weird and disrespectful to Doug, saying that he knew him from somewhere and making up a story that was fake.
Oh, like he dated his niece. Yeah, I remember that guy.
Yeah, and that wasn't true. So Faith actually asked him. Faith in the chat asked him, okay, if that's true, then what was his niece's name? And the guy came up with a name, and the name was wrong. Doug told me later that was wrong, so it was complete bullshit, and he was being a troll. So I banned that guy. I got rid of him, so he can't be popping in again. And I told Doug about the private chat. If there's ever any issue with that again, anything that he's uncomfortable with, or if he needs to communicate anything, he didn't know about the private chat feature that he can just write something in here and alert me to it so I can handle whatever the situation is. But anybody in the chat that has a wrench, if you ever see anything really, really disrespectful, stuff we don't tolerate, racism, sexism, homophobia,
common decency. Just use common decency.
Those are the rules. No hate toward any group of people, and no disrespect when we have a guest. Blatant disrespect and being a troll toward a guest. That's grounds to get just banned. You have the power, if you have a wrench, to click the 3 dots which are next to it and hide that person from the chat, which is equivalent to banning them. And so feel free to do it. I appreciated that Faith did that, so I threw her a wrench after the fact.
I only mod two channels. I mod Faith Fire's channel and I mod an Absinthe channel. Because I knew so much about Absinthe. When the girl was talking about it, she gave me a wrench. It was the first time I ever talked to her.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you do steampunk stuff. You have an Absinthe party in your room. You taste different brands. You begin to know, what's good and what's bad.
Yeah.
What's real and what's not.
Right. Yeah. And if I give people a wrench in here, I don't expect you to, obviously if I give you a wrench and I'm not even asking, I'm just throwing it to you. I don't expect you to do anything crazy. Just, if you see somebody being disrespectful or hateful toward any group of people, then warn them about it. If it's downright hateful, then you can just get rid of them. And if it's kind of borderline, then warn them about it or alert me to it. And I truly appreciate that. So, but honestly, just modeling, if I see people modeling kindness and just, just doing that alone is being a good moderator. And that's pretty much everybody. So I could throw practically everybody in the chat a wrench because everyone is terrific. But then there would be a sea of blue wrenches in the entire chat. So. And then people would expect they have to do something. I don't expect you to come here and do any kind of work. I'm just grateful that you're here. Yes, no politics here, please. Yeah, indeed. 88 keys. Nice to see you. Samuel, you want a wrench? I can give you a wrench. Anybody that wants a wrench, just say the word and I'll give you a wrench. let's see. Yeah, Martin. Yeah, he's on so often now, so it's kind of hard to remember which is which and differentiate between them. But it was the last time he was on. That's when it happened, I believe. Which was, when was that? A Wednesday of last week.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I put him in the box. Yep. I put that troll in the box because we don't tolerate that shit here. Doug is an amazing person. He blesses us with his presence so often. Then we're definitely not going to tolerate any disrespect toward him. So I was just confused at the time. I thought he was like serious at first, that he actually knew him, and he was acting normal at first, and then it got weirder. So hey,
yeah,
Trace.
if anybody's like, oh, I used to date your niece or something, everybody's got like those relatives that they don't see very often. So if somebody said, hey, I'm dating your like uncle or something, I'd be like, oh, okay, sure.
Yeah.
At first, at least.
Yeah, at first, because it sounded innocuous at first. So
Mhm.
I highlighted it, and then I regretted it because it turned out to be a troll. Yeah, because that's what happens. Trolls, they'll sometimes start with something innocuous sounding, and then they trick you into oh my god, did you do it again? Holy shit, Zax.
It's Zach's. Zach's game. Zach's raid.
Zach strikes again. Oh my god. Hi there.
Oh, Doc's dating my uncle. Cool.
Hi, Scott. What? Hi, Rick. Nice to see you. Zach's raid. Hell yeah. Thank you, Zax. We appreciate it. You were awesome.
If you guys want to talk about any topics, we're open to talk about just about anything, as long as it isn't like indecency is fine.
Yeah. What was
whatever
Zax
you want to talk about within reason?
Yeah. Hey, Psycho 216. Zach sent me. What? Okay. Cool. Very cool. Thank you so much. I just saw the numbers jump up to 51, and I knew it had to be Zach striking again. That's amazing. Yes. Oh my god. Hey, Decipher. Hey, the noob gamer. What happened? Well, we were talking about somebody disrespecting Doug Hughes, who plays the man in yellow on From, in my chat, but I booted that guy, so he's not going to be showing up in here anymore. I don't know what Zach's was. I wonder what Zach's live was about. What were you guys talking about? We were having a nice, lovely conversation with Doug Hughes, who plays the man in yellow, and he was entertaining us with a monologue from something he was in. He played the amazing blues harmonica for us. He treated us to a legit performance, and more hilarious stories about his time in theater and working in commercials, and all just amazing Doug Hughes stuff. It's always a great time. So I like
to shout out to Psycho 216. If you want to call in and talk about particle physics, you can, and I'll listen. We'll listen if you wish.
Oh,
there wasn't one above that, Julie.
Particle physics?
Yeah, particle physics.
If you want, I don't know anything about particle physics.
But if you want to call
in, sure.
I'll listen.
Sure. Yes, please like. Wait a minute. Please like the stream. Yes, please, Raiders. That would be much appreciated. It helps with the algorithm. Thank you so much to Zax. Thank you, Raiders, for popping in. And if you hit the like, that would be amazing. Thank you so much. You guys are awesome. Zax is terrific. Tony Teflon asked me how to do that. He doesn't actually know how. Like, he asked me what that is because Dieter mentioned it, and I don't know myself how to do that. So I have to find out exactly how it works so I can get back to him, because he asked me about it.
But it'd be cool if we ended something at 5 a.m. and then we just released everybody from the chat into somebody else's live.
Yeah, that would be cool. Hey, I would do that if I knew of somebody else who's going live and I know how to do it. I would be glad to do that, because sometimes last time we ended a stream talking about Severance, there were still 51 people here, so could throw them to somebody else. Hey, Justin. So we were talking with Doug Hughes, who plays the man in yellow on the MGM Plus series From. I don't know if you've ever seen that, but it's an amazing show. It's an amazing horror / mystery / thriller, kind of hard to even define, but he plays a brand new character on From who seems like a major villain in the story, and he delighted us with over 2 hours of hilarious stories about his career in theater and all kinds of things that went wrong when he was doing theater, and played the harmonica for us. I mean, he's just a delight. He's a frequent guest on our streams. Normally on Wednesday night we do From rewatch streams. We didn't do that tonight. We're gonna pick that back up next week. But we watch From episode by episode, starting from the beginning. It just finished its 3rd season, if anybody doesn't know about it. And we started from season 1. And we're going through and finding all kinds of new insights by rewatching it. And every Wednesday at 10:15 p.m. Eastern, we talk about it. We break down each episode, and it's been so much fun. From is a masterpiece. If you haven't watched it, please check out From. The challenge is watch the first 7 minutes of From, and if you're not hooked, it's going to be highly unlikely, because and that's what everybody says, the 7-minute challenge. If you watch the first 7 minutes, you're going to be hooked on From. It starts with a bang, let's just say. So it's about a mysterious town where people are trapped and they can't escape. Like the road just keeps going around in a circle, and it's all about trying to solve the mystery and try to evade monsters who come out of the woods at night and transform and rip people to shreds. So there's that too. But it's a terrific show. If you haven't seen it, check it out. You won't regret it.
There might be robots.
There might
he
be
said,
robots.
Is there robots? I don't know. Could be robots in season 4. Who knows? Could be.
Could be.
Not currently, I don't think, but maybe.
You never know what you're going to get.
You never know what you're going to get.
No, you never know what you're going to get.
A robot entity.
Yeah. It could be a robot entity. At this point, who knows? Now we have... I won't say what the twists are for those who might want to check it out, but we have some pretty wild stuff happening, game-changing stuff. It's a mystery box series, so there's some big reveals. Hey, Mickey B. Nice to see you. Hey, Zax. Thank you for rating the chat again. You're the best. 68 people. Damn, you are unbelievable. Thank you so much. You were just the best. My God, what a great guy. I appreciate it. And everybody in my community here who's already here, check out Zax's channel if you haven't already. Dieter put it in the chat, so make sure you go to Zax's channel and subscribe. He's also on Nadia's panel. Check out Horror with Nods. The channel is Horror with Nods, NADS. And every Friday night we do Stranger Things rewatch lives, which is it's a lot of fun. Zax is on that panel. So if you haven't checked that out, for my folks here, give that a watch. If you like Stranger Things, it's a good time. So where do we find From? It's on MGM Plus. If you're in the United States, it's on MGM Plus, and some of it is on Amazon Prime too. But I think you might have to pay extra for it if you're on Amazon Prime, though.
It's $6 a month extra.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
so
did.
and I don't know if they have all 3 seasons or not, but definitely
Yeah, they do.
the first. Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, I have it.
Yeah, so it's on Amazon Prime in the US also. If you have that, you just have to pay an extra $6 to watch it. And then you can just watch it and cancel it when you're done. It's also on MGM Plus, which is a more obscure streaming service. One key plot point for From, the longer you're there, the worse your haircut. It's science.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much. Look what happened to Julie at the end of season 3. The worst wig I've ever seen. It's horrible. Yeah, and Jade, I mean, Chia Pet Jade.
That's the worst. That's the opposite.
Yeah.
He Chia petted out and still got a haircut.
Yeah. So the longer he's there, the worse his hair has got. Yeah, he's turned into Sasquatch. So yeah, I highly recommend it. Yeah, show is actually good. Some rough patches in season 2 and a couple of dummies. oh yeah, like a couple of dummy episodes. Yeah, it's worth your time. I promise you, it's worth your time. If you're only watching it because you're a horror fan, then you might not like it, because it's really not about the horror. The horror is kind of secondary. It's more about the mystery and the character development. But the horror is fun too. The monsters are great. Why do you guys pay for content? Well, there are ways.
That was a good one.
Yeah, there are ways to get around it, but I can't really say here. I don't want to get.
Yarg is right, Psycho.
What?
He just said Yarg.
Yarg. Oh, that's
gotcha.
Great.
Wink.
Yeah.
I had a question for you, Julie. Okay, we're at the end of season 1. Did you watch season 2 right away, or did you have a little moment of reflection before you journeyed on?
I actually went right into it, but I never binged it though. I watched seasons 1 and 2 back to back, but I limited myself to 1 episode per day. I at least had that much self-discipline to do it. I just couldn't. I mean, after that cliffhanger with the 3, it was a triple cliffhanger at the end of season 1. I had to keep going. So the next day I already had my resolution. I didn't have to wait a year like the rest of you guys. You really had a long time to reflect. No, not me. And I regret that, actually, because the theorizing with the fan community is my favorite part of the whole thing. I missed out. Because I found the show 2 years late. So I couldn't wait to get online and talk to the fans, but I didn't want to get spoilers. So as I watched it, I had to stay off of. I saw that there were weekly lives going on in the off season, and I had to stay away until 2 days after I finally finished. I saw Tony was going live, and there was a teaser for season 3, and I was like, wow, this couldn't be better timing. I get to join this community, and I never dreamed it would turn into this. I wind up with my own channel and not just a random person in somebody's chat. It's all because of From. It's just wild. I just wish I'd been here from the beginning. I know you guys had to wait forever, and waiting is annoying for most people, but for me, I enjoy this dialogue that we're having and all these conversations so much that it's fine with me. I don't want it to be over. Like if we rush it, the whole series is going to be over, and then what? Like, so I say let's take our time with it and enjoy it, enjoy theorizing, and let them take their time making the show as great as it needs to be for season 4. Now, I mean, you were stuck having to wait like a year for your resolution because you watched it from the beginning, Scarlet. So
Well, yeah, I mean, there wasn't as many podcasts and stuff as there is now. So you kind of like watch the community grow too.
Were you in Discords talking to people or anything?
No, I wasn't. I basically just did podcasts, and the only 2 podcasts I found was What is Fromcast and Escaping From. So I listened to those things. I guess I didn't even think of checking them out on YouTube to see if there was YouTube versions. I just thought they were podcasts.
Mm-hmm.
So it wasn't until much later I realized that they were also on YouTube.
Yeah. Yep. I know there wasn't that much in the beginning. It was just Tony Teflon and What is Fromcast, and that was all. And now it just exploded into this huge fan community with Discord servers and multiple channels doing weekly lives. Right now, I think we're the only ones that are still doing weekly From lives, though. So if you miss From, this is basically it. Tony does lives, but not every week.
Yeah,
it's been a bit. I miss him. I hope he comes back soon. He's been, like Doc said, he's been a real Don and helped inspire and build up creators in the community, like he did for me. He's really helped support this channel, and I appreciate it. A lot of people found this channel because of Tony. So yeah, he's amazing. So I hope he comes back soon. I miss his lives. We're going to be doing, like Dieter said, we're going to be doing a giveaway soon. Love Crochet by Alexis. She crochets.
You should show those pictures. Show the pictures.
Yeah. Okay.
I demand it.
So Alexis makes these beautiful crocheted dolls of the characters in From, and we're going to be doing a giveaway of a jade doll soon. So
not one made of jade, but the character Jade.
Yeah. Let's see. Love Crochet. I was looking for it. Oh, and before I forget, though, before I even pull that up, I just want to mention one more time.
High five,
if you're going to be interested in reading Doug's play, Doug Hughes, who's a cast member on From, he writes amazing plays, and this is his 6th one, Deadline, about 2 playwrights who get trapped in the murder mystery that they are writing, and they have to figure out how to get out before they get killed themselves. And it's also got comedic elements, so it's a lot like From. There are a lot of parallels, and if you enjoy murder mysteries with a little bit of comedy, if you liked the movie Knives Out, then you'd love this play. The link to this is in the description of the video, where you can read a sample of it. It's got 32 pages online, so you'll know right away if you're going to like it or not. And I was hooked. I had to get the whole thing. You can order an e-copy, or you can get a physical copy. The e-copy, at least you can avoid paying shipping or import fees if you're overseas. And I like having the physical copy myself, but we're going to be doing a live pretty soon discussing Deadline, Doug's play, with Doug. He's one of the playwrights. He wrote it with his partner, right? His playwriting partner, Marcia Kash. And it's fantastic. It's got that same kind of sharp wit as Knives Out, but with real stakes where you know that the people involved could actually die. It's like Knives Out with a bit of the paranormal thrown in, because like they've got that paranormal circumstance where the playwrights are trapped in their own murder mystery as they're writing it. It's a genius concept. I absolutely loved it. And so if you're interested, the link to that is in the description of this video, where you can find a copy. You can read a sample online, so you'll know if you're going to want to keep on going or not. And then we're going to do a live soon, and I'll announce it. If you aren't subscribed, I'd really appreciate it if you could subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications so that you know when we're going live. Doug Hughes is a frequent guest, and he's absolutely hilarious. He entertains us for hours. It's so much fun. So he'll be on soon to talk about that play with us, and also just to regale us with more of his hilarious stories, I'm sure, and fascinating, like interesting, you know, like not just hilarious stories, but just insights into what it's like being an actor in theater, a veteran of theater, and a playwright, and now a huge. I think he's going to be a major player on From going forward. So it's just cool to have him here and hanging out with us on a regular basis. It's an absolute pleasure and an honor that he likes to be here. So and you can check out the replay of this stream to see what I'm talking about. I mean, he's just a joy to have around. He really is. So on this channel, we also cover Severance. I want to mention that too. If you're not familiar with the channel, Severance lives are Mondays at 10:15 p.m. Eastern, and we dive into every new episode. We also do watch parties in my Discord for Severance on Thursdays at 9 p.m. Eastern. Yes, tonight. It's already Thursday. Tonight we're doing a watch party tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern, and then again I stream it a second time at 10 p.m. Eastern. We do a voice chat and discuss, so it's always a lot of fun. And if you want to join that, the link to my Discord is in the description of the video. So yeah, it's fun. Even if you're not familiar with Discord, it's pretty easy to join a watch party. So if you're interested, check that out. We'll be doing our next live Friday night, by the way. We do a different topic related to MGM Plus's From every week. And so if you haven't seen From, you're going to want to watch that first. But that's every Friday night. We do From Academy Friday with Doc. And I lost my tab now where I was at. I was going to put the link to my Discord in the chat. There it is. Okay. That's the link to my Discord, but it's also in the description of the video. If you like Severance and you want to join our watch parties. Scott, you've been on TV? What? What have you been on?
I've been on TV a few times.
No kidding? Wow. That's cool. What have you been on? I'm curious. What have you been on, Scarlet?
The news.
Oh, you've been on the news?
Yep.
Oh man.
Oh wow. The news is out. They finally found me. No, it just always seems when I'm at events, I'm the kind of person they come up to and talk to and ask questions about, and that's kind of funny.
Oh wow. That's cool.
I'm like, I'm going to be on the news tonight, so I record it. And I'm like, look at me, I'm on the news. It's cool.
That's neat. I
did commit a crime, though.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, it wasn't for like a high-speed chase or anything like that.
Well, not that time.
Not that time. When I was in, I think 5th grade, a news crew came to my school, and I was so close to being on the news. They decided to talk to my best friend who was sitting right next to me at the cafeteria table. I forget why the hell we were even on the news. I have no idea, but we were the whole school was working on something, and the news crew came, and I don't even know what the hell we were doing, but I was so close. You could see my arm in the shot, and I was so excited because
I was watching
arm fame.
Yeah, I sometimes have back of the head fame. I'm always wearing hats so I can find myself in a crowd.
Well, that night I was watching the news. I was so excited thinking I was going to be in the shot because they were filming her right next to me, but they had such a tight shot on my friend that I wasn't even there at all, just my arm. So I was very disappointed.
Oh, I wanted to, can I advertise my other thing on Sundays?
Sure. I just wanted to point out this one thing. The Psycho says that they've been on TV multiple times, only twice was on Cops. Wow.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Sure.
Just a witness. I'm never a main character. Hey, well, that's cool. I want to be an extra on From really bad. Wouldn't that be amazing? Oh my God.
You probably could. I think eventually all people become red shirts for at least one episode.
That would be so great.
They change them out so much.
They change them out. They're all different extras all the time. So, or imagine being one of the monsters, or just a red shirt who gets killed off. You know, like you can kill me off. That'd be fine. Just to be on the show. Just like, honestly though, I want to see Tony and Phil. I want to see Tony and Phil get parts on the show just to get killed off like they want to do. They're like, please just put us on the show. You can kill us off in the most ridiculous way, like Porn Stash. And as long as they're there, they'll be happy. That would be entertaining as hell. And since Tony's been covering the show since day one. He deserves it. MGM, come on now. Like, you need to do that. But anyway, Scarlet, what were you gonna say about? You gonna discuss your? Were you gonna mention Yellow?
I just want to say, if anybody in the chat's a Yellow Jackets fan, that me and Jamie from Sci-Fi Vision, and I don't know if any mod could put it in the chat, like in Sci-Fi Vision, on Sundays at 10:30 EST, we'll be discussing episode 3 of Yellow Jackets and the new opening title sequence. I know they're all kind of like, they have the standard thing, but they have new images, and that me and Jamie will talk about those images as well. And Jamie has a watch party, I think 8 or 8:30 in her Discord, and Sci-Fi Vision's Discord beforehand. I'm probably not going to be a part of that, but you can go watch it, make friends, influence people.
Yeah. If you like Yellow Jackets, check that out. Sundays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern. Jamie and Scarlet do a live, and it's a call-in.
You can call in if you want.
Yeah, it's a call-in.
Yeah,
so that's always fun. You can join the panel and talk. And did somebody put it in the chat? I can't see that. Wait a minute, I have to look at the chat. I'll put it in the chat.
I don't know if we have any mods in there at this point.
There, I just found it. That's the link to the channel, Sci-Fi Vision, and so check that out if you like Yellow Jackets. Jamie and Scarlet are doing that every Sunday night at 10:30 p.m. Eastern. So definitely check that out and subscribe. Well, thanks, Mickey. It would be fun if we could be extras on the show. We do put in a lot of hours promoting the show for them for free. So we kind of should almost be on the payroll at this point. I feel like, Tony and Phil would seriously try to go through 4-way trees. Yeah, Bill, they would. They totally would. Like, the two of them would be hilarious on the show. My God, just give them like a very brief, just 1 day player role. Just like those random red shirts that pop up that you've never seen before. All of a sudden they're there, and then they just get killed off. That could be Tony and Phil. It could totally do that. I feel
like Phil would be good at running, because he always does that thing where he's kind of like running around his room, but something be like running around, maybe from something, like smiling or something, but just dashing around like Colony House.
Yes. Oh my God.
High energy.
He's hilarious. If he were a Muppet, he would be Animal from the Muppets. If he were a Muppet, because he's got that frantic energy that Animal has. I can just picture him as Animal from the Muppets. That's like his spirit animal Muppet. He's hilarious. Yeah, Phil would be running around like a maniac. That would be great. I mean, because we had a red shirt in season 1 who came out of nowhere and unalived himself, and we never even saw him before. And
you remember how Eric used to tell us those jokes and how we used to laugh, how he used to make jokes about the tower.
Oh yeah,
how he had that disease.
I'll never forget him. Yeah. He came out of nowhere, and then they just killed him off the same episode. They could do that for Tony and Phil, except make it funny. just make it comical and
well, I would think that Tony would want to flirt with Acosta first.
Yeah, he would. He would be trying to hook up with her and steal her away from Kenny, because Kenny's about to get his girl, I'm afraid. Sorry, Tony. Kenny's gonna get your girl. This is the show getting back at Tony from saying from day one that Kenny's not getting what how does he put it? He ain't getting no ass or whatever.
I don't know. It's been a while since I've watched Tony, actually. I just haven't had any time.
It's basically Kenny's getting no ass. Kenny's getting no ass. That's the refrain that he's said since the very beginning. So it would be hilarious if he winds up getting Tony's crush. He's gonna get Tony's girl. It's happening. They're already not only are they on a first name basis, but it's a nickname. He called her Danny. That's a nickname for Danielle. Yeah, it's happening. It's happening.
It's happening.
Yeah. Trace, I know I should enable memberships to support the channel. I know I technically could have done this months ago, but I have some complicated reasons why I didn't. But I am well over the threshold for monetization. I mean, you have to have 1,000 subscribers and 12,000 watch hours, and I got the watch hours way before the subscribers because of our marathon lives. So that wasn't hard at all. You put in enough 8-9 hour lives, you're gonna get the watch hours quick. So I'll try to do that. Right now I only have Cashapp and Venmo. So I don't have super chats. I don't have memberships as of now, but I'm gonna work on that. I will. I know people like the super chats. And not everybody can do Cashapp or Venmo because they're not international. So I have them in my banner at the bottom of the thing there, and it's in my description of the video. And yeah, people have been kind enough to send me donations at times, and I truly appreciate it. Because I'm not rich, that's for damn sure. I have a laptop that was only like $200, and it can barely do anything. So I'm back to using my Chromebook now. So one of these days, I'll try to get a new laptop. If I enable memberships, maybe that'll help. One of these days. But what is this? Don't be a complicated woman. What does that mean? What does that mean? You guys are getting funny in the chat. What is this? Kenny is moving to Colony House. Kenny better get some ass next season. Yeah. Oh, he will. No, he's moving to the sex party house. So yeah, the whole world's gonna open up to him for sure. Yeah, you guys are so funny. Mickey's like, I fall asleep on you guys all the time though. Well, I don't take offense to that because we're streaming all night, when normal people are asleep. So yeah, I get it.
I like to haunt people's dreams. That's cool.
Night, Mickey. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being here, Mickey. Appreciate you. And I'd recommend checking out the replay of this live, because Doug was his usual extremely entertaining self, and he serenaded us with an incredible harmonica song, blues harmonica. Highly recommend. We've only seen one couple get it on in the Colony House, and it wasn't exactly who we hoped for with such a good-looking cast. Yeah, it was a lot. It was a lot for the eyes. It's kind of a shock. And then that never happened again. So Psycho says Scarlet sounds cute. Let her know.
Thank
you. There you go.
I am.
Yeah. So I bet Scarlet is a complicated woman to Trace. Okay. What does that mean, complicated woman, anyway? I don't know what that means.
Layers.
Please like the stream. if you wouldn't mind, I would appreciate it. Hit the like button. And if you're not subscribed, I'd really appreciate it. I'm going to be covering more than just From on this channel. We're covering Severance now. After that, we're going to be looking for other really interesting shows to dive into. Shows with mystery elements that get the mind working, that you can make theories about. I definitely want to cover Welcome to Derry whenever the hell they decide to finally release it this year.
So now is it called Welcome to Derry?
Did they change the name?
I think so.
Oh.
Which is
okay. Weird. That's an awkward title.
It is awkward. That's like High School, the musical, or whatever that thing was, the TV show.
Yeah, that I don't like that. Welcome to Derry was good. They should have left that alone. They should. It's like they're afraid people are not going to know what it is that is related to It, Stephen King's It. But I mean, all they have to do is put out enough publicity. People will know what it is. They don't need to put It in the title. Yeah. That's not a good.
Honestly, all they have to do is put From the Mind of Stephen King or Inspired with Stephen King, and people will show up.
Oh yeah. Either way, I'm looking forward to that one. Whenever they decide to release it, I don't know when. There's still no release date as far as I know, but it's supposed to be coming out this year. It just says 2025, so I don't know what's going on, but I'm definitely going to cover Welcome to Derry. That's on the list. I want to cover Stranger Things 5, which I'm guessing is...
Yeah, I was going to ask, when's that coming out?
That's expected to come out in the fall. We don't have a release date yet, but likely the fall. So we've got a long wait.
I would have to rewatch all that, quite honestly.
Yeah. I'm rewatching it now for the lives with Nadia, but I'm not able to like really take the time to take notes like I would, the way I would like to. Yeah. So I'm gonna have to do another rewatch before it is on, and where I'm actually taking notes. Because right now it's just too crazy right now.
What episode are you on?
We're about to wrap up season 1 actually.
Okay.
I believe it's the last 2 episodes of season 1. Yeah. So we're going through it pretty quickly, 2 episodes at a time. And normally I got to take one at a time and write notes, and I don't have time at the moment to actually sit there and take notes when we're doing 2. So but I love the show so much that I always have plenty to say. I don't need to take notes. It's just that before season 5, since I'm covering it, I'm going to want to do another watch and actually take notes like the nerd that I am. So I took notes even before I had a channel on shows. So nerdy I was. So I just want to be able to know my stuff. I don't watch almost anything but streamers. So you just watch live streams, like you don't watch shows? Is that what you're saying? There are live streams that are not about TV or movies, so you could watch live streams about other stuff.
Squirrels.
Squirrels. Yeah.
There's some Christmas ones my cat was pretty enthralled with. They had like birds and squirrels, and the squirrels would open up little presents. Like they put nuts and little tiny presents underneath the tree, and the squirrels would open them.
Oh wow, that's adorable.
A little bar. They had a little bar where they were getting little hot cocos or whatever. There's some squirrels sitting there.
That's wicked cute. I love squirrels. That's so cute. Yes, Scott, I'm friends with Nadia. She's a lovely person. We connected last fall when From season 3 was airing. I popped into her chat, and I think I might have mentioned that I have a channel, and she invited me on as a guest on her panel, and that was it. The rest is history. I was on her panel every week after that, just discussing From, and then when From ended, she wanted to know if I'd be on her Stranger Things rewatch panel. So that's what we're doing now. It's a lot of fun, and so we do that every Friday night.
Too. It's like, isn't it like 6 or 7 people on the panel?
When the panel is full, when everyone is able to make it, it's like 6 people on the panel.
Yeah,
it's a lot of people. Sometimes people can't make it or have to leave early, but it's a nice sized panel, and everyone is so cool and friendly, just good vibes. And I believe they're moving the time to 8 p.m. Eastern now instead of 9 p.m. Eastern on Fridays. So to anybody that likes Stranger Things, definitely check that out. It's so much fun. I love that show. Can't interact with TV. That's a good point. TV is boring. You can't interact with it. That's the nice thing about live streams. You can actually interact with the people that are talking. You can engage in the conversation. And
Or you can do it in watch parties. Like if you went to our Severance watch party and Julie's Discord, there's a little chat. You can chat with people while the show is going, and afterwards we have a voice chat, so we can all talk to each other about the show. So it's kind of like TV, but also interaction.
Yes. That's the great thing about the watch parties. So you're not watching it all by yourself in a vacuum. You're like, while we watch the show, there's a little chat going on. So anybody that wants to chat during the show can type in the chat and watch the show together. And then when the show is over, we unmute, and anybody that wants to talk can discuss the show. So we do that every week for Severance when it drops on Thursday nights. It's a lot of fun. And I get what you're saying though about lives being more interactive, because you can't talk to your TV and interact with what they're saying. I mean, well, you can, but they're not gonna respond to you. Nobody can hear you.
Yeah, it does.
So if you think you're having a conversation with them, then you might need to see a doctor. If you think the people on your TV are talking back to you. So I totally understand that feeling though, because it's so nice to, when I discovered live chats, I fell in love with it. I was hooked on it because I would type in the chat and I'd get so excited when the live streamer would highlight my comment. This was just under a year ago. I was like, this is amazing. I got so excited by something so small, but it's just you're being included in the discussion. It's an interactive conversation. So I love it. And
being seen.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I never want to be one of those streamers that just talks amongst whoever's on the panel and doesn't interact with the chat, because what's the point? We could just be talking by ourselves. It's supposed to be interactive. So I love highlighting as many comments as I can, and people who are regulars here can attest to the fact that I go a little overboard. And next thing you know, a couple hours went by reading from the chat, because I really love talking to you guys. I enjoy having an interactive conversation. I'm not just here to babble and have you sit there and listen to me. The one-way conversation. It's supposed to be interactive. So watch old movies and series episodes are fun on the stream. We want to have more watch parties for some old movies for sure. In the Discord, I just pinned the link to my Discord to the top of the chat for anybody who's interested. We have channels in the Discord to discuss Severance, From, Stranger Things. Right now, Stranger Things is not active because it's been off the air for a long time, but I want to use that Stranger Things area to talk Stranger Things when it comes out. So that's there. And what else do we have channels for? Some random other shows that I love, like Fringe and Twilight Zone and stuff. But the main channels are Severance and From. And we want to do more watch parties. Watch some old movies and shows. It's a lot of fun. Yeah. Now, there are some that are public domain that we could even put on a YouTube stream, but they'd have to be extremely old to do that. Otherwise, copyright and all. Dr. Maboose is one I want to watch. And that one's pretty old, but I don't know if it's public domain yet. That's why the Discord is great. You don't have to worry about the copyright infringement. We can just watch we can just watch whatever and no worries. And you don't have to worry about censoring yourself either. YouTube has certain words that you can't say. You have to be really careful. But on Discord, we do our voice chats and we can just chill. It's nice. Dieter has been kind of cheerleading for me to, instead of doing a voice chat tonight, to do it live on YouTube after we watch Severance. I gotta admit, last week we had such an entertaining conversation that I kind of wished that we had done it live, because we were doing this.
I was thinking about Ben Stiller.
Yeah. we were doing this deep dive into who this mysterious guy was, analyzing the back of his head and his ears and thinking it was Ben Stiller, doing a cameo on Severance and analyzing it, putting a picture of him up next to that. And it turned out to be a nothing burger, but we had fun. So what the hell?
Yeah, but for people that don't watch Severance, there's a scene where literally somebody's pushing a cart and the shelving unit is blocking his face like the whole time. And then when he turns around the hallway, it cuts right when you see his face.
Yes. Right. So why did they do that if the reveal isn't important? Why did they go to so much trouble to hide his face? That makes no sense to me.
Because it's Robbie Benson.
Yeah.
Robbie Benson.
I've never heard of him. And the problem is that he's never been on the show before. So why conceal his identity like that? That's it made no sense. And we dove down a whole rabbit hole trying to figure out who this mystery man was in the opening scene of Severance this week. Like, we thought it was this character who we thought he died in season 1, and then so we're, oh my god, like maybe he's still alive, and debating whether it's him or Ben Stiller, and then it turns out to be someone completely different. But it would have been fun if we had done that on a YouTube live. I don't know. I kind of like to have a nice informal conversation. We do a lot of lives, so I don't know. It might be something I would consider, but Scarlet and I would have to talk about that. It might be a
spontaneous jump, because we did spontaneous jumps before when we watched something. We just wanted to go on when we were doing Severance rewatches of season 1.
We did.
And then we just made there was momentum. Then we all went as a panel on the live. A bunch of us.
That was fun, actually. We could do that again. We could easily do that again. Like, we'd watch an episode of Severance season 1, and then I never did anything like that before. I was a little anxious about it, but we just jumped right from that straight to YouTube and just talked about it. And it was fun. It was impromptu. I would consider doing that for this. So yeah, we'll see. Hey, Hockey from away here says, how many hours until the Severance talk you do? Well, it's 9 p.m. Eastern is when I show it. And then 10 p.m. Eastern, I show it again. And then we do a voice chat. So the voice chat is around 11 p.m. Eastern. At this point, I pretty much always just wait for Scarlet to watch it. And I like to watch it twice anyway before I start talking. I can't talk and chat and take everything in that well. So how many hours would that be from now?
Not very many.
12, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11. Let's see. How many hours is that? I can't do math. Wow.
You can't do it? Okay, it's 2 o'clock now to 2 o'clock in the afternoon. That's 12. And then 7 more.
Yeah. 19 hours, but then 21 until we actually talk about it, pretty much.
And we could run into YouTube after, but we do have one on Monday too, where we talk about the episode. more seriously. Take notes.
Yeah. So we could just take the after the show chat to YouTube and just do an impromptu discussion about it. But I'd still want to do our actual official live breaking down the whole episode.
It'd be more like an after party. Like an after party versus
like an after
line, yeah.
Like a waffle after party. Yeah.
A waffle party.
Yeah. So we could do that. That would be fun. So if you're interested in that, subscribe to the channel and hit the bell for notifications. We might do it live on YouTube. If we're not on YouTube, then we'll be in my Discord, which is pinned at the top of the chat. If you're not in there, I don't know if you're on Discord, Hockey, but it's pinned right at the top of the chat there, and I stream it. So I'll stream it for everybody twice. So like about 19 hours from now, I stream it for the first time, and it's a lot of fun to watch it together and then just chat about it. We'll have a panel of people, usually Grow and Thrive, Scarlet, Jamie from Sci-Fi Vision will be talking, and anybody else that wants to chime in, you're welcome to talk. It's kind of like open season, kind of like and if we do it on YouTube, we can fit a lot of people on panel. If people actually wanted to talk, I can fit up to 10 people at once, which would kind of be chaos, but it's possible to do. But most people are.
Didn't we get close one time? Didn't we have like 9 people on one?
One time we did. We had, I think the maximum we ever had was 9 people on the panel. Yeah, which was chaos. It was a lot. Yeah. So like I mean that's fun and all, but I wouldn't do that too much because it's just I don't know how to regulate. I don't know how to moderate that many people. It's just too much. But it was fun though. It was fun. I just wouldn't. It's not something I would do every week. Not if we're doing an episode breakdown, because that's just impossible. But if it's just an impromptu chat, that's another situation. And we could totally do that, like just an after party. Grant said call it Severance After Dark. Yeah, we could do that. Dark Severance. Yeah. It would just be like a fun little chat. And then on Monday at 10:15 p.m. Eastern, we do our actual breakdown of the whole episode. And by the way, we let people call into that too. We just try to get through some of the episode breakdown first. But people can call in and join after we get into that. I have not seen Samurai 7. No. Have you, Scarlet?
I don't know what that is.
I don't know what it is either. I thought maybe you would know.
Well, 7 Samurai was a thing. Not Samurai 7.
Yeah.
Am I getting that wrong? The 7 Samurai. Very famous old movie.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I've not seen or heard of that one, but
so there's a movie you want to see. What movie do you want to see the most for a watch party?
In
the universe.
I don't know. I have a long list. Off the top of my head, I don't know. But I have a long list of movies that I've never seen that I'd like to get to, and movies related to From that could have connections to From I want to check out, or even loosely connected, like Dr. Mabuse. I want to see that. But Crater, that's written by John Griffin, who created From, so I want to see that. I've never seen The Terminator, and that's I didn't know that was related to time travel.
We're not watching Caligula, Doc. We're not watching Caligula.
Caligula. Well, I've never heard of Caligula.
You probably should watch Caligula, but no. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Is it that bad? Is it really that bad? Okay. We won't be watching that then.
Well, it depends what kind of movies you like, Julie. It really depends.
Yeah. What type of movie is this?
God, how can I even describe
it? Like, what genre is this?
Yeah. If you like orgies.
Oh God.
But yeah. classy orgies of good actors in it that regret their choices.
Oh yeah. No, thank you. No, I mean, there's certain movies that I don't have the stomach for too. Like certain movies that should never have been created in the first place, like the Human Centipede.
Yeah.
What kind of a fucked up mind actually thought up Human Centipede is what I would like to know. That's just the most fucked up thing I have ever heard of in my entire life. And no, I haven't watched it, but I did see a very brief, I saw a clip from it and I wish I could unsee it. Something you can never unsee.
Yeah, and it's a biopic.
It's horrifying. Absolutely horrifying. And it's like, this is what it's come to now. We've gotten so desensitized by movies getting more and more extreme with violence and torture and whatnot that this is the product. Like, how can we possibly shock you to your absolute core more than anything you've ever seen before? This would do it. Like, this is the most disgusting, repulsive, shocking thing I've ever seen. It never should have existed. And there's more than one of them. There are sequels too. Oh my God, no.
But two on here you should see. Have you seen Memento?
That sounds familiar. Is that the one?
It's a Christopher Nolan film. Have you seen it? Okay, let me rephrase this. Have you seen any Christopher Nolan films?
If I have, I don't know that they were Christopher Nolan films. Memento, is that the one with...
Inception?
Oh yeah, Inception. Okay, yeah, I've seen it.
Okay.
Yeah. Memento that was a mind fuck and a half. Yeah, that was a mind fuck. Memento. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, the memory loss one. Yeah. I just looked it up. Okay. Yeah. So he's looking down. He's tracking down the guy who murdered his wife, but he has this rare form of memory loss, and he can't remember what happened 15 minutes ago, where he's going or why. That was a fantastic movie. Yeah, I remember that now. That was so good. Oh my God, yeah. One of the best movies.
Have you seen Holy Mountain? Holy Mountain's one of my favorite films. Have you seen it?
No, I've never seen it. I've never even heard of it.
Have you seen anything by Alejandro Jovanovski? It's early. I might be butchering that name.
Nope.
El Topo?
No, never seen that. There's a lot I've never seen.
I should put that on Peter Greenaway list. Peter Greenaway, like all Peter Greenaway.
Yeah.
See, he has movies like Peter Greenaway has movies like Drown Me by Numbers that has numbers in like every scene. You can like find them, and then he had one called Zoo where he had like all the letters of the alphabet different places in the film.
Oh, really?
Good. Oh yeah, it's pretty good.
So wait, say that again. What about the alphabet?
Peter Greenaway has a movie called Zoo that has like the letters of the alphabet from A to Z in it. If you like watch, you can find them. And then he had Drown Me by Numbers, which was kind of like a movie that had the letters in it. I mean, they have plot lines too, and actors and things. People do things. I mean, he has a lot of scenes where there's like ton of actors, but it looks like a Renaissance painting, but it goes on like the total shot's like probably like 2 minutes long of all these people interacting with each other, and it's like pretty crazy. It's like a painting.
Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, that sounds so interesting. Yeah. There's so much I've never seen in film, because I was always more of a TV person, and so there are loads I haven't seen. I watched The Matrix for the first time a few months ago, which is, most people couldn't believe I'd never seen The Matrix, so I finally watched that, but I haven't seen the sequels yet. Memento is a horseshoe narrative that constantly crosses between and then meets in the middle. Yeah, it's so confusing, David. It was so confusing trying to follow it, but you're disoriented along with the character. It's supposed to be confusing, which is the genius of that film. Because of his memory loss, you're confused too. Yeah, there's a whole lot I've never seen. Let's see. I Am Legend 2. What? I thought the first one flopped. I thought the first one
that movie
flopped.
have a sequel?
Is that a joke?
I never saw it because I never saw that movie because they changed the end of it from the original story, and it made me angry. So I never saw the movie.
Oh, I didn't even know that it was based on a story, on a book.
No, the book has a completely different ending.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I heard that it was not a good movie, but I've never seen it, so
yeah,
I can't comment on it. But I've heard it. I'm just surprised because I heard it was a flop, and they made they lost a lot.
The same story was made into The Last Man on Earth, as a Vincent Price movie. Did you like Vincent Price?
Oh, I've never seen that one, but that was actually that movie was alluded to in an episode, in the very first episode of The Twilight Zone. There's it's called Where Is Everybody? And there's a guy who he finds himself in a town that's empty, all by himself. He doesn't know who he is, anything about himself, or how he got there. And that's the premise of the episode. And he enters a shop, and every single book on this little turntable thing, that, one of those book stands that goes in, that spins around, every single book is The Last Man on Earth. The entire thing, every single one is The Last Man on Earth, which it's a reference to the fact that this guy is alone, and it feels like, okay, maybe is he the last man on Earth? That's the mystery of the episode, part of it. But also it was meant to be a little bit of a promotion for Vincent Price's movie, The Last Man on Earth, which I think was released around that time. That's one I've never actually seen, but I love Vincent Price. Yeah. That was the same. I Am Legend was also based on that same story. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
I bet The Last Man on Earth was better.
I didn't see the I Am Legend, so I'll say it's better. Anything with Vincent Price, and it's better.
That's funny. I didn't even see Decipher's comment about The Matrix, but yeah, The Matrix, I finally did watch it. I just need to watch the 2 sequels now.
There's another sequel. 3 sequels.
Oh wow, there are 4 Matrix movies. Wow.
There's Animatrix too, so I consider that loose. So that would be kind of 5.
Oh wow. What's the 5th one?
I have a set that has Animatrix in it too, which is kind of like a different. It's kind of like a different thing, but it's kind of Matrix adjacent.
Okay. So it's not a direct sequel, but it's kind of in that universe.
But it was added to the set that I have. So.
Oh, okay. Cool. I want to watch the certain ones I want to watch again because I've only seen them once and they were so amazing, like Inception. That's one I think you need to watch more than once to really understand it. I've never seen it again except for the first time, and I was so confused. So that one is, I think I need to rewatch it.
We need to watch Tenet. You haven't seen Tenet. Tenet's crazy.
Tenet? Okay,
Yeah.
no. That one I haven't seen.
That's when people travel backwards in time and then forwards in time. So there's people going backwards and forwards at the same time.
Oh wow, I would love that.
Yeah,
I love that kind of mind fuckery. I love that kind of mind fuckery in a movie. That's so cool. I love time travel. I love anything that's mind bending. Like mind bending situations that make you question reality, like that kind of a thing. Like people trapped in supernatural circumstances, people time traveling, any kind of mind bending premise like that. Inception, a dream within a dream within a dream. Shutter Island was freaking amazing, and that one didn't seem like it was going to be that mind bending. It seemed like more of a mystery, but it had the twist to end all twists. That was phenomenal too. Shutter Island is one I only saw once too, and that's one I wish I could wipe my memory and watch again, not knowing what the twist is, because it's so good. I love a great twist.
No, I like that. Like Psycho said, there's a one Matrix movie. I don't care about the others.
I've heard that from other people before. I
don't think they should have made a fourth one. So,
Wasn't that just done like last year or something?
It wasn't done too long ago.
Yeah. It's a trend. It's a popular thing to bring back, to make a sequel many years after a successful series of movies, but it's always a risk. Sometimes it can pay off in spades and you come up with something amazing, and then other times it's a gigantic letdown. That one I heard people were disappointed with, that most recent one.
Which one? Give me an example of stuff that succeeds. Do you think Ghostbusters succeeded? Or you haven't watched any of those new ones?
Oh, you mean the Ghostbusters one with all the women?
No, I mean the ones after that one with Paul Rudd in it. They made a couple extra ones. I can't remember what they're called. Frozen Empire, and then the other one.
No, I didn't even know they made any of those. I never heard of that.
Yeah.
That was like years later after Ghostbusters, after the original.
Yeah, it was one of those movies where they kept on debating making one and how that should be good and everything, and all suddenly, I don't know, they just needed checks or what. They just started pushing out Ghostbusters. First all female cast one, and then two with Paul Rudd as like one of the leads. Wait, and I do believe one of the people from Stranger Things. If somebody could correct me on that.
Wait a minute. This was recent then?
It's recent, yes. Last year, a couple years ago, maybe last year.
I'm so out of the loop. I am so out of the loop in terms of movies that have come out in the last several years. You have no idea. Like, I have no idea. I don't know anything that came out. I haven't seen. Nope, didn't see that. I haven't seen anything.
Have you seen any Nosferatu? Any shape or form of the movie Nosferatu?
Yes, I took a film class in college, and we watched the original Nosferatu. That I did see, which was cool. I mean, that anybody that's into film should see that. That's obviously one of the all-time classics, and it's old as hell.
I got to see it like at a steampunk convention with a band called Valentine Wolf that played a soundtrack for it, and it was really good.
Oh, really? That's cool.
Yeah, like a live, like he plays cello and she sings and plays a couple instruments. It was really good.
Okay, that's cool. You were
I'm just saying.
I'm
just trying to find an example.
A sequel that came along after the earlier
movie. Find one.
One that succeeded. I can point to one that succeeded.
Okay.
Two of them actually.
All right.
Halloween, when they did the new trilogy of Halloween, which was in the late 2010s, that's when they released the first one. And they just called it, I think it was just Halloween. They didn't even put a number after it. With Jamie Lee Curtis returning, that movie was fantastic. The two that followed it were garbage, but that first one was fantastic, and they should have quit while they were ahead, because you're never going to equal the original, of course. The original Halloween is a classic that cannot be equaled. However, this really did justice to the franchise. There were a lot of missteps along the way, and just because I'm such a fan of the series, I even enjoy the weaker movies, the weaker sequels. I like them all.
Do you know which one? You know which one my favorite one is out of all of them?
I know what it is. It's the one that doesn't even have Michael Myers in it, right?
Yep. Season of the Witch.
Yeah. The one that doesn't even count.
It's my favorite one.
That doesn't even count. If it doesn't have Michael Myers, how is this a Halloween film without Michael Myers? That's crazy to me.
That's Halloween Mass in it, and it's the Season of the Witch.
That's the only one I haven't watched because he's not in it.
You should totally watch it. It's a good movie.
So I didn't watch it. I've seen all the other ones. And I like them all.
Have you seen any other John Carpenter films? Have you seen They Live?
Yes, They Live is a great movie. Okay. That one was cool. That was a mind bender. I love it.
You know, the one you should see. The one that you should see is In the Mouth of Madness. Have you ever seen that one?
No.
Because that one's based. That one's kind of like what I was saying about like Dark Place being like a comedy about Stephen King. This is kind of like a Lovecraftian Stephen King kind of version of a movie with the author, kind of like Deadland. The author kind of gets the book and everything like that.
Oh, let me add this to my list. What's it called again?
In the Mouth of Madness.
In Mouth of Madness.
That's a great film. It has Sam Neill in it.
I would love that concept. That sounds so cool. Yeah. I would definitely watch that. And the thing, yeah.
I would do a double feature with that and Event Horizon. Just have Sam Neill go completely batshit crazy twice. I don't know if you've seen Event Horizon, but they're perfectly great to watch together.
Oh, really? Okay. No, I've never seen that either. But yeah, like Scott said, the thing is amazing. The thing is one of the greatest movies of all time. It's just phenomenal. The original The Thing. The one that they did, this is another example of a movie where they did a sequel many years later, except it wasn't a sequel, it was a prequel. It was a prequel.
But the thing was a sequel to a movie that was before The Thing in the 70s or the 80s. There was another one.
Oh, really?
There was an old version of The Thing, yes.
Wasn't there one? There was one in the 50s, the original. Is that the one you mean, or is there another one?
There might be a couple. I think Planet of the Vampires is kind of a loose thing premise. They all come from the same story. Originally, there was the story that they adapted The Thing into, and I can't remember the name of the story right now. But many films have used it as premise.
Oh, then I want to watch all of them because I'm obsessed with The Thing.
You should watch all of them. You should look up The Thing and then all the movies that were inspired before and then after, and watch them all. I haven't seen the new one though. I haven't seen the one that's from the Scandinavian viewpoint or whatever. The prequel.
The prequel. It's actually good. I liked it. Yeah. I liked it. I know a lot of people didn't like it, and I don't know how it did in terms of professional reviews. But you're never going to equal the original, but I actually really enjoyed it, and I thought it was clever the way they did the prequel, and they explained it from what you finally actually get to see what happened to the people that got killed off that were already dead at the beginning of the original movie, The Thing. So you get to see what happened to these people, and I enjoyed it, and the way that they set it up, it was like right down to the scene with the dog running. There's like a helicopter showing up and a dog running, and they pick up right, like it leads right to that moment, which is how The Thing started in the the 80s. So I thought they did a good.
The original story is called Who Goes There. I just remembered it because there's a board game called Who Goes There that's based on it that I've actually played. Yeah, there's several board games based on The Thing, and it's pretty cool.
Who Goes There? Huh. Yeah, I just love the concept of it, and the isolation of it is what makes it especially horrifying. These people are, anytime you have a horror premise in an isolated environment like that, where they're truly trapped, it just gives you just such a deep sense of dread. Like there's nowhere for them to go. They're stuck there.
That's what like Doug was talking about Alien. It's like the same feeling.
Oh, like Alien, yeah.
Yeah.
I actually just watched Alien for the first time. I had never seen that one. Believe it or not. And that's where they got that the classic tagline, "In space no one can hear you scream." It's the isolation of it that makes it especially terrifying. They're trapped in that situation, so that's where you get some of the best horror. Yeah, there's no help to be found. There's no way to call 911 and get assistance. But getting back to like the reason I thought Halloween was so good, when they rebooted it and they did a new trilogy, they wound up flipping things around, flipping the situation on its head, and instead of being the hunter, Michael Myers finds himself in a position of being the hunted in the end. It was genius the way it was done, and it came off as very much like a tribute to the original John Carpenter film, because there were specific shots that emulated iconic shots from the original, including Jamie Lee Curtis standing in the shadows, like lurking behind Michael Myers, just like he once did to her. You see her face there instead of his. It was stuff like that I just absolutely loved, and she turned the tables on him and united with, it was like 3 generations of women. It was her and her daughter and her granddaughter, and the 3 of them uniting against him, turning the tables on him and setting a trap. The whole thing was set up as if she's so traumatized by this whole ordeal and messed up that she's made her whole place into a fortress. Her house is like a fortress, and then the twist is that it's not a fortress to protect her. It's actually, she was setting a trap for him the whole time and hoping and planning on him showing up there so she could trap him. It was amazing, and they should have ended it there. Where they screwed up was they made 2 more movies. It shouldn't have been another trilogy. It shouldn't have been a trilogy at all. So that's, sometimes filmmakers just don't know when to end, quit while you're ahead. Stop trying to milk too much out of your idea. Just know when to go out on a high, and don't, overdo it. And that's what happens sometimes with too many sequels. And Scream did a great job when Scream was there was over a decade. There was like a decade between Scream 3 and Scream 4, I think, if I remember correctly.
It's 4 and 5.
But there was like a whole period where there was no sequel to it until like 2010 or something, and then by the time they finally released another movie, there was so much new technology that they had all this new stuff to work with, which was that's what made it so great. It was the first one that had Emma Roberts in it. It was 2011. It was there was an 11-year gap between Scream 3 in 2000 and Scream 4 in 2011. Just think about how technology changed between 2000 and 2011. You know, you went from clunky, thick flip phones to smartphone technology, and the way that horror movies changed in that period too. They got a lot more gory and violent, and because people were getting desensitized.
But then there's the thing that the one scene where the girl says she likes elevated horror, which I liked.
Yes, because elevated horror, it was becoming a thing. Yeah, so I love how the Scream movies,
Midsommar and Hereditary and The Lighthouse and things like that.
Yeah, that was the newer Scream movie. By the time, I don't know which one that was, which Scream movie was that? By the time elevated horror became a thing, I think that was when 2022 Scream came out. They did that meta discussion about the meta talk about elevated horror, and in Scream 4 they made it more gory, and they do it on purpose because it's supposed to be a satire. It's basically satire. It's parody, and it's extremely meta. That's what I love about the Scream franchise. So Scream 4, they were like, well, we got to make this really gory. So, and they were, practically talking to the camera about it. It's one of my favorite franchises of films. And yeah, eventually then we graduated to elevated horror because of like Midsommar and Hereditary. So they talked about that. I love meta stuff.
The Witch. There's The Witch as well. I forgot The Witch.
There's The Witch. I love meta stuff. Huh?
I love that film.
Like, don't you love? Have you seen Cabin in the Woods?
Yes, I have seen Cabin in the Woods.
Now, if that's like the most meta horror movie I've ever seen. The entire thing, start to finish, is a send-up of various kinds of horror, and I thought that was just absolutely genius. It was brilliant. Complete with that.
It has one of the actors from Dollhouse in it. Like, keep on trying to do a Dollhouse watch.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's got some actors from that kind of that same playing field of actors.
Yeah. What I loved about it is, the parody of it, the fact that it was they were so obviously cliche, like the group of people there. You had the nerdy guy, you had like the promiscuous blonde, attractive young woman, you had the virgin. There's always a virgin. The virgin is supposed to be the final girl. That's the trope in horror, and they bring that up in the movie. The jock. So like they've got all the different archetypes for like the typical horror movie, and I loved that. And they also had like this random hick guy that, in the middle of nowhere at some rundown gas station, who warns the group, like, delivers that vague warning that you don't want to go to this location, but they go anyway, of course, which is very like Stephen King. That's something right out of Stephen King. I forget what movie that was, or what book and movie involved that, but Stephen King was famous for that kind of thing. Yeah, Trace, I loved that. Cabin in the Woods is the greatest horror movie of all time. It is just mind-bending on so many aspects. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I just absolutely love it. I just recently watched it again, and I forgot just how mind-blowing it was until I watched it again. When I saw that they were being watched, I was like, oh my god, okay, I'm sold. The entire environment was controlled. I won't spoil all the plot of it, but it was just so good. That trope of watching a scene and then the camera pulls back to show that they're on surveillance. I love that trope, and they used that in the movie too, which is great. Oh, so good. Yeah, there's a lot of movies though that I haven't seen that are classics. And John Carpenter, I haven't seen all of John Carpenter's films. I've only seen the most well-known ones, Halloween, The Thing, and The Mist and They Live. That's it. I haven't seen any of the other ones.
The Fog?
Oh, no, not The Mist, The Fog.
Okay.
Yeah, I always mix up the titles.
Have you seen The Mist? Like the Stephen King's Mist? With Thomas Jane in it?
Is that the miniseries? Was the miniseries? That one, did I see that? No, I didn't see the miniseries. I've only seen the movie. Wasn't there a more recent one, The Mist? That's the one that I've seen.
I don't know.
Yeah, I've never seen the miniseries, but that's on my list. What I saw was it was a 2017 horror series. I forget what it was. I forget what platform it was on, but it was an adaptation of Stephen King's The Mist in 2017, and it was excellent. I loved it. I want to watch the miniseries. I know the miniseries is more true to the book. Yeah, I like that. And again, that kind of concept is one of my favorite things in movies or TV. Just a group of people isolated under mysterious circumstances, trapped, and there's some kind of life-threatening element to it. I don't know why, but I'm obsessed with that. That's why I'm obsessed with From. And Severance involves people who are trapped, and I've watched many other shows that are like that, and movies too. There's just something so compelling about it. But the Fog was a fantastic and underrated John Carpenter movie that didn't do that well when it came out, but I think it's amazing. It's a classic. But I heard that John Carpenter's other movies were kind of not as high quality, so I haven't checked them out. But like the movies he did in the 90s, I haven't seen any of those. But I watched a documentary on how John Carpenter made like the behind the scenes of how they made The Thing, and it was just insane, like the stuff they had to do to create those things through practical effects and no benefit of CGI, is all practical effects. It's just so cool. Same with the Fog. They didn't have CGI, so they had to be really creative with the way that they handled the special effects and the actual fog. It looks so eerie and glowing, and the fog is practically its own character in the thing in this movie. So good. Yeah, that's true, Psycho. Yeah, humans are scarier than monsters.
Oh, that sounds like Donna and From.
I was gonna say the same thing. If you haven't seen From, there's a character who says, at least here the monsters have the decency to show you what they are. She doesn't really want to go back to the real world or the world where they came from, wherever they are now, because at least the monsters here are upfront about it and they play by certain rules, but human beings make the worst monsters, and they're hiding in plain sight. So, and I can relate to Donna. I've experienced plenty of monsters, so I get it. Yeah. so many virgins must die to satisfy a cosmic curse. Yeah, that in Cabin in the Woods, yeah, that was nuts. There was some kind of I don't know if you're talking about that, but it reminded me of how they had to like feed some kind of godlike entity by killing these people, and the whole thing was just genius, though. The way that it was handled, and the ending was shocking too. Normalized horror with employment and benefits. Oh, yeah, it was great. It was great. The best horror is psychological for me. It's got to be
Turn of the Screw.
Oh yeah.
Or like the Innocents. Have you seen Innocents?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's one of the most deeply unsettling movies I've ever seen. And it's not that the crazy thing about these old horror movies, they're not bloody. My cat is being loud. They're not bloody. They're not. There's no shock value. It's just deeply unsettling psychological horror. I find that movie disturbing, and there's no blood or gore or anything like that. So I loved The Innocents, The Turn of the Screw. Oh yeah. And there was The Haunting. The Haunting. It was from the 60s. Not the remake. The remake was horrible. But
The Haunting. But the Haunting of Hill House that it's not really the Haunting of Hill House. Mike Flanagan stuff's pretty good.
Yeah, no. The recent series, I heard that was good. The Haunting of Hill House.
Or the Paul the House of Usher. That was pretty good.
I've never seen that one. I haven't seen a lot of the old Vincent Price movies, but I loved House of Wax. That was a good one. The Haunting, 1963. That's the one that I was thinking of. That one is fantastic. It was produced by Robert Wise. That's a really good one. And I think it was that's the one that was adapted from The Haunting of Hill House. But it was from 1963, and it's very different from the series. The series put its own spin on it. It's completely different, but also really good. But yeah. I love old horror movies.
Have you seen The Shining and Dr. Sleep?
The Shining, yes. The Shining is one of my favorites.
Did you see Dr. Sleep though?
I watched the beginning of it, and I never finished it for some reason. I loved the beginning of it because of the way that it showed flashbacks to the 80s, and it showed like they actually managed to try and make it really feel like you're looking back into the past, and like they recreated it well. That couldn't have been easy to do. I liked that they had those flashbacks to the 80s, but I never finished the movie. I think there were certain themes in it that were kind of triggering me at the time, so I stopped watching it. Yeah, I think that's why. It was there were themes in it that were really disturbing regarding like hospice, and I had just recently suffered a loss, so
it
was too much.
You don't have to say anything else. I understand what you're talking about.
Yeah. And I was really mad because
I was just mainly talking about how like somebody like Kubrick takes a book and Stephen King didn't like it and he changed a bunch of stuff about it, and then Mike Flanagan kind of made a compromise between the old movie and the book.
Yeah.
Which is great. It's maintaining the integrity of the book and a few things actually from the Shining book, and then applying the Kubrick movie to it as well. So
really?
Oh, yeah, that's cool. Pretty crazy. Yeah.
I wonder if Stephen King like that one, because he didn't like the Kubrick Shining film.
Who knows? Who knows?
Stephen King Stephen King was not a fan of the Kubrick Shining film, which is wild because it's such a classic. But I guess I understand because he wrote the book and the movie changed so much of it. It reinterpreted it completely differently. So I understand as an author how he would feel about that. Like, you'd feel differently than the objective viewer who didn't create that original work. Like seeing your work completely made into something different, I could understand why he'd have a problem with it, but then he made a mini series that was true to his version of the book, and it was so it was so cringeworthy. It was so bad. Like they never should have made that movie. It was, and the guy who played Jack Nicholson's character, he was completely miscast. And I loved him on Wings. He was on a sitcom, Wings. Steven Weber. Yeah. But he wasn't right for that part. I love Steven Weber, but he was not right for that part. Honestly, I don't know who could fill Jack Nicholson's shoes playing that role. After that, how do you follow that? So, yeah, that was a mistake. Stephen King was really involved in that too. That's the crazy thing. Like he worked with that, like he basically produced the thing for TV. So, yeah, that was a screw up. I remember watching it when it came out on TV and being excited about it. And I was like, oh no, this is not it. This is not it. Yeah, 75 people watched. Unbelievable. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. It's awesome. And thank you, Zax, for sending people over. It's so cool. I really appreciate it. If you haven't hit the like button, I'd really appreciate that. If you could do that, please. And Doc looked up those movies. Wait a minute. Okay, Samuel said Jacob's Ladder was a good one to add to the list.
Oh, Jacob's Ladder is good. Yeah, Jacob's Ladder, yeah. Altered States is good. It's kind of like along a lot of the same lines. Altered States, Jacob's Ladder.
Altered States, yeah. I think I tried to watch Jacob's Ladder once, but I was exhausted, and it moves slow at first and involves a lot of concentration to follow it. It's confusing, and I was just too tired, so I couldn't like process it. So I need to revisit it and watch it because I could tell it was a great movie. I was just too tired to pay attention. Mm-hmm. It's one of those movies you really have to be like focused on.
Yeah.
Doc, let's see, where was Doc's comment? Doc found all the Carpenter films. That I didn't know there were that many. Wow.
Oh, there's a lot. Yeah.
Dark Star, Assault on Precinct 13.
That one's good. Yeah. Oh, they're all good. I like John Carpenter. They're all good.
Escape from New York. Haven't seen that one.
Yeah, that's great.
Christine? I didn't know he was behind Christine. I didn't see that one either, by the way. That's news to me. I gotta put that on my list. Starman, Big Trouble in Little China.
I like Starman.
Now, he ventured out of the horror genre then because he did other things.
Yep.
Yeah. Prince of Darkness. Haven't heard of that one. Memoirs of an Invisible Man. In the Mouth of Madness.
That's a comedy film with Chevy Chase in it.
Oh wow, comedy! I love Chevy Chase.
With Chevy Chase.
I mean, I love Chevy Chase's movies, like the ones that I have seen. So I'd probably like that. Village of the Damned. Was that one any good? Village of the Damned?
Yeah, that's pretty good. I mean, it was just a remake of the old one. You ever seen the old Village of the Damned with all the blonde kids and stuff? Bunch of cooey kids.
Oh no, I haven't actually. That sounds like that sounds like one that I started to watch once and gave up on after like the first scene because it was I just couldn't get into it. I don't know why.
Yeah.
The original one, not the remake. Wasn't there an old one?
Yeah, there's an old black and white one.
Yeah, and it was weird as hell, and I couldn't get into it. So I shut it off. I liked the concept, but it was just the execution of it. I just couldn't get into it. I'll have to check out more of John Carpenter's films. Thanks for looking that up, Doc.
I just wish you could
Very
make a
cool.
top 10 so we could start having watch parties, because you're gonna have a long list, but you would have to eventually choose.
Yeah.
My cat is selection.
Yeah. Yeah, we have to start having watch parties, and it's gonna be a little easier, I think, when Severance is done. We will have a little bit more time for that, but maybe we could squeeze that in now and then, even before Severance ends. Jesus, Boo, will you just lay down or something? She's standing on my chest, and like, just make up your mind. What the hell are you doing?
She's gonna steal your breath, Julie.
Jesus. This is what she does, and then I can't see. I can't work on my laptop because she's standing in the way, and I can't even see what I'm doing. And then she'll take like a few minutes before she'll decide if she wants to lay down. This time she decided not to.
Yeah, that's typical.
That's a cat for you. Yeah. And I'll just let her do it, whatever she wants, because oh God, here we go again. Whoa. Come on. What the hell are you doing? Please just, okay, lay down. Lay down. There you go. Lay down or get off me, or just decide what you're going to do, please. And I'm too nice to kick her off, of course. I can't when she's purring and cuddly. She's just too cuddly. K Brew up all night with Julie B. Yeah. Up all night Julie B. With Julie B. You know, when I was a kid, the funny thing is, I used to imagine that this is what adulthood would be like. As a little kid, you think adulthood is all fun and games, and I fantasized about what I was going to do when I was an adult. Because I always hated bedtime. I always wanted to stay up as late as possible, hated bedtime, and I just would imagine, like, I'd fantasize about being able to do whatever I want because I'm a grown up, and I'm going to stay up all night watching TV the entire night. And it's funny because I'm not that far off. I mean, I'm not staying up all night watching TV, but I'm up all night talking about TV shows with people online. So my fantasy of adulthood kind of came true in some regard. It's weird when I think of it now. That was like my dream. That's like how a little kid thinks. You think that it's just all fun and games. You can do whatever you want when you're an adult. Stay up all night, watch TV. You don't have to do what anybody says. That's bullshit. You always have to answer to somebody unless you're filthy rich. Then you can do whatever you want. But other than that, you got to answer to somebody, inevitably, whether it's a boss or a landlord or both, or the government or whoever. But yeah. Good night, Decipher. Glad you could be here, and see you later, Psycho. I hate you all for keeping me up. Gotta work in 5 hours. Hey, it's your fault for sticking around. Don't blame us. Thank you for hanging out. Appreciate it. Maybe hit subscribe. we don't always have hangout sessions where we just talk about random stuff, but sometimes we do. So and if you like From, or I know you don't really like TV shows, but try watching From and Severance, because we do get into fun conversations about it. So hope to see you back again.
That's all right, Flint.
What?
I was missing my bell.
Oh, you're missing your bell.
I couldn't find my bell. I didn't know where my bell was, and now I found it. I don't know if you can hear it. You said you couldn't hear it on one of your devices, so.
Yeah, I'm on my Chromebook, so I can hear it all now. I wanted to make for Doug. I wanted to make sure I could hear everything, so I got this thing ready.
Well, usually when you do anything from related, I grab the bell just in case, but I couldn't find it. But I put it up here on my shelf with a bunch of board games and stuff, because I think I didn't want it on the table because the cat was knocking it over.
Oh, jeez. Sounds like life around here with these crazy cats knocking shit over and raising hell and being loud.
Yeah.
similar cats. Psycho, I've stayed up for 12 days straight all the time. I don't know. How is that even possible?
Are you okay? You okay, buddy?
Yeah, that sounds dangerous for your health.
I highly recommend not doing that.
Yep, yeah. I don't think you should do that. It's not a good idea. I know it seems like I stay up all night and I never sleep, but I sleep in the morning then, like a vampire. If I'm doing a live...
You get into your crypt.
What?
You get into your crypt. You get into your velvet-lined coffin.
I get into my velvet-lined crypt and then I go to sleep when the sun comes up. That's why I'm so pale, you know?
Yeah.
So now you know, now you understand I wasn't on camera all this time, but now it makes sense, right? I'm living the life of a vampire. That's it. I barely see any sun, so okay. Carpenter made Village of the Damned better than the first one. I'll have to check out Carpenter's version. The first one, I just okay, I couldn't get into that at all.
Yeah, Prince of Darkness is good too.
Yeah,
it's all good. He did a lot of good films. He still does.
2 a.m. there, so you're in Central Time Zone, Scott. It's 3 a.m. here, Eastern Time. Thank you for hitting the like button. I really appreciate it. If anybody hasn't, please hit the like button. My channel is still little, and it was growing at a pretty good rate, and now it's just kind of, I'm having more trouble because From was like the engine that drove the channel, and once From ended, it's been a little bit harder to find viewers. We're covering Severance now, but there are a lot of channels covering Severance, so it's a little bit harder, like it being a little fish in a big pond. So anybody hitting the like button, hitting the subscribe, leaving a comment, all of that helps people find my channel with the algorithm and all. So I would really appreciate that. And if you like Severance and From and other shows that actually make you think and get you talking and making theories or trying to figure out what the hell's going on, then this is the right channel. Because this is the kind of stuff we cover on here. We don't just, it's fun to have random talks. We do that too. Go off script and just talk about whatever. But yeah. But normally we're a little more on topic, and we'll be doing our next live on Friday night. Will be, if we're even still doing that, we gotta talk about that. But Friday night is the From Academy live on various topics related to the series From, and then we'll talk about the next episode of Severance on Monday night at 10:15 p.m. Eastern. And by the way, I am still working on my Severance episode 5 deep dive. I'm trying really hard to get that out as soon as I possibly can. And I think what I'm going to have to do is break it into 2 parts and release half of it before the new episode comes out. The stuff that I really want to get out before it comes out, in case my ideas are proven right, I want to get that out before episode 6. So I'm working really hard to get that out. So keep an eye out for that, please, if you like Severance. It's late, but I'm going to be catching up. After that point, I'll be able to get my videos out sooner. And if you haven't already, I do have an episode 4 deep dive into Woe is Hollow, which is the crazy episode with the mountain wilderness, which never expected that one. And I put out a whole deep dive on that. And that's the latest video on the channel. And keep an eye out for the next one, which is going to be, I'm really going to try hard to get it out before the new episode tonight. So like this evening, I'm hoping to get that released. At least a part 1 of an episode 5 deep dive, because I have a lot to say on this. And I wish I could do the whole thing. It's just going to take too long. I don't do short stuff. I don't do short content. Everything is a deep dive. So it's going to be probably cut in half, because otherwise it's going to wind up being an hour long. I can tell this one is going to be a long one. So I'll just I'll cut it in half. Thank you very much, Scott. Thank you for subbing. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I just, every single person that wants to show up and check out my content, I can't thank you enough. I mean, I'm still learning. I'm a new person at this, and I don't have the fanciest stuff with bells and whistles and editing tricks yet, but I'm learning as I go. And I just wanted to get my ideas out there, and it's a lot of fun. So, I my videos are basic, but they're deep dives into theories and predictions and just analysis of these awesome shows that we love to talk about. And so it's not going to be just from Severance. Hopefully Welcome to Derry, if they ever get around to releasing it. And Stranger Things, and maybe Cassandra, and that crazy title 9 Bodies in a Mexican Morgue. I'm going to check that one out, see if that might be worth covering. I think it's coming out soon. I have to check. I don't really like the title. Like, it's kind of a mouthful. They could easily have just come up with something a little bit more basic. But yeah, like, I don't know, 9 bodies. They could have just stuck with 9 bodies, but 9 Bodies in a Mexican Morgue. It's a mouthful. It's not a really catchy title, but I'll tell you what, they're not going to have trouble getting people to actually find content on that. They're not going to have trouble at all.
It's got a lot of words you can look up, and it's definitely a show that only has that as its title.
Yeah,
not
it's gonna be pretty damn easy. It'll be the opposite of trying to find from content. Whoever thought they should name the show From? Oh my god, it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. And this one will be easy. It'll just be a little hard for people to remember the title. That'll be an issue. I guess it's unique, so you could remember it that way, but it's wordy. So thank you very much, Trace. I appreciate it. You're so kind. I really appreciate your words of support. You're always so kind. And you too, Martin. Just lovely people here. All of you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, Dieter, I will rest soon.
Yeah, I think Dieter's right. I think we're gonna get done soon. At least I am.
It's
I'm just gonna finish this patch key. Do you have patch keys where you are this time of year? Patch keys?
No, what is that? I don't even know what that is.
It's a Polish donut. that comes out around Mardi Gras. I mean, not Mardi Gras, but Lent. Was it Lent?
Oh, okay. I like donuts, so yeah, that sounds good. Is it sweet? Does it have like a frosting on it or a glaze or anything?
Yeah, there's several different types. There's types that have powdered sugar, some that are glazed. The apple ones kind of have a cinnamon dust on them.
Yeah.
They have all different types. They have special ones that come out every year, like there's a place around where I live that's has pineapple. They have limited edition ones. They have a churro one and a pineapple upside down cake, and then they have a lot of the typical ones: Bavarian cream, cherry, strawberry, lemon, prune, which is interesting.
That's
cream
odd.
cheese, death by chocolate. And they only come out in February, so you kind of just go, there's kind of like a store I go to that's bigger that has like all of them in the case, and then you can pick 6 of the ones that you like or a dozen.
Oh, wow. God, you're making me hungry
they're
for
pretty
donuts.
good. Yeah,
God, now I want some donuts. All I have is some crappy ice cream in the freezer from just sweets right now.
But
I'm like,
it must be like a Midwest thing, I guess, a patchki.
okay.
It's not like East Coast.
Yeah, I've never heard of it, but I've never heard of a lot of things, so who knows? But yeah, that sounds delicious.
I wasn't sure how far the patchki circle went, like around, or if it's just in neighborhoods that have Polish populations or states that have a good Polish population.
Yeah, I don't know. We have something here that's pretty what the hell is it called? Doughboys. We have these things that are popular. I think they're awful personally, but they're very popular in Rhode Island. They're called doughboys, and it's like it's basically just a hunk of fried dough covered in sugar, and honestly I don't really see the appeal, but people are just obsessed with them around here. So that's a Rhode Island thing. Oh, that and Dell's lemonade, which is really delicious frozen lemonade. It's a staple here, and it's something that if people move out of this area, they really miss it. You can't get anything that's quite like it. And every summer, it's like everyone is all excited when the Dell's lemonade stands open for the season, and then they close at like in October or something like that. Those are our Rhode Island things. But
yeah, Samuel, it said Fat Tuesday in Lent. I'm not Catholic, but I went to Catholic school, so I think I deserve this.
Sure, why not?
Well, people eat them because they give up stuff for Lent, but I gave a lot of stuff up for Catholic school, so
Yeah, I gotta turn my camera off for a minute, but
how dare you?
Yeah. Martin says my tweet about the tree hit 51 likes last night and 2K views from Darlington to Fromville. Nice, Martin. That's fun when that happens. I've been trying my hand at getting noticed on Twitter myself, and it's fun when that happens. Like I'm learning how to do it. I never used to use Twitter. I never had a Twitter account, and I still call it Twitter. It's not X. I will never call it X. Anyway, if you use the right hashtags, it's amazing how many people can wind up seeing your tweet. Like once in a while, I'll get like 4,000 people viewing my tweet, which is crazy. And then if you get lucky enough to be retweeted by somebody, it's the magic of Twitter. You tag the right people who have a large following, and then boom, all of a sudden your tweet gets seen by thousands of people. It's so cool. Like when Harold retweeted me.
Yeah.
By the way, I wonder when those NAACP Image Awards are happening.
Get out of my head!
You were thinking the same thing.
I was like, did you vote for that? Get out of my head!
I think of that all the time with you, Scarlett. I think of that all the time with you, Scarlett, because you constantly say things that I was just about to say. Like we're in each other's heads.
Yeah, I wanted to know when those are happening or when they're announced.
I think if I remember correctly, they usually happen in like May or June, I want to say.
Yeah.
So
you okay?
Sorry, my mom is calling me. Hold on a sec.
Okay. No problem. If you like our channel, you may also like Severance, because we're having a Severance watch party, waffle party extravaganza at 9 p.m. EST in Julie's Discord, which is probably pinned to the top of this chat. I'm not sure. We watched Severance. We're watching episode 6, I want to say, Attila. We're watching that at 9 p.m. and then watching it again at 10 p.m. because I can't watch it at 9 p.m. and then we have a chat about it. But we might do a mad rush onto YouTube and have a big after party on YouTube. Who knows? Let's see here. After that, I guess we're having From Friday. I wasn't sure if we're having that or not. From Academy with Doc. We have a topic each segment. We have done Jack Bender and Jeff Pinkner and John Griffin, and we will probably do, it was Ladies' Choice, but we have a bunch of topics. We'll pick one. Sunday, I do Yellow Jackets with Jamie on Sci-Fi Vision. We are going to be reviewing episode 3 and the title sequence and go through it by frame and frame like most obsessive people do. And that will be at 10:30 EST on Sci-Fi Vision, Jamie's Discord. But she will also be having a Yellow Jackets party. You know, if you don't have a way to watch Yellow Jackets, go to our Yellow Jackets party at about 8:30, and we will be watching episode 3. Then on Monday, we have our Severance live, where we deep dive into the episode of Severance, which will also be Attila, which is the current episode. And we will usually talk about the episode, deep dive, theorize, and we'll have call-ins where people can call in and talk about their own theories if they wish.
And that's at 10:15 p.m. Eastern on Monday. We'll be doing that every Monday for Severance. We'll keep on doing that, and we'll do we will do call-ins also. So that's always fun. Yep. Mm-hmm. And the more I think about it, I think it would be fun if we do pop on YouTube after we do the Severance watch party tonight. You know, bring our discussion over to YouTube, because it was so much fun last week that I was wishing that we had gone live.
Yeah.
And so why not?
Yeah, but then it'd be funny. It'd be like 2 hours of talking about whose back of the head is this, and then somebody's just like, it's Robbie Benson's.
Oh God, yeah, maybe it's not a good idea. we might sound like absolute idiots if we do that.
Yeah, it's gonna be something like Ben Stiller hired him just because he was in Ice Castle, so it'll be like funny. Because Ice Castle's about ice skating, and they have the whole motif of, like, you know, the ice breaking and the opening credits and all that, and icy roads and all that.
Right. Yeah.
It'd be funny.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, yeah. Now that you say that, maybe it's a bad idea, because we spent a really long time doing like a forensic analysis of the back of this guy's head on Severance, Mystery Man, and it was a complete and utter waste of time. Like, I pulled up side-by-side images of this actor who we thought died, and I guess did die in season 1, and the one in the new episode, and we put them side by side, and we're studying the hair color. Is the hair too light or too dark? Are the ears too big? It was all complete futility. It was pointless.
Then Susie's showing pictures of Ben Stiller, and she's like, he always puts his head to the right like that, and then he's got bad posture, and this guy kind of has bad posture.
Yeah. So I don't know. We would sound like a bunch of fools if we do that kind of thing on YouTube, but I don't know. I mean, it was a good time regardless. I still enjoyed it. I was annoyed that, that part was a nothing burger, but we all had fun. That's the important part. We had fun doing it, and that's not all we talked about. We talked about the rest of the episode too. At some point, someone was like, "Wait, can we get back to talking about the episode now?" Because we were just focusing so much on that one scene. Then we got back on track, but it was just a fun time. And then we do our obviously our serious deep dive on Monday. Once I've had I like to wait. I wouldn't really want to do it the next day because I like to have time to digest the episode. It's so deep.
You like to marinate for a while. Marinate.
Let it marinate.
Marinate.
Take notes and just really dissect the thing. And then by the time we cover it on Monday, I feel like I've got a good grasp on it, and I'm not, going to be like obsessing over the back of some guy's head that winds up being a complete nothing burger. So I think that makes the quality of our lives better because we don't do it immediately. If we do this, it would just be for fun, and then we do our more serious deep dive on Monday.
More like an after party.
Like an after party. Yeah, the real deal will be higher quality because we'll both have had time to watch it more than once, and I take notes. I think you take notes. God, Scott, you are amazing. Thank you so much. Jeez. Thank you so much. Wow, you're terrific. There's 86 people here and only 48 likes. Well, yeah, I don't know if half of these people are asleep. Are you guys awake? Because I wonder
if you're gonna sleep, just hit play and just let it ride.
Yeah, maybe they're asleep.
Let me be part of your nightmares.
The like button is free, guys. It doesn't cost anything.
Free? It doesn't cost anything.
All you have to do is just press a button. That's it. Just throw me a bone. Just throw me a like. Not hard. I mean, look, as a viewer of these lives of other people, I understand not remembering to do it. Most of the time, I don't remember until I'm reminded. Even if I'm really enjoying it, I just don't think of it. And then someone says it and I think, oh, okay, yeah, I forgot to like the video. But other than that, I don't know.
I guess I always do when I come in because there's a lot of channels I like that don't have a lot of likes, and I try to boost them up.
Yeah, absolutely.
I watch, and I dare to admit I watch Mayfair Witches, but there's a podcast and YouTube channel called the Articulate Coven that I love because they're super funny. And I just immediately give them a like when I come in because I know they're only going to have like maybe about 30 likes for a while. But they're so funny. Yeah. It's amazing how many channels have funny people. Like Cyber Queen Media is so funny and they don't get the likes that other channels get, where I'm thinking, why does this channel get so many likes? And they don't, and they're really funny.
Yeah. That's the thing. A lot of people just don't remember, though. They don't remember to do it, and so people need to kind of cheerlead for it. People in the chat, I really appreciate it when people in the chat remind others to hit the like Thank you, Scott, for doing that. Truly, and you've done this multiple times since you've been here. I really appreciate it. In fact, I just went into my YouTube tab and I threw you a wrench because you're already acting like a mod anyway. So I really appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Please like, subscribe, share, and ring the notification bell. You're the best. You're the best. I really appreciate it. And Zach's for sending you over here, because I'm pretty sure that you came over with Zach's. So now you have a wrench. It may not appear immediately, but it's there. Yeah, you're terrific. And yeah, if you hit subscribe but you don't enable notifications, then you're not going to know, like, when we go live or when I post a video. So it does help a lot if you do hit the notification bell, and then it should notify you. I've heard that sometimes people don't get notifications.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I don't know why, but it's supposed to notify you. So if you hit the bell and enable all notifications, then when I'm live, and I tend to run late sometimes, at least it'll let you know when I'm finally going live, and I would appreciate it. Yeah, I'm trying to inch my way up. I'm kind of stuck around the same number of subscribers that have been for a while. It was just and I'm so grateful for all of it. I never expected to get that many in such a short time. To get over 1,000 subscribers was mind-blowing, and I really appreciate it. And now it's just kind of leveled off, kind of plateaued, but honestly, I've never been in this for a lot of views or subscribers. I'm doing this because I enjoy it. I really enjoy talking about fascinating shows and getting into fun conversations with awesome people like you guys. So that's the important thing. Trace, you're so funny. 2 hot chicks keeping me up all night. I love it, Trace. And 2 hot chicks and my cat.
You just set yourself up for something.
Oh God, no. Oh Jesus. Oh God. Please. Why did I say that? Why did I say that?
At least Dieter's not here. I'm sure he'd say something.
Dieter would have some jokes. Yeah.
Just jump on that.
Yeah, because I walked right into that one. I walked right into that one. Yeah. But it was just funny, the timing of it. The timing of it, though, when he said 2 hot chicks keeping me up all night, and I highlighted it, and then Boo walks right into the shot in front of the camera. Don't forget me. I'm here too. Boo's the honorary co-host as well. She likes to chime in and make her opinion heard every now and then. Yeah, you'll hear her voice. She makes her voice heard. She's quiet. She's a little quiet tonight. I don't know if you've heard her, but she's certainly making herself seen. A lot of people on their TVs sometimes. Yeah, so some people don't hit the like button because they're watching it on their TV.
Yeah, I watch it on my TV too.
Yeah.
Sometimes. And I get it. The reason I get a whole bunch of different channels, because one time you said, how do you find these like little channels? It's like, I got 2 things going. I got like the iPad going, but then also the television. And depending on what me and my boyfriend watch on the television, we get different suggestions that I would get on my own.
Right.
So there's a lot of cool channels that I find, a lot of small channels because of that.
That's cool. Yeah.
But then I have to subscribe to them on my iPad so I can like them, because I can't like them on the television.
Yeah, that's right. So you got to actually go on a separate device and do it. Because I know smart TVs just have YouTube built in, so you're not on a device. So that's one reason why people don't like stream. I don't do that. Like I have a Google Chromecast, so I have to have a device to send the stream to the TV. So I'm on a device anyway, whether it's a Chromebook or a phone, so I can hit the like easily. But I appreciate it.
And sometimes I'll just set our live or somebody else's live, like Fayfire's, and just let it ride. And just turn off the TV and just let it ride for how many hours?
Yeah. You know, sometimes I think...
Except for the fact that every time my boyfriend turns on the TV, it seems to be this video about... It's like this... I think it's an 8-hour video about Lost. Like all the seasons of Lost.
What?
And no matter what we watch, it always just goes back to this 8-hour video about Lost.
That's weird.
And I would avoid it because I didn't know if I wanted to watch Lost or not. So I'm like, I don't want to watch this 8-hour video or wake up during it.
That's so weird. That's so weird. I mean, it's not a live replay. It's just an 8-hour video. That's weird. That's a lot.
No, it's 8 hours about all the series of Lost. It's the complete series of Lost overview.
Wow.
From the beginning to the end.
I didn't even... Wow,
and all crazy. The themes and stuff. All the themes of Lost and, all that.
It must be like a crazy video essay thing then, I'm guessing. Like, there are video essays that are extremely long.
Yeah.
Some of them are hours
I watched
long.
one on Midsummer that was probably 10 hours long.
Oh my God. I remember...
I didn't watch it all at once, but I watched bits and pieces.
I remember a time when there was a limit on how long of a video people could put on YouTube, and you couldn't put a video on that was that long. But now I don't know if there's a limit or if it's just a very high limit or what. But that's so cool. The longest thing I watched on YouTube was a 3-hour video essay on the Kendrick versus Drake rap beef. That was it. That was the longest one I've watched in terms of a video essay. I've watched lives that are 4 hours long.
Yeah.
But like an actual like scripted video, 3-hour essay was the longest for me, and I had to watch it in chunks. I couldn't even do it all at once.
I watched a crazy breakdown of Midsummer, one on the witch that was like 8 hours, and it told about the whole history of that time period, and then the witch trials and all this stuff. Like a lot of information.
Well, that's interesting.
Like somebody's thesis.
Wow. See, by the way, good night, Doc, and thank you for the reminder for people to like the stream. Good night, my friends. We'll talk to you later. Thank you so much for being here and all your support. So what was I gonna say? This is something that I could really get into when I have a bit, like if I ever get a bit more time on my hands. I'm a wordy person, and I could easily make a video that's longer than an hour, like an essay that dives even deeper. Julie B's deeper dives. I could.
You can have that Scott McCord like quote in there, a little soundbite.
Yeah. I could oh my God, I could use that as a soundbite. As a matter of fact, I could. That's a great idea, actually. I could totally do that. Like if I really had the time, I could write a video essay that was hours long easily. I could do one on like the entirety of season 1 of From or something, like from start to finish, the entire rewatch. I would love to do that if only I had the time. Eventually, maybe I will. I don't know if anybody would watch, but it would be fun to do it just for myself. I mean, I guess some people do watch this long content, though. Video essays are becoming more popular.
Yeah.
So,
well, a lot of times, like you've been doing, they break it down into chapters, so it's a little easier. Like if you want to go to a particular chapter, like in The Witch, it'll be like, colonial time period that's set in, and you just watch that, or the way they made the buildings, and you just watch that. You don't have to take it all, as one thing.
Yep, that's why when we finish our Severance breakdowns every week, when we do our Severance lives on Monday nights, after the live is over, I have to wait a few minutes because it doesn't work immediately. I mean, I could do this immediately, but I would erase the live replay of the chat, and I don't want to do that. So I wait like 10 to 15 minutes. Then the live replay of the chat appears, and I know I'm not going to erase it. I go back into the stream, and I put timestamps in for every scene that we break down and every topic we discuss in the live, so that people don't, if people don't have time or they want to watch it in segments, they can jump around. So we might have a live that's 6 hours long, but people can check out the replay, and if there are certain scenes they want to hear the discussion about, then they can jump right to that. So hopefully that's helpful and people like it and make use of it. I've been doing it every week now, so now there are chapters for everything. And on Monday night, at one point we got on the subject of From randomly because somebody came into the chat and said, well, if you like mysteries, you should watch From. and like,
you should have been like, what's From?
I should have been like, what's that?
I have no idea what that is.
Tell me more about this show From. What is this all about? Like, it was hilarious. Grow and Thrive said, From, this is a From channel. This is the number one thing that we talk about here is From. So yeah, that was so funny. And so the person immediately subbed. They were like, oh, this is a From channel, okay, and they subbed. So that was hilarious. So then I launched into a little like discussion about From for like 10 minutes or something, and I think someone was asking about what From is about, so I was launching into a discussion of that. I put that in a chapter too, so that people could find where that was. And then Doug Hughes popped in the chat, and I made that a chapter also because that was just fun.
That's when I was taking cat naps. I was kind of in a kind of different zone.
Yeah. Well, you can see it easily on the replay because I made a chapter for it. So, yeah, it was like 4:20 a.m. and we were just talking about Severance, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Doug Hughes popped in the chat. Doug Hughes, aka the Man in Yellow from if you're not aware, any of the new folks here, but he popped into the chat, and people and Grant said, "Hi, Doug." I was like, "Wait, Doug? Why are you saying hi, Doug?" And I looked at the chat and it said Douglas E. Hughes. That's his real account. He was in the chat saying hi, even though he doesn't watch Severance yet. He's going to. And so I said hi. I was kind of freaking out, like, oh my God. I don't know why I was freaking out, because he's been on the live stream with us.
He's like our buddy, Julie.
I know. I was still kind of fangirling. I don't know why, just because he's not usually in the chat showing up randomly like that. So I got excited. But he had been on lives with us at least 5 times. Tonight was the 6th. So I don't know. I got excited. I was just like, oh, hi, Doug. Hi, Doug. Thanks for coming in. And then I started promoting his stuff. And he said, people were asking him, did you finally watch Severance? And he said, no, I just got up to pee.
Exactly.
Yeah. And when he first came in, he just said, go to bed, you people. Which is funny. He told me after the fact that he woke up, he had to go to the bathroom, and he thought to himself, okay, it's 4:20 a.m. Julie's probably streaming.
It's 4:20 somewhere.
Yeah. He said it's 4:20 a.m. They're probably streaming. Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I'm gonna talk. I gotta get Fletcher to watch my Yellow Jackets on Sunday. Yes, Shauna's the worst. I know Shauna's the worst. You watched Yellow Jackets. You've seen Shauna.
Oh, yeah. Shauna is the worst.
Shauna in Yellow Jackets. She's the worst.
She is the worst.
She's the
Thank
worst.
you, Scott. Thank you, Scott. I really appreciate it. Yes, and you're welcome for the wrench. I saw you say thank you, and I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. You are amazing. This is why I gave you a wrench, because you were already acting like a mod. So I was like, okay, then you deserve a wrench. Here you go. I appreciate it, and I don't know if you, Scott, if you watch From or Severance, but hopefully you watch at least one of the two, and you can join us again, because you're terrific. I appreciate you. We'd love to see you back. And he was on Zach's stream, so yeah, in the right place at the right time. Yes, yeah, it was serendipity. That's what you call serendipity. Yeah, that's one of my favorite words, actually. I'm nerdy about words. My screen name was always Logophile. That used to be my screen name in Discord. It was Logophile88 until I started my channel, and then I changed it to my channel name. But I love words. So serendipity. It was serendipity that you showed up. Well, that's lovely. That it's your nature to try to help, because we need more people like that in this world. They say when things are terrible, and and you don't know where to turn, something horrible is happening, like, always look for the helpers. Look for the helpers. That was what Mr. Rogers always said. That his mom taught him to look for the helpers, and that's what you have to do, even in dark times when you're just in the middle of a nightmare. There are always helpers out there somewhere, always kind people, and it restores your faith in humanity. There's always going to be somebody out there. You just have to look for them, and this community is loaded with people like that. This Fromily, this Severance community, like Fromverance community. I guess we'll have to call it Fromverance now, because a lot of us watch both at this point. It's amazing. It's so good. Martin, I've done extended Lord of the Rings trilogy marathons. These are rookie numbers. Yeah. I know it can get crazier. It can get even crazier. Yeah. Fletch, we're still here. Not for much longer though.
I'm still Fletcher. I am on the beginning of season 2 Dark. I haven't started yet. And the only reason I haven't started is because Yellow Jackets started and the White Lotus started, and I wanted to watch both of those.
Yeah.
So I will eventually get to it.
You're welcome, Scott. You seem like a really lovely guy, so I appreciate you. And if you haven't watched From or Severance, check out those shows. You might like them, and then you can join us. We'd love to have you back. Back in the chat. With great power comes great responsibility, Scott. Yeah, quoting Spider-Man. Indeed. Yeah, season 2 of Dark. I don't know if I could even say which season is the best, Fletch. They're all phenomenal.
We should check out the Cassandra show as well to see if that's doable.
Yeah, we gotta check out Cassandra, because we're gonna need a show. Look at how he was cheerleading for likes, Scarlet. He was like 49 likes, and then he said one more like and we hit 50. One more like and we hit 50, and then he said 50 likes. Thank you, chat. You are terrific, Scott. God, you're just awesome. Like people like this restore my faith in humanity. Sometimes, when you go public like this, and you're in public forums, social media, YouTube, it can be a cesspool, It can bring out the worst in humanity, but it can also bring out the best in humanity. And it's nice to see. I think this community is, by and large, a kind one, which is something so needed in these difficult times, and difficult times in my own life personally, on a personal level. So you guys are like my support system, and I would be lost without this community at this point. I can honestly say that. And that's not hyperbole. That's just fact. I would be completely lost. This community is like family to me. And I appreciate all of you guys and the opportunity to meet so many kind, lovely people. I live very isolated, and I have severe health issues that I have to deal with every day that I'm suffering from. But this is my sense of community and a creative outlet and an escape, and just it's opened up doors I never would have thought. I mean, we just had Doug Hughes on for the 6th time. This phenomenal actor. I never would have dreamed that I'd have the opportunity to do this, all from my room without even having to leave and go anywhere. Like this, it's so cool, and it's all because of that of a TV show that started it all. If I hadn't started watching From, this never would have happened. I wouldn't have a channel. The thought never would have crossed my mind to do it, because I didn't think anybody would be interested in anything I'd be putting out anyway. So, yeah, fate just kind of worked its way, and the stars aligned, and I'm just grateful for it, because it's really what I needed in my life. So, and in a couple of months, maybe Scott McCord will be up for an interview. Apparently, Scott McCord, who plays Victor on From, said that when his schedule frees up in the spring, that he'd be willing to do an interview. That he's looking forward to it. So, I'm just honored. I'm honored to have that opportunity with amazing actors, and to have the chance to actually to do interviews. Oh, it's amazing, and I'm so grateful for the opportunity. You didn't like the 3rd season of Dark, Fletch? Oh man, I loved it from the very first scene. It blew my mind, but yeah, taste. It's a subjective thing. I get it. But I thought it was a masterpiece, start to finish. Season 1 right up to the end. Well, see you later, Fletch. Thanks for popping in. Appreciate you. And hope to see you again soon in the next one. So speaking of which, we should discuss, stuff that's coming up and wrap things up. Much as I hate to do it, because there are 81 people here.
I was gonna say, do you want to play card games or something else in your life?
Yeah, I mean, it's like it's kind of difficult to shut it down when there are that many people watching. I mean, when From was airing new episodes, what is wrong with my light? When From was airing new episodes, it was we had over 100 people in the chat every week.
Mm-hmm.
Not the first few times, but
yeah,
we eventually got there, and the peak was 167, but then every week it was over 100, and that was cool. But it's been less in the off season, and then with Severance, I'm thrilled with how we're doing. It's okay that we don't get over 100 people. It would be cool if we reach that milestone with Severance, but if we don't, we have a great discussion regardless. A very active chat, and our numbers have been great, so I'm grateful. It's going really well. So, Scott, I have 83 here, and now 78, 81. It keeps changing. It keeps hovering around that 80 mark.
Probably anytime you say, "Oh, we're gonna wrap it up," you probably lose 5 people.
Probably, yeah. I should stop saying that
Now,
until
if I
I'm
said I was
literally.
going to take my shirt off, that would probably put more 10 more people in.
That would keep them from
but
leaving.
I'm gonna take it off, but I'm not gonna turn on my camera.
That would be a way to keep people's attention. And just take your shirt off. Yeah.
Just take your shirt off, as you do.
Yeah. Oh, it's a good thing Dieter's not in the chat right now because he'd be making requests at me.
Mm-hmm. We should play Stardew Valley. We should play some cooperative video games.
Yeah. God, like, what can we do?
And then playing Stardew Valley, it's a little game where you get a farm and you farm and you have animals and crops and you go into the city and you talk to everybody and you forge relationships with them.
Oh, okay.
And you can even date them, or you can ask them to marry you and you can have a baby. Wow.
You get to have a whole life in this video game.
Yeah, it's fun. It's a fun video game.
It's like the board game of life, kind of, but in a video game.
Yeah. I play like that, and Animal Crossing and Guacamelee, which is another kind of fun game, or Psychonauts. Psychonauts is funny. I like funny video games.
I don't have a lot of experience with those, with video games.
There's a lot of games that are cooperative and they're kind of funny. Like they have a funny storyline instead of just being serious or horror or anything. Though Alan Wake is pretty good. Well, Alan Wake has a lot of humor in it too. Like it's just dark humor.
Right.
But that one was like kind of like Deadline again, like a guy writing himself into his own story.
I love that kind of concept.
Yeah.
It's so great. So great. I'm really looking forward to having that discussion about Deadline with Doug on this stream. And I know, like, a lot of people might think, oh, why would I read a play? But reading plays is extremely enjoyable. It's not a long read. You can get through it pretty quick, and it's so descriptive that you can picture all the action. You can picture all of it. It's great. Like I like reading plays. So I can't recommend it enough, really. And Doug is just such an amazing member of the Frumley to hang out with us as much as he does, and he goes into different fan groups just to make people happy and interact with them, comments on people's social media. He's the most interactive of the whole cast, and it's lovely of him to do that. So I want to do something for him and get attention for his plays that are just deserving of that. And not only that, I mean, I enjoyed reading it so much that I truly think other people would too. So, I mean, just me read it and immediately wanted to know which one she should read next, which of Doug's plays she should read next. So she definitely enjoyed it.
But probably the Who's Underwear. That one sounds the most interesting to me.
Oh my God! Yeah, I need to get that one. A bunch of men end up having to be in their underwear instead of women, which is the norm. It's always women running around in their underwear in these things, but it's men, and it sounds hilarious. Too Many Cooks sounds amazing. After I read the review of it, I really want to read Too Many Cooks because it's I just love the concept. It's set in Prohibition era, and it's got like it's about this restaurant where I'm trying to remember the concept. Basically, it's something to do with some rum runner guy and the mob shows up, and the entire thing is it's a hilarious farce from what I read about it. And as the police, like I guess like someone's investigating the restaurant, and then everyone has to like change identities for some reason, and people are adopting different identities, different accents and voices, and it just becomes more and more ridiculous with the mistaken identity. And pratfalls, and God, reading the review made me want to go see it, but if I can't go see it, then I'm at least going to read it. And Samuel just got the chance to finish Deadline today. Nice. Deep dive into Deadline. Yeah. So you liked it, Samuel. You enjoyed it? Doug was on here earlier saying hold on a sec.
Okay. I guess I'm going to be doing some promo. Are you back?
Yeah. I
Okay.
just had to tell my mom something.
Okay, I didn't know if you had to go do something. I usually promo when you do that.
So Scott, so it is called Deadline, and it's about two playwrights who are up against a crazy deadline. They have to write. They have to basically finish writing a murder mystery play that they're hired as ghostwriters. The author of the play has suddenly died, and they have to finish it on a very tight deadline. And then they get to work, and as they're writing, their office space around them starts to disappear, and the set of the play that they're writing begins to appear around them, and they find themselves on a ship or a yacht. Basically, it's a yacht, and they're in the setting of the murder mystery that they're writing, and they're surrounded by the characters that they're writing about. They start to participate in the action, and then they turn around and they realize that their typewriter is gone, their computer is gone, and they're trapped, and they have to figure out how to finish the mystery, how to finish writing it and write their way out of it, and before they get murdered themselves. And people are dropping like flies left and right, dying off, and they have to figure out how to finish this murder mystery. So that's the concept of it. It's loaded with comedic elements, but it's not a farce. It's extremely witty. I would call it. It's witty as hell. Kind of like Knives Out, if you've ever seen Knives Out. It's got that kind of a wit, but with a supernatural twist, of course, because they're trapped in their own murder mystery that they're writing. So that's the best way I can describe it. And yeah, they're suddenly living out the writing they wrote. It's crazy. Exactly, Scott. Exactly. So if you want to check out a sample of it, and the place to buy it and read a sample of it, it's in the description of this video. Actually, it's at playscripts.com, and you can read. See, the play is only about 70 pages long. You can actually read 30 pages of it. 32 pages, actually. You can read 32 pages of it, and so then you'll know if you want to continue it. I'm gonna I just put the link in the chat. It's also in the description of the video. And so it's also in the description of the video, and so yeah, you can check that out, and I highly recommend it. It was such an enjoyable read. The guy who wrote it, he's playing a brand new character on From, and he's a playwright who's written 7 plays with his writing partner, Marcia Kash, and he's also a veteran theater actor. He's a regular on our lives now as a guest, and he's absolutely hilarious. If you check out the beginning of the live, the replay, you can get a sample of how hilarious and entertaining and just brilliant and witty this man is. Eloquent speaker, and just a pleasure to talk to. So I can't recommend his writing enough. All of his plays. I'm reading his novel right now, but that's not published. He actually sent me that in a PDF because it's actually unpublished, even though it's amazing. It should be published. But he's got 6 published plays, and Deadline is the 6th one. So yeah, it's just a delight to read. He's a brilliant man, Doug, and his writing partner clearly is just as brilliant. We've never met her, but she's helped him write all of their plays. They're a team. They've been together as a team for 34 years, and they've had plays produced in countries around the world in many languages, and it's really amazing, actually. Poland, China, not to mention he's a veteran theater actor as well. And now he's our new villain on From, which I highly recommend if you've never seen From. MGM Plus is From. In my opinion, is the best show on TV. Severance would be number 2 for me. But and if you want to know more about Doug Hughes, you can check out the link to his website in the description of this video too. There's his website. There's the link to where to get Deadline at Play Scripts. There's also a link to Concord Theatrical where you can get copies of any of his first 5 plays, including that Who's Underwear play that we talked about, Too Many Cooks, which is the farce that I was talking about. So all of those links are in the description, and you can see the interview I did with him if you're interested. There's a link to that in the description of the video too. I did an interview with him in 2 parts because it was an hour and like 41 minutes long. So I had to split it in 2. And yeah, it was just a delight. Yeah. So all of those links are in there. If anyone's interested in checking it out, I'd appreciate it. And Doug is just the nicest guy. So, and he has a brilliant mind, a brilliant and witty mind. He blesses us with his presence so much, gives us so much of his time and energy. And so just a way to give back for me to bring attention to his work that is deserving of that attention. Writers, I'm telling you, part of the reason I'm so passionate about helping him get attention on this stuff is because I have a degree in writing myself, and I know how much society undervalues writers and writing, especially with the advent of AI and all of these tools that are just kind of making writers obsolete. And throughout history, it's been so difficult for writers to get attention on their work. It's been an age-old problem where you find out that even some of the most brilliant writers in history didn't get their work published until after they died. In one case, he told me a story about a man who didn't get his work published. He unalived himself, and then his book got a Pulitzer Prize. And it's just tragic. I don't know why throughout history it's so difficult for writers to get recognition for the value of our craft. And it's getting harder than ever now with the advent of AI. I got a writing degree. My degree is in writing and rhetoric, and I've never been able to find a job that would actually pay enough to survive on with writing. It's so difficult to get recognition for it, and it sucks because writing well is not something that everyone can do, and no computer and no AI can ever replace a human mind doing the writing process. So whatever I can do to help a fellow writer like Doug, I'm happy to do. And they love to sue. What made you think of that, Fletch? I'm trying to think now. That's a Kendrick quote from the Super Bowl. He said, I want to play their favorite song, but they love to sue. Yeah, he said, they love to sue. And then he says, they tried to rig the game, but you can't fake influence. Epic as hell. Sorry, I digress. I love Kendrick Lamar. I'm a huge Kendrick fan, and the Super Bowl performance was phenomenal, in my opinion. Yes, writers are the most marginalized people, Scott. yeah, almost half the story is online. So that's a generous portion of it. And so I feel like, that's a great way for people to check it out risk-free. So you don't have to buy it and not be unsure, like, is this for me or not? Is this my thing? You can read almost half of it online. And then if you like it, there are e-copies you can buy, and you can also order a physical copy too, either or. I like having a physical copy, but the e-copy allows you to avoid shipping fees and import fees if you're overseas. So that's always a good thing. Anyway, yeah, it's time to wrap it up, Dieter. I was just doing my last spiel for Doug. I can't say enough positive things about him. He's terrific, and we're grateful that he joined us again tonight. So yeah, please check out Deadline, and the link to that is in the description of the video. We'd appreciate it. We're going to do a future stream where we discuss Deadline with Doug, and everybody who's read it can offer their feedback. And I know it'll make him really happy. It's a way that we can give back after all the time and effort and attention he's given to the Frumley. He deserves it. He deserves some love back in return. So anyway, we'll let you know. We'll keep you posted on when we're going to be doing that. I wouldn't be surprised if Doug is back again in the meantime, though. He'll probably be back. Maybe Friday. You just never know. When we're going to summon
about the man in yellow.
You never know about the man in yellow when we might summon him. It could be Friday. Stay tuned. Our Friday night from live. Sometimes he joins that, but we'll see. If not, then I would probably bet on next week. So subscribe if you're interested, and hit the bell for notifications. We'd appreciate it. And thank you so much to every single person who's watched and hung out with us, whether you're just lurking and listening, or you're in the chat, or you're listening on the replay. I can't thank you all enough, because I love doing this, and I didn't want to stop just because the From season ended. This has been a lifeline for me, and I love it, and I love talking to all of you. It's an amazing community. So it's changed my whole life. It's been a godsend. Thank you so very much. Thank you all. And I don't know if, honestly, sometimes I think when the numbers are this high and we've been going this long, that a bunch of the people must be asleep with the stream on. But hey,
they're not gonna be asleep now. They're not gonna be asleep now.
That'll wake them up. Wake them up with that bell. Wake up. Yeah.
Now go back to bed.
Yeah. Wake up and go to sleep. Wake up and go to sleep.
Over.
Go back.
Go to sleep.
Yeah. Yeah, Grant. Yeah, just a second ago we still had 80 watching. It's nuts, isn't it? It's nuts.
Yeah, it's crazy.
We appreciate it. Thank you again to Zax. I think honestly, like, the vast majority must be asleep at this point. But hey, it's nice that they kept the stream open.
Not. No.
Yeah, or a bunch of people could just be listening while they're doing other stuff. Who knows? But I appreciate you guys. Thank you very much. That's the peak, actually. We haven't had 80 in a long time, so that's a cool thing. So I appreciate it. So anyway, tonight we'll have our watch party at 9 p.m. Eastern in the Discord. The link to that is pinned at the top of the chat right now, and it's also in the description of this video. So don't forget about that. If you're interested in Severance and you watch the show or watch parties, we have a lot of fun. So 9 p.m. Eastern, and again at 10 p.m. Eastern, probably a few minutes after 10, we'll start the second viewing, and then we'll either do a voice chat in Discord, or we might just jump on here and do an impromptu after party discussion.
You just never know.
Yeah. So So hopefully some of you guys can join us for that, and keep an eye out for my Severance episode 5 deep dive. I am working really hard on getting at least part 1 of it out by tonight. If you could give it a view, even if it's a 30-second view, it counts. I'd appreciate it. Helps with the algorithm. And maybe give my episode 4 deep dive a view. It came out late, but it's not a recap. It's full of my theories and ideas, and I'd appreciate it if you gave it a quick view. Anyway, that's about all I got to say. That's about all I got to say.
Rapping on your chamber door.
Yeah. I need to go feed the cat. I can do that. The cats are raising hell. So good timing. I need to get going. So 52 likes. Thank you again, Scott. Thank you so very much. Thank you. You are a lovely person. Truly, you're terrific. I can't thank you enough. I appreciate it. And yeah, Dieter, yeah, maybe I will. I don't know about that. Playing it on YouTube, like doing a live reaction thing during the episode. I'll think about it. I don't know. This is crunch time. I'm going to be working hard on getting a video out, so I might not be able to do it this week. Well, maybe an after party. Maybe.
I think after parties are more fun. Reactions sometimes are kind of like, I mean, how many times can you watch somebody go at something?
I know, right?
At something you can't see. You're like, what happened?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So, I don't know. Yeah. Reactions, I don't know. It's not something I've really ever been interested in doing myself. I'd feel too self-conscious to focus on the show because I'd be on camera. I know there are some people who do off-camera reactions, but I don't know. What's the point of that, really?
Yeah.
It's not much of a reaction if you're not on camera. So, I probably won't do that.
After party because you can pay attention to the episode and then you can go talk about it. You know.
Right. Exactly.
You don't have to pay attention to how you look on camera and a bunch of other things that are related to the episode.
Yes. Yes.
You can focus.
Yes. So, well, that you're terrific, Scott. So I appreciate you. And yeah, so I think we'll do that. I'm game to do an after party on YouTube after the episode tonight. We can, instead of doing Discord talk, we can jump on here and talk. Depends on how I'm going to be feeling, but we'll play it by ear. Keep an eye out for my Severance videos. If you're subscribed and have the notifications on, then you'll see when I drop my episode 5 deep dive, which I know is coming late, but at least it'll be part 1. That's my goal, to get part 1 out before tonight. That'll be the one that has predictions in it that can't wait, predictions and ideas. And it'll be kind of funny if I put it out and then I'm immediately proven wrong. that'll be comical, but it'll be okay either way.
Yeah, put this comment up, Julie.
Awesome stream, Julie. Thank you, Scarlet, Grant, and Doug, too. Scarlet, you are truly awesome, and I love your laugh. I've got to tell you, in case you missed my message last stream.
I did not, Martin. I enjoyed your comment very much. Thank you.
That was very nice.
Made my day.
That was very sweet. Thank you for repeating that. Thank you for repeating that for Scarlet. That was nice of you. That was nice. So, and I like the use of the yellow heart too, because we've got our man in yellow, who's like our honorary co-host now too. So the yellow hearts, I noticed, are very common in the chat. This is great. The yellow hearts for the man in yellow. Yeah. Oh man, yeah. This is Scarlet's into this stuff too. You're speaking her language. Yeah, into bugs and reptiles, but she likes all this stuff. Cats.
I can talk to you about the alligator sanctuary that's not too far away from me, where they have like 200 alligators, and then when it gets to fall, they feed them for hibernation, and then you can volunteer and carry the kind of somewhat comatose alligators into storage. And I like to do that someday. It's a dream. I dreamed a dream. You know. You okay, Julie? What happened? Oh no, I think we lost Julie. I hope it isn't something where we disappear and I'm just talking against darkness. Well, anyway, I don't know where she is, but what I'm going to do right now is just say, tonight, we got a party. We got a party in Julie's Discord for Severance. Even if you don't like Severance, show up. 9 p.m. EST.
Okay. Yes.
Party.
Yes,
maybe
I
after
second
party.
that.
Maybe party all night. You don't know. Could happen.
Yeah. 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 So make sure the notifications are turned on. Yes, we're gonna do. If we do the after party on YouTube, we'll have call-ins, so you can chime in and join the discussion. So, yes, that'll be so. So make sure you're subscribed and have your notifications turned on so you can see when we go live, because that it's not going to be a set time. We're just going to do like a pop-up live when we finish the episode. So yeah. Make sure you have tap the bell and enable all notifications so that you can see that and you'll get that little message when we go live. I'm thinking we're probably going to do it. So yeah, that'll be fun. And thank you, Dieter. Thank you, Dieter, for all your support. I will check. I'll check my DMs and all that stuff. You get some rest. I appreciate you, Dieter. Thank you very much. All right. It's been awesome, guys. It's hard to hit the end stream button with 82 watching, but I'm gonna do it. And I'm not gonna have OCD and try to stretch this for 4 more minutes till it's at the 6-hour mark either. I used to do that.
But if you want to, you can watch Julie's other videos in the meantime and like them as well.
Yeah, actually, I am gonna be able to stretch it because I'll play the stream out with a cameo. So technically, it's gonna hit 6 hours. So,
all right, let's do it.
What did you say that they could watch? What other streams?
Oh, you could. They can watch any of your videos after this one's done. But you could also go to Sci-Fi Vision and watch my first Yellow Jackets video. It's very, very, very alluring.
Yeah.
Shaw's the worst.
Yeah. So yeah, check out Sci-Fi Vision channel for Jamie and Scarlett's coverage of Yellow Jackets if you're into Yellow Jackets.
4 minutes. Go there. Go back to Julie's. Watch her video essays. Have a good time. Hours and hours of fun.
Yeah. So yeah. Hours and hours and hours. My God. Imagine trying to rewatch all of our lives. It would take like months. Anyway, I appreciate all you guys so much. I'll put up one of the cameos. That'll bring it to the 6-hour mark. I have OCD like that. I hate to sign off when it's that close. I'll put up I don't know, which one should I put up? I guess Scott, because he just said that he was willing to do an interview for this channel, so I feel like highlighting Scott. And Scott McCord did something really cool in this video too, which is to reveal that he carries around his own 70s disco lunchbox like the character Victor and draws crayon pictures to get into characters. So he's amazing. He was a delight to talk to. He was so kind. I don't know if I'm going to be able to share the conversation. I still haven't gotten an answer, but I'm just grateful for the experience and the fact that he's willing to do an interview here on this channel with hopefully by spring. So that's so cool. And thank you again to Doug Hughes. Thank you, Mr. Grant Gregory, for being an awesome guest. Thank you, awesome co-host Scarlett, and looking forward to it tonight.
Waiting for tonight.
Yes. Yes.
So stupid.
Yes. Let's do this.
I don't like pop music. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I gotta sleep.
Yeah. I didn't think that would be your style. Not that song. That's not your thing. You're just getting punchy.
Yeah.
What?
Getting punchy. Yes.
You're getting punchy. Okay.
But
well,
not
have
in
a
a
good
Shauna
day.
kind of way. Am I right?
Yes.
Shauna gets a little punchy in the second season of Yellow Jackets. A little punchy.
Oh, really?
But not kind of punchy. Yeah, I think that's why she's the worst. She's a little violent, you know.
Okay. Yeah.
But yeah.
I feel like I'm missing out on a lot with that. It sucks,
Yeah.
but I'm too slammed with Severance stuff anyway. I don't know how I would even fit that in, even if I really wanted to commit to it. But I'm glad you guys are having fun with it. You know,
like Martin's "We Are Family."
Yes.
Is that what you're singing it to, or are you singing it to something else?
Was he saying that in the chat?
He says, I sing in chat, "We are family," but I'm like singing it to "We are family." We are family.
Nice.
I got Victor and Jade and Donna, you see? I don't know.
Yes. That's it. That's it. Yes. Oh my God. Love it. Love it. 54 likes. You're the best, Scott. You're the best. Thank you so much. Oh, all of you guys. I love you guys. Thank you. Thank you for being here and keeping me company and having great conversations with us. And just continuing to come back.
You know, if you want to party it up, come to the Discord tonight and we'll have the Severance waffle party, everyone.
Yes.
Waffle it up.
Yep.
Goat it up.
Yeah. Yeah, Grant. I'll probably do this next time that Doug is on. I'll just lay back so that I won't be in as much pain. I'll probably do that. Yeah, so waffle party time tonight, guys. It's Severance night, so if you're into Severance, you know, check the Discord. Link is in the description of the video. Huh?
Even if you're not, show up anyway. Good conversation. We talk about all sorts of things. You know, 4 o'clock in the morning, we're talking about books. We're talking about psychology. We're not even talking about Severance anymore.
That's right. Yeah, that's the amazing thing about these shows. You venture into, that's what I was telling Doug. Like, we're not just rambling on about a TV show for all of these hours. We get into deep conversations about philosophy, psychology, mythology, history, like, and fun, goofy stuff too. It's not all serious, but we get into all kinds of fascinating discussions. So that's the great thing about it. It's you know, it's just it's a jumping off point for all kinds of conversations. That's why shows like this are so mentally stimulating. It's a conversation starter, and you know, it becomes more than just about a TV show. Way more. If it was just about that, then we'd look like complete nuts streaming for as long as we do. But yeah, we get into so many interesting conversations because people bring all their ideas and theories. I love hearing them, highlighting as many as we can and engaging with the chat, panelists. It's terrific. So anyway, sweet waffle party. I'll bring the masks and horns. Love it, Grant. Love it, Grant. All right. Yes. Bring it on. We'll try to hit that. I'll try and be there. We'll hit that defiant jazz, get our cams on and have a dance off. Oh yeah.
Bring my maraca.
There we go. That's what we need. We need a music dance experience. Yes. We gotta have our own music dance experience. Anyway, I'll see you guys soon. Have a good day or a good night. We've passed the 6-hour mark. So we did it without even meaning to. That's what happens. But anyway, have a good night or a good day. Thank you so much, everyone. Again, I truly, truly appreciate each and every one of you. Stay safe. be kind to each other, and see you next time.
Yeah, bye, everybody.
Bye.
Hi, Julie B. Julie B. Scotty McCord here. How are you? Hi. Finally, I get to connect with JulieBDeepDives. First of all, bring it in. Let's do a little jumping high fives for JulieBDeepDives. Boom. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for all your amazing, your brilliance, this wondrous thing that you have created that goes deep, dives deep into From. Thank you so much, Julie B, for that. Certainly been aware of your YouTube channel and everything that you've done along the way. And the deep dives are great. Don't stream and drive. Huh? How are you? I hope everything is stellar. I wanted to send along this love. This is coming with some big love from Dieter. He wrote me this amazing note about you, about how amazing you are, and how much you love From, and how much you love the scenes with Henry and Victor. Thank you so much. Well, let's back it up a little bit. So I owe you also a big thank you for From, and for making From what it is, just being part of the Fromily and watching the show and giving it all the love that you've been giving it. And then, on top of that, you've created a whole deep dive, a whole show that just delves into the mysteries of From and just keeps it all up in the air. And we're so grateful for that. I'll speak for everybody that we love all that and the support, and certainly all the love that you're giving From, because that's what makes it what it is. So, Julie B, thank you. Thank you so much. And the scenes with Henry and Victor, yeah, Robert Joy, amazing, just amazing to work with. Just the most generous, wonderful actor, most beautiful soul. We didn't know each other prior to this season. I didn't even know it was going to happen this season. I didn't know that. I didn't know I was going to meet my dad. Yeah, it was pretty special. Those were my favorite scenes, for sure. And that means so much that you enjoyed those as well. And so big love from Dieter, and this is my big love to you, Julie B, for all the amazing things that you do. So this here is my own little personal disco box that I lug to set and carry around town and do my own work with. So I've got my own little special Victor things in here, and I've got here a little book of drawings and scrawlings and things. My own little personal book, and where is it here? Hold tight. Here we go. This is a picture for you that is, you can see that? That says Julie B, and that is, when I first started working on Victor, I found his animal was I sort of saw him as an old owl, and so I started to draw him this way. This is how I depict Victor, the protector of the peaches. An owl in some cultures is considered the protector of the peaches. And anyway, so this picture's for you, and this is a picture of Victor holding Julie B, protecting Julie B. With big muscle car hugs. There's a bottle tree. Keeping you protected. That's for you. That's for you, and for all your brilliance, and for everything that you've given From and helped make it what it is. So, Julie B, thank you for season 4. We'll see you in season 4. It's coming. Hold tight. Maybe binge the show until we get there. Dive deeper. Julie B's deeper dive. You're doing great. It's amazing. Bless you. And we'll see you in season 4.